jack of all crafts, master of a few, and I've loved making things my whole life. I was the first C2E2 crown champion, and I've been hiding since then. But I worked for Art of Wigs for 8 years. I made a simplicity pattern one time. I think it's somewhere on the internet. I don't know where it is anymore. But these days, I own and run my own Etsy shop, and I like to make little costume accessories and props. And that's where I'm at right now. So from zero to costume in 5 easy steps, kind of. So we're going to talk about reference images, and then we're going to talk about scaling, which is the main reason for the panel. But I'm going to continue on and also give a little bit of insight into tools and materials to look out for. And I'm also going to talk about how you want to structure your project, not only for the scale, but also for how it will fit into storage and travel. Something not everybody thinks about when they start on their costume, but very important. And then very briefly, just kind of doing the thing. There's only so much info I can give for a costume as a whole because costuming is vast. it's a galaxy in and of itself. So hopefully we'll have some time at the end for Q&A for more specifics. So to get started, it may seem obvious, but I'm still going to go into it. You're going to want to get reference images, and you're going to want to get as many as possible when you're starting a project. I like to get front, back, side, portrait, and top-down to start with, if they're available. And detail close-ups are always great. And if you have photos of your character or your prop, in comparison to other people or objects to show its scale, those are great because you want to get an idea of how big or small the thing is before you decide how big or small you want to make it. And if the game company or the show maker, like the source of your character or prop, has official measurements, those can come in handy. So like if your character, like a lot of anime characters will have a height, and that'll be on a website or a wiki somewhere. That can come in handy. If you're worried about trying to make yourself a little taller or a little shorter or something, it helps a little bit. So where do you get your reference images? Well, there's a million options. If it's just about anything these days is going to have some form of concept art. It's more common with video games, but I feel like there's more and more references for anime and manga nowadays as well. A lot of times there will be a manga version, even if it doesn't start as a manga. Sometimes they'll make a manga for it afterwards. There might be a show version, whether it's an anime, a movie, live action, and there's going to be game versions, because also sometimes it starts as an anime and then they make a video game out of the anime. So like, it's really great. Like, there's usually multiple media sources for your character or prop, depending on how popular it is. Even within a game, sometimes a game will have like the main game graphics, and then they'll have higher quality cutscenes with like cinematics. Square Enix loves to do this. They make like the craziest movie graphics you've ever seen for like 2 cutscenes out of the game, or like for a trailer. And also figures. Figures are becoming more and more prevalent for literally everything, and we love it because those are great for references. You ever seen like the old 90s cartoons where their hair just flipped from side to side because they were just mirroring it to cut the budget, and then somebody has to figure out how to make that a figure? Well, the figure is a good reference if they did their homework. So it's really great. And also GIFs or animations are usually helpful because it gives you an idea of the movement. Now this is with an asterisk because animators like to cheat physics a lot, and we'll talk about that more in a minute. But besides all of that, you can also look to fellow cosplayers or artists for inspiration. There's a lot of really neat fan art, and sometimes cosplayers will come up with their own ideas. However, if it's something particularly unique to that artist or cosplayer, you might want to ask them for permission if you are going to take the same idea. And also post credit if you post photos of your costume afterwards. Be like, I got this idea for this detail from this other person. Never hurts. Might save you a little bit of drama. So with props in particular, I like to get reference images that are flat if I can, to get a good like sense of like the the symmetry and the proportions. So concept art again is usually good because the concept art for a prop is usually drawn flat without any kind of angles involved. But sometimes you can get pretty good angle shots in game as well. So the big sword in the middle of this area, the Deathbringer, that's like an in-game reference, but it's mostly spot on. So like it's still a pretty good reference for me. If you're using angled shots from a game or a show, but you know that it's not quite perfect, you can take one side of it versus the other and then just mirror it if you're like tracing parts of it for a pattern or anything. And you can also take into consideration if you're pretty sure that one part is skewed a little bit, you can adjust that afterwards. Also, if a prop transforms, again, getting animated GIFs of the transformation can be useful. This is one example of where my presentation has kind of overlapping images, and it was supposed to click to show those extra things. So some of my images may be a little more chaotic since I can't go through the slides properly, so I apologize for that. Poor Stark is hidden by Bloodborne. But anyway, the animations nonetheless. And let's say you're doing a mascot. They're a little less common these days than they used to be. I actually did a lot of big builds in my early days, and I don't really do them as much anymore because I just don't have the space for them. But if you are interested in doing mascots, then you're going to want to make reference images of yourself in the same positions as the reference images you get of the mascots. And there's a lot of different programs you can use to kind of make your own person images translucent and overlay it on top of the images of the character. Like you see with the Big Daddy in the center here, I took a picture of myself in the same just kind of standard standing pose, and I just photoshopped it on top of the concept art and lined it up so that I could get an idea of where I need to build myself out to make myself bigger for the mascot. A lot of characters are pretty simple. They just have big heads or maybe slightly longer arms or legs. So it's not too hard to make a mascot if that's what you're aiming for. But if it's something crazy like the bottom right one where like it's just got a huge arm and a giant head with huge horns, that can take a little more engineering. And so like having references of yourself in the same kinds of poses to get an idea of what is the difference between me and this thing is a good starting point for you. So let's move on to scaling. That's the primary focus of this panel, but there's a lot to it, obviously. My favorite website, I'm going to actually say if you've got a phone on you and you want to punch it in real quick, go to Knife Gun Cosplay. You can just Google search it. You don't have to do a .com or anything, but it's NIFEGUN Cosplay. It's a neat little website, very simple. All it does is it lets you upload a photo, and then you have a baseline. And it can be like a little fidgety on the phone, but you should be able to use like touch screen to move the anchor points of a baseline and line it up with a part of the image. And at the top of the screen, you can put a dimension for that first line. So like say I put a baseline on this scythe for the blade of 31 inches. So every new line you add after that will scale off that first line. This is especially helpful for reference images with a person in it. You can make the baseline be the height of the person, but put in your own height as the dimension, and then everything else will scale off of that to your height, basically. I probably should have put that in the reference here, but just so you know, like, get something with a person in it and use the height as your baseline most of the time, and you can make as many lines as you want to scale other parts of that image relatively accurately. Obviously, you're using anchor points with your fingers. You can kind of zoom in on the phone, and it also works pretty well on a computer. But this is a really great way to quickly get a pretty decent idea of what some of your dimensions will be in an image based on math. So I love this website. It does a lot of the work for me. I use it to break down different parts of a prop usually. So like in this image, you can see Line 1 is just like the handle of the scythe. Line 2, the orange one, is like the upper part going down to about the midsection where there's a hinge. And then the blue line below it is the other part of the scythe, and then there's like other lines for different parts of it, you know? So that gives me a really good idea so that I can like cut the different parts out of like PVC or something at the right dimension. And if it's not quite perfect, you know, you can kind of hone it in from there once you've gotten to start with it. But yeah, I love it. You can also potentially use like this image. You can like screenshot this once you've got all your lines in. Like I really recommend saving it so that you've got it for later. And you can put it in Photoshop, and usually like I'll draw a box inside of the image and put a line for the measurements so that I'll know how big a sheet of paper is in this image. And then I can just duplicate that box as many times as I need to make printouts, and I'll print it out for like a life-size pattern. It's a little tricky, and I'm sure there's probably other programs besides Photoshop that can do this. I just default to Photoshop. Like find like an old pirated version. Don't pay them subscription; they don't deserve it. But yeah, I'm not sponsored by Adobe. Okay, so aside from using technology, there's some simpler ways that you can figure out proportions as well. I like to call it the rule of thumb. And I'm kind of being punny here, but your thumb is a good source of reference for measurements because typically the thing you're referencing has a thumb. So you can look at their thumb and see how many thumb widths it is to measure something that's in your image, and then use your own thumb to get that many thumb widths to duplicate it in real life. I'm kind of lucky. My thumb is exactly 1 inch. Or at least when I press it down slightly. So like it's basically an inch. So like it's really easy for me to do measurements with the old US measurement system. Also, if you're trying to learn metrics, an inch is close to 2.5 centimeters. I try to use that to remind myself if I need to convert one way or another. So that's pretty easy. Body parts in general can be used as measurements, so like consider the width of a hand, the distance from a wrist to the elbow. An eyeball is about 1 inch wide on average. Doesn't help you if your anime character has huge eyes, but a lot of video game characters have more realistic proportions and like live action. So you can use eyeballs on your reference image if they're a normal size to get an idea of like inches on the face if they've got like a hat or a helmet or a tattoo or something. What I would impress on you is to get used to observing. Observation is the superpower of artists. It's the ability to just kind of make rational connections between one thing and another based on what you see. So the more you get used to observing how long or wide something is in real life on your person, the easier it becomes to not have to think very hard about how big something is in a reference image. Like sometimes I'll just use details in the reference image like a button. Like a button that looks like it's a 1/2 inch to 1 inch. I can use that as a measurement for other things on the image, like how many buttons wide is the coat or a pocket, you know? So like it's kind of coming up with abstract ways to measure. It makes it easier over time for you to be able to guesstimate what your proportions are on anything. So another fun thing you can do is if you have a figure statue reference, there's this thing called Glad Press and Seal. It's kitchenware. It's like better than saran wrap because it's a little bit thicker. It doesn't really stretch, but it sticks to things without leaving much residue. So you can use Glad Press and Seal for pattern making. Generally speaking, you can use it for pattern making on yourself. But if you have a figure, you can make a tiny pattern on your figure and then carefully peel it off. Be very careful not to destroy your figure. But you can put this pattern that you've made onto a piece of paper, take a picture, upload it into Knife Gun, and then figure out the dimensions to blow it up bigger to scale to yourself. Moving on to tools. I can do more talk about the scaling stuff at the end, but I'm just going to breeze through some more basics here. And also with tools and materials, if people want to hear more about a specific one, I can talk about those later. But some basic tools you'll want are pens, pencils, Sharpies, rulers, scissors and hobby knife, drafting paper, painter's tape, heat gun. Like, it's a lot, but like, they're basic things that you can use for just about any project. I always want these things on hand when I'm starting something new. Also, sanding tools, as you get into things that need sanding. There's a Dremel called a stylo. It's in the middle of the picture here, the nice lady with the yellow fingernails. It's like $50, and it's really easy to hold in the hand. It's not chunky like some of the bigger Dremels are, but it's still got enough power to it that you can sand Ava foam, or like some resins. Like, I use it on most things and it's fine. But like $50 and it's small. I love that thing. But you can also invest in some sanding files. The iron-shaped thing below the Dremel is called a detail sander. Those things vibrate to sand. They're really great for general coverage sanding on a prop or something. And they're like 30 to 50 bucks, I want to say. I could be lying to myself about that, but I feel like that's right. And if you get really deep into prop making, you might invest in a belt sander. That's a real workhorse for a lot of sanding. But those are some things to kind of put on your to-get list as you get into the hobby. And for like filler, I really like epoxy sculpt. It's just like a little resin clay. It's pretty easy to find online. I think Joann's usually sells it as well. But epoxy sculpt is great for details. If you could. Yeah, you can take pictures. I'll try to upload this somewhere at some point in the future too, if you want the fancier version of the presentation. And there's also 3M Acryl Green Spot Putty. I haven't used that as much, but a lot of people will use that for like little imperfections in a prop or something. If you're trying to get a smooth surface and it's got like little divots or something, or like a 3D print that's got like the break lines where you're attaching two pieces together. So there's those things. Glues. So I'm going to get a little fancy here, and if you know super glue, its scientific name is cyanoacrylate. I tell you this because you can search that to get like bigger amounts of it for better prices. Don't go to a hardware store unless you're really desperate for a last minute little bit of super glue. I usually go with Bob Smith Industries, but they sell like 8-ounce bottles of super glue. Like, that lasts you a long time. You get like 2 or 3 costumes worth out of that super glue. And I'm a big fan of super glue. It is a dangerous glue, so like definitely look up on the health and safety for using super glue. It can have a little bit of fumes to it, and like it can stick your fingers together, but it'll also stick just about anything together. So like, I really like it as a quick fix for anything. Getting into contact cement can be helpful. Spray adhesives. Spray adhesives are really messy, but they're really good for big coverage, especially with like fabric types. Hot glue is still there. I would recommend a very high temperature hot glue if you're going to use it, and 2-part epoxies. There's websites like thistothat.com that can give you an idea of what kinds of glue to use for specific bondings, but also I just generally like to have a lot of different options of glue to glue things together. So if one thing doesn't work, I just try another. I didn't mention it, but E6000 is also a really good glue to have. My wife likes it a lot more than I do, but it's there. And Gorilla Glue, you know, just have a lot of glues. And finally, painting. It's really good to have acrylics. I think that's the baseline for any kind of like costumer, is just cheap old acrylics. You can do a lot with them. You don't necessarily have to have super fancy airbrushes or HVLPs to make things. That's more if you want to go into like professional grade prop making. But basic acrylics, I've used them for 20 years and I'm still using them. Plastidip is good for Avafoam. It comes in a spray can. You can get it at hardware stores. It's good to kind of seal your foam so that you can use your acrylic paints on top. Spray paints are good for a lot of hard surface things. And if you want to get into airbrushing, I do recommend it. It's really fun. You can use acrylics in airbrushes. There's tutorials on how to thin them properly, but there's also just specific acrylics made for airbrushing. And there's other paints for airbrushing too. And you'll want brushes, sponges, airbrush, solvent, etc. Moving on to materials, Avafoam's kind of a big one. It's been around for a while now, and people really like it. I really like it. I use it all the time. It's called ethylene vinyl acetate. It's lightweight, easy to find, has varying thicknesses and density. You can heat shape it, just wear a respirator, or use it in a well-ventilated area. It's adhesive friendly, and it can be sealed and painted easily. PVC, polyvinyl chloride. You usually use the pipes, PVC pipes, for like cores on bigger props. It can be heat-shaped, but again, you want to wear a respirator or use it outside. Easy to glue, good for core structure because it's got some flexibility to it. Warbler is still around. It's not really necessary as much as it used to be because Avafoam has gotten sturdier. It was a bigger deal when we just had craft foam, but some people still like to use it to reinforce Avafoam-based projects or other creative uses. I've seen people do weird things with Warbler, so like it's there. I don't hate it. I used it earlier this year on some armor. It's got its own quirks. I can go more into that at the end. But it's a material. 3D printing, you've probably heard of it. It's a thing. It's getting bigger every day, and it's pretty cool. I could have my own panel on 3D printing, so I'm not going to go deep into it, but printers are becoming more affordable, and they're having less errors, so like you don't have to troubleshoot as much as you used to. I just got one called a Bamboo P1P, and it's almost an appliance. I just plug it in, and it just does the thing. Learning to 3D model can be a bit to get into, so again, probably a different panel than this one, but it's definitely something to look into for materials. But at the end of the day, you can really use just about anything. The big mech in the middle, Big O, I use mostly cardboard for that. Cardboard and duct tape. It literally has duct tape on it. That was like one of my real early day builds, but it's still one of my favorites because it was just so easy to build, and it still looked all right, And leather is really great. It's expensive, so it can be kind of scary to get into, but I love leather. It can take a lot of punishment and still work. So it's great if you've got the money to put into it. Just like the helmet on the right started with like insulation foam and cardboard. Then I used like spray foam that you can get at a hardware store for insulation. I carved it down, and then I did like paper mache and resin over it. So like, the sky's the limit. If you want to play around with any material that pops into your head, give it a try. So let's move on to structuring. When you want to make a costume with armor or any kind of solid parts to it, honestly, even just fabric, you want to make sure that you have good mobility in it. So make sure that you're comfortable walking and standing. Make sure that you can do dynamic poses if you need to. Make sure you can eat in it, and make sure you can poop in it. Because you're going to need to go to the bathroom at some point. Or at least make sure that it's something that you're not going to want to wear all day if you do need to go to the bathroom. So like you can take breaks and get out of it quickly if you need to. Rigging. The vast majority of rigging can be done with elastic and Velcro. It's very easy, very cheap. I like to do a lot of Velcro and elastic at the joints so that it's easy to pull off if I need to take a break, take some of the more stressful parts off. This arm has a lot of elastic in it. It's got one right here. It's got them in here. Some of them's hidden, So like, those are really great ways to anchor things together but maintain stretch and mobility. But whatever you choose for your rigging, like if it's anchored onto clothing or something else, make sure it's easy to put on and take off. Make sure it can break down for storage and travel. You'll have to think about the interconnectivity of different layers, and yeah, Elastic and Velcro can help with a lot of that. If you're structuring mascots, you're going to be making extensions from your body. You can consider ways to make like platforms for shoes with like insulation foam. You can make fake forearms out of just like wire or sticks. The Jack Skellington in the upper right, that was pretty cheap wire with, I think it was like pieces from like blinds. Like I just had scraps from like these broken blinds that I used for the arms, but you could use like dowel rods or PVC. And I just like masking taped over the fingers for the bone look at the end, like super cheap. This was another early one of mine. And yeah, it can be pretty easy. Upholstery foam is really good for bulking out costumes, and it's not too terribly expensive, especially if you use a coupon at Joann's or something, wait for sales. So health and safety, I always try to use lightweight materials if I'm making armor or props because you've only got one body and you don't want to break it. Not everybody's a muscle maniac or a bodybuilder. We all wish we were, but we got to be real sometimes. So lightweight materials like Ava foam are really good, and upholstery foam, like any kind of foam, is your friend, basically. Foam is friend. Ventilation and hydration. You want to make sure that your costume allows you to drink water, and make sure that like you can breathe and like not overheat too much. So like if it's a mascot, you got to be able to take parts off of it easily, so that you don't overheat or hyperventilate or something. You got to have decent vision, and that can be kind of tricky, but like you can use stretchy fabrics in certain places to kind of hide your face but still see through it a little bit. It's not perfect, but if you stretch certain fabrics, you can kind of have a tinted vision of the outside. And there's like other things like you can just hide your little eye holes and like different details of the costume. But regardless, have a helper. If you've got a big costume or a big prop, always have a helper. And not just someone who says, yeah, I'll help you, and then they're like at the other side of the con 5 minutes later. Like, you make sure you've got a dedicated friend or family member who's there with you the whole time you're wearing the costume. Because you just don't know when something's going to happen, or you're going to suddenly be really exhausted and get like heat stroke or something. You want to have someone who can help take care of you if that happens. So if you're making a prop or a costume, consider structuring it for storage and travel. The Big O I made that one time, I did not think about structuring it for storage and travel. So they were these giant tubes like the size of a person. And I was driving 10 hours down from Missouri to Texas for a con, and the car was already full of other people with their own costumes and luggage. So people had to sit with these pieces in their laps for 10 hours. But because I made it out of cardboard, I just left half the costume there at the end of the con so they didn't have to suffer on the way back. But you don't want to have to leave your costume at a con every time you make it, right? That kind of stinks. So what you want to do is figure out ways to break down a prop or a costume smaller so that it can fit in a suitcase. If you look at the sword, it breaks into like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces. And it's taller than I am, but it can break down and fit in a suitcase. Yeah, so this one has a PVC core. I love PVC for breakpoints like that because PVC has its own joint system. If you go to a hardware store, they sell little joints for straight, angle, cross section, halfway cross section. Like they've got a lot of different options for you. Even like slight angles. They've got just about everything you could need to make whatever shape you want with it. Combine that with the fact that PVC can be heat curved. Again, use safety first, do it outside. But you know, you can make whatever shape you want for a core and then build around that with your prop. I highly recommend PVC for props, and not as much with armor, but with armor usually you're doing, I do recommend Avofoam over 3D prints for armor that you fly with because it's more flexible, it's not going to break This piece actually cracked on the flight because I stuffed my suitcase a little too thick. It's fine. I can fix it or remake it later, but it is a hassle I don't want to have to deal with every time, so I usually will take Ava foam stuff on a plane. 3D prints, there's like newer filaments that have flex and give to them more, but I don't know as much about those yet, so I'm not going to talk about them too much. TPU is one to look into, but yeah, I do recommend foam for armor. Bungee cords are magic when you're driving. All the handles on the roof of a car, you can bungee cord a little carrying thing and stick your props in the ceiling of the car so that they're not in the way. Not all props, but quite a lot of them can fit up there. Just a little tip for Tetrising on a road. And as I mentioned with like flying, the reason I like to specifically make props fit into a suitcase is because a lot of storage bins are similar size to suitcases. So if you're making it for one, it'll fit in the other. So after even if you don't know if you're going to fly with it, it's good to make it like it can fit in a suitcase just so that you have the option later. And it also means that you can put it in a storage bin more easily when you're not wearing the costume, because it's got to go somewhere. And you only have so much wall space or floor space before you've just got too many things in your room. Mascots are really difficult to travel with. That's another reason I don't do them as much anymore. The Ganondorf pictured here takes up 4 of those storage bins in the picture above it. 4 whole storage bins, and I haven't worn it in like 6 years, 7 years. It's kind of a waste of space. I'll probably pull it out again here soon, but yeah, it's a big commitment of space when you make mascots. And that also goes for travel. Like, there's just not an easy way to fly with a mascot that big. Maybe if it's just a head, like if you do furries and like if you just got a head and the rest of it's just like a fursuit that's easy to compact into a suitcase, that could work. But for a lot of characters that have like a lot going on, you're probably stuck with driving or shipping it in crates. So mascots can be a very big commitment for travel. And doing the theme, I suggest giving yourself 4 times as much time as you think you need. I am terrible with time management. It just never works out for me. As I've been doing this for 20 years, I still get surprised when there's only 2 weeks away and I've got so many things to make still. So I like to set myself a soft deadline, but I try to like convince myself that that is my deadline, like my hard deadline, but it's really just a soft deadline. And then as I get closer, if I don't have everything done, I'm not actually as disappointed to not have it done yet. So it's good to have like low stakes deadlines for your costume initially so that you're not going to be crying when it's only half complete. But I also recommend try to find focal points on your costume when you're working on it. Get the real big things done and then work down to smaller details, so that way if you run out of time, you've still got a mostly complete costume. It's just missing some things that people might not even know are missing. I'm really bad at like hyper focusing on details, so like I'll spend a month on an arm instead of the whole costume, right? Whereas if you like try to bust out like the big pieces and then work your way down to smaller pieces, you're more likely to be able to wear the costume at the con. And if people ask, I'm like, oh yeah, I just haven't done this part yet. But I do actually think it's a good thing to not necessarily have a finished costume for its first wear anyway, because it gives you a little more time to actually wear it and figure out what works with it and what doesn't work, and you can tweak it more with in between your first event and your second event, and it'll be a more proper costume by that second event. I'm constantly just like adding more to costumes. My hunter costume that I wore last night, I've been working on it on and off for like 2 years, and I just keep adding little things to it. But yeah, make a priority list and have a soft deadline. Don't be afraid to wear a work in progress. Speaking of work in progress, take a lot of photos. When I worked on Clive from 16, this Final Fantasy 16 this year, I took so many photos, way more than I really need. You can always delete photos later, but you can't conjure photos you haven't taken. Photos are really good to refer back to if you're doing the same thing in a future project. So like if you're making armor for the first time, document the hell out of it, because that'll help you remember what you did your first time, and you can decide if that's what you want to do again or if you want to tweak something and do it differently. And if it also helps, write down notes. I'm terrible with notes, but some people are good at notes, so it's never a bad thing to take notes. I like to take cheap materials for mock-ups, Amazon boxes. Everybody's got Amazon boxes. You can go to a grocery store and get banana boxes or just leftover boxes from all the stuff they're putting on the shelves. You can get fabric scraps from your previous projects. Just keep them in a bin somewhere. Those can come in handy for patterns and mock-ups. And if you're trying to get more specific on things, generally a quick Google search or a YouTube search can give you a lot of tutorial options. I know algorithms are making it a little harder. AI is making the internet really stupid these days, but there's still a fair amount of searching that you can like find things with. So I always recommend searching and just listen to what people say. Give it a try, don't be afraid. If you have friends in the cosplay community, like ask your friends, how'd you do this? Don't be afraid, they want to tell you. Like, it's not just this convention, like people out in the world actually like telling you how they make things. So don't be afraid. Let's see. Yeah, get helpers, have sewing parties. It's really fun to craft with other people. It can also be really distracting, so don't watch a movie. But like I like to do music personally. Music doesn't have a visual element, so like it can set a mood, it can give you energy without distracting you with visuals. Unless it's something that everyone agrees they've seen 50 times, maybe then you can put it on the background. But don't be afraid to ask for help. And I'm kind of old, so I watched Magic School Bus when I was a kid, and I really like to use Miss Frizzle's slogan, take chances, make mistakes, and get messy. Because you really don't learn without making mistakes. I consider mistakes more valuable than success because I can remember a mistake I made way better than I can remember a success. So even if they can be costly, they take away your fear to progress. So don't be afraid to make mistakes because you will go really far if you can power through those mistakes. And we've got 15 minutes for Q&A. That's pretty good for me. I have a bad habit of going over. So does anybody have any questions? Link. Use it on whatever you have handy when you need to use it, and if it doesn't work for you on that platform, then use a different platform. It works pretty similarly on all. I think usually I like computers if I've got a computer nearby because you can see it on a bigger screen. But I don't think the computer lets you zoom, which is kind of dumb. So phones can be good for the zoom factor. Sometimes I can get a more accurate baseline on the handles because I can zoom in further on the phone. So I'd chalk it up to personal preference. Anybody else? Any questions? Ladies first, then I'll get you.
So for rigging and for breaking down costumes,
Yes.
what are your favorite ways to rig them and like attach different armor pieces? Because that's always the biggest challenge
Mm-hmm.
when I'm trying to put these together. Is how do I plan to break them apart
Yeah.
and put them back together without being obvious?
Very good question. Most of the time, you'll be pretty lucky, and the game creators or cartoonists will have like a decent idea of how armor breaks down based on historical armor. So it'll have like pretty good segmentation on its own. As for rigging, usually if you look at historical armor, they used leather straps and studs. Not all modern fantasy armors show that. A lot of them like to do floaties, and they don't really worry about it. It's just magic. But there's nothing wrong with adding that extra detail for not only function, but just fashion. Like I personally love to add details that aren't in a costume if I feel like it, because it adds my signature to the costume. It makes it my version. And like there's definitely a tactful way to do it without going too far away from the character. So like if you're making the base shape and you feel like this area is really plain, I could add some studs here, or I could add a little filigree or something. You can go for it. But I'm getting a little distracted. The base question for rigging, I like again elastic and Velcro for the most part. You can use fabric or leather for actual straps, but look at first of all, look at the character themselves, see how they move in the show or in the video game, and see what would best mimic that in real life. If it's clipping, because video games love the clipping cheat, or they stretch. Like typically, armor is mapped in a video game, so you'll actually see that armor stretch like it's fabric. It's stupid. A few video game companies are being smarter about it, and they're actually rendering the armor separate. But most of the time, it's just not worth it for the animators to do that. That's a lot of extra work that nobody's going to care about. Only us cosplayers care. But yeah, if you look at the movement in the show or the video game, you can get an idea of, okay, which parts need to move to accommodate my joint. And if it's a layered piece, it's a lot easier because those layers can overlap each other. So you can use elastic to connect the different layers together, and the layers will overlap naturally. You'll want anchor points on like the front, side, and back most of the time. Or you can stagger it to two, like side front, side back. But you'll want more than just one, so that it has a little bit of structure, so that when it moves one way or another, it's not like blowing in the wind, you know? It stays lined up with your movements. And like Velcro or studs, you can actually fake studs even if you're not using them for function. I still like studs because it's historically accurate. Do you know that even chainmail had studs in medieval armor? Like real chainmail had studs so that it was less likely to pull apart. Sometimes they were welded, but welding was a little less common back then, so studs were easier to mass produce. And you had a question. Yes. Someone else asked that at the beginning of the panel. And if you're scaling a pattern or trying to create a pattern, it's what you want to do is it helps to have a base pattern or an idea of what a base pattern is. So like definitely take some like classes or watch tutorials on patterning. That would be a completely separate panel on its own. But like let's say you've got a pattern and you just want to alter it to fit you better. Look for a lot of patterns, commercial patterns will have a line, a center line, and a horizontal like waistline. Usually places like that are places where you can cut it and just add simple space between and just kind of average the curves if there are curves in between. But it's not as difficult as you think. Like usually adding dimension to a pattern is as simple as cutting it around the middle and then expanding it and then just trying to reconnect the dots that you cut apart. Yeah. Sometimes you can scale the whole thing, like take a pattern and just draw a line around it, but that doesn't always necessarily work for you. So like, don't be afraid to try a couple of different things. Like you can try drawing a bigger version of the pattern and see if it fits you. If it doesn't, then you can either cut some away or cut and then expand it a little more. But yeah, there's not really a wrong way to make a pattern bigger. It's just what works for you in the end. But those are some easy ways to kind of try to make them bigger. Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so drywall stilts are pretty safe and standard. I don't know how much they cost these days, like a few hundred maybe, but I used to have, I think I still have a pair of drywalls that have worked like forever. So like if you can wear stilts, then they're great to have. You just want to be aware that they basically extend directly down from your foot, so they're very wide. So if you've seen people in circus outfits and they have the gigantic pants, it's because the pants have to be that big to fit around the drywall stilts. I had to do that with Jack Skellington. I really hated it because he's got stick thin legs, and it wasn't accurate to me, but it was just a sacrifice I had to make for the character. If you're not buying drywall stilts, there are some companies that make really good digigrade stilts for like animalistic, the extra joint in the leg. Digigrade, I think, is the term you look up. But there's also tutorials on how to build digigrade stilts and or fake it with foam and certain placement. But if you're just trying to get a little bit of height, I wouldn't worry about drywall. What I do is usually I just make big shoes that my feet are on top of to fake the extra height. I've also considered heel inserts. Those exist. You can basically put a lot of stacked foam, or you can buy official heel inserts that fit inside of a shoe, and it gives you a heel inside the shoe. So like it's kind of faking height without adding a stiletto or something on the outside. But sometimes, like, again, it can be tricky because your foot might not fit properly in every shoe with heel inserts, so you have to kind of play around with it. But for platforms that you make yourself, insulation foam, like Pink Panther foam, works pretty well. Like it may seem brittle if it's just one layer, but if you're stacking a whole bunch of layers of it, it's not going to break. And quite the opposite, your weight will slowly push into the top of the foam and give yourself a perfect foot shape. Yeah, it's pretty good. Any other questions? Well, if you think of something later, feel free to reach out to me on social media. I go by Turtlesmithy. Sometimes there's a dash or an underscore, but it's Turtlesmithy in some capacity or another. And I'm always happy to answer any questions y'all have. And my computer is done for the day. But anyway, thank you all for coming, and I hope you've had a great time, and I hope you have a good rest of the day. Sure. Same man. Yeah, give it a watch. Yeah, at least story-wise, it's very much Trigun. If anything, it feels a little bit better in some ways. It's like Vash isn't quite as much of a dork. He's kind of more of a cinnamon roll in this one. So like he's kind of this tragic ancient guy who's just seen a lot of shit, but still mostly smiles and just tries to make his way through everything. So like it's a good show. It feels very faithful to the original. It also takes more from the manga that wasn't in the first show. Yeah, the first show, the manga is fantastic. It goes like twice as long as the show did, and that's because the manga creator hadn't finished the manga when they were doing the show, so he had to take a pause on the manga to help him write out the show. But as you do, sometimes there's just not enough budget to wait it out and do the whole series. Yeah, so they had to have a condensed ending to the story, and then like he had years to go back and refine it. Yeah. So that's something they have the benefit of this new show is that they have a completed series in manga now, so they can reference that wasn't in the first show. Yeah, that's pretty good.
should work on my iPad instead of the little bitty screen I had last time. Thank you. Do you have the other one, like the little bitty? Sorry, this thing is old. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Hi, welcome. Ooh, that's a good one. I like that. Oh, that's so nice. I love that you've got it in the Marriott. Lynn should be on her way.
Need my working on work at work photo.
Yeah.
So I'm looking. I'm a nurse.
You have time to do it?
I work night shift, and I work with babies.
Okay, so
if
maybe.
they are sleeping,
Okay,
it's usually pretty predictable on when I'll be needed and stuff.
nice.
So yes, there are less visitors snooping around. And,
We love a specialty job.
yeah.
We do love a specialty job.
For sure. No managers.
Also nice. I'm basically just like hand sewing during conference calls at this point. That's all I can get away with.
Yeah, it's got to be small enough to travel to get to work.
That's literally what I'm here for today for Cosplay Crimes. Officer Jenny. So give us just a second. If you want to slide down, I don't know if she's having. I saw that she saw the message.
Oh,
I didn't get it.
Did you get a spot for her?
And then did you send me your working homework?
I'm trying to find it.
Okay. If you don't have it, it's okay. You can just tell us. So that's
Here.
your petty crime, right?
I'll find it in my Instagram stories.
Cool. I'm gonna leave a blank one for my story for that one because I'll just move all of Lynn's stuff to like the end. Is she here? I just realized I forgot my contacts.
Oh, you look great. There she
Oh,
is.
there she is. It's totally okay. I ended up missing a workshop I paid for this morning because I had to break down in my room and like get everything like together. Yeah. Thank you. We're all a bunch of criminals, so.
Oh my god, I'm ready. I'm sorry.
Hold on, I think I can.
I almost I played it off, but I literally tripped on Rapunzel when I got on stage last night. But I was like,
I did not notice.
You were meant to do that.
Oh my god, that's so
Okay.
cute.
First I sent you Okay, I've got it. I took a screenshot of my story. Did you get it, Brianna? I just sent you an Instagram.
Oh,
If it's too late, it's okay.
I think, yeah, it might be too late. So
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and get this going. Sorry. Alright. I think we're ready.
Are they all on?
Can you guys hear us? Sorry, I have like a loud voice. I don't even know that I need this thing. Let's see. And then how do I throw it up on here?
Wait.
Is that one not on?
I don't know.
Oh,
it
it
is.
is.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
we're
just not lit.
live. Hello.
Wow.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to True Cosplay Crimes. We are She Prop. We are a group that exists mostly on Facebook, sometimes on Discord, and we exist for women, trans people, non-binary people, people of marginalized genders, to share craftsmanship tips, to share their victories, to sort of, talk about cosplay and making in a safe space where there's a little less judgment, it's a little less rude, it's not quite the RPF. You're not going to have people just sort of being mean to you because you didn't do the thing the way that they thought you should do it. It's a very supportive community, and as long as you meet aforementioned descriptions, you can totally join. We've got everybody from brand new people that have never made a cosplay in their life, all the way up to professionals, all the way up to crown champions. So we're really great. And if you're interested in joining, you absolutely should. And we can give you guys information on that later. So we're going to. Yes, dear.
My favorite thing about Sheeprop is if you're shy, you can just use the search function, and somebody has probably asked the question you have, and you can read everyone's advice from the past.
Yes, exactly. So first things first, just to kind of like get a feel for the room. Raise your hand if you've never made a mistake. All right.
How dare you?
Don't worry, you're young.
Yeah.
All right, raise your hand if you have a cosplay you are 100% happy with. You wouldn't change anything about it. Every step went well. Every bit of that process was perfect, and wow, everything about it's amazing. Like even just one cosplay, just one. No, wouldn't change anything about the process even. We get to wouldn't change about it once you're done. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
Awesome, cool.
There's a
So
difference.
this is great because that means that we're all criminals in here. A cosplay crime is when you've misused supply, maybe on purpose, maybe on accident. You've made a big mess of something. You've broken something on the con floor. Really, anything that makes you go, oh my god, about this hobby is a cosplay crime. So hi, I'm Officer Jenny. You guys are all going to jail. It's going to be great. That being said, let's do some introductions real quick. I think that's you, Lynn.
Oh, I'm starting.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Lunar Lynn. I've been cosplaying for 14 years now. I love competition and craftsmanship cosplay. I compete a lot. I just won the Chicago Regional at C2E2 in April. Yay! And I'm going. Part of today's thing is me admitting some crimes I committed on that very costume. So, yay!
Yay, welcome. All
Hi, my
right.
name's Abby.
Yep. Go for it.
My handle is thatsocosplay. That's.so.cosplay. I've been cosplaying for cons since like 2016. A little bit before then. And my approach to cosplay currently is kind of work smarter, not harder. Like sometimes I'll make a costume completely and put it in a contest, like the still suits. But a lot of times it's like a 50-50 bought, made, or bought something and upgraded it in ways, because you can find more joy in not making everything.
Definitely.
Hi, I am Evie Cosplay. I started cosplaying back in 2019. I enjoy competing. I like making craftsmanship builds, and right now I'm trying to make things of materials that people would have used at the time. Easier for historical stuff and Vikings than cyberpunk, but we try. That's about it. I enjoy craftsmanship as well and competing, and I think it's fun. And I love the Sheeprop group because I have asked so many stupid questions in there, or just like, I have no idea how to make this, what would you guys do? And I've gotten some great advice, so I always appreciate that.
That's awesome. Yeah, honestly, Sheeprop is just so great. It's made me a better maker as well. I'm Battle Angel Cosplay. You can call me Brianna. I couldn't tell you how long I've been cosplaying because I went to my first Dragon Con in 1994.
Holy crap!
That's
amazing.
I'm not old, but my cosplay career is. And I started out. My dad also likes to make stuff, so I started out just sort of like helping him glue things onto things. And then when I got to be like 6 or 7, I was like stitching sequins in place, and I've just sort of grown from there. I do a little bit of professional work. I used to do a little bit of film work. I recently, am very proud of myself, completed a From Software sponsored Elden Ring armor for the new DLC for Kai Cenat to stream with. And it took me, my deadline was 8 days, so I finished in 6 so that we would have time to do fittings. And that's the biggest, craziest thing I've done to date. Very proud of me. And so, that being said, now we're gonna get into our stories. do as we say, not as we do. We're going to talk about some unsafe things and some stupid things, and I'd really like to emphasize that they're stupid and they make for good stories. But I want you guys to protect your health. I want you to learn from our mistakes and our bad choices. And if you've ever got questions about whether something is safe or not, or how to protect yourself better when you're using a material, guess what? Ask in Sheeprop. So we're going to start off with petty crime. These are little things. Maybe it's like this one bad habit you have. And so for me, I don't have a picture of it. Honestly, my petty crime is time management and planning ahead. And today I'm actually, so I'm Officer Jenny because we're all criminals, but I committed a crime with this, and that is that I bought this wig on Amazon like a week ago, and I took it out of the bag for the first time like 2 hours ago. I really like wigs. It's one of my favorite parts of cosplay, but man, I really did myself wrong today.
Okay, so this was one of my petty cosplay crimes on this one. I made a Renaissance Fair Mercy. That was really fun. But my petty crime on this one was not thinking about the fact that I was going to be outside in the summer and I was going to be sweating. And I 3D printed some little bangles and I painted them. And guess what? You spray paint and then you sweat. Paint all over my arms, paint everywhere. So my petty crime here is I did not seal or finish my costume. And I made an absolute mess out of myself. So do as I say, not as I do. Do put a clear coat on things. That will help. There are a lot of excellent ones out there.
All right, next up.
Oh man. Okay, so this is just an example of a problem I've had for years, and it's something I'm getting much better at, but it's forgetting parts of my costume.
Oh no.
I went around a really full day in this Zelda that I love so much. Do you notice what's missing?
Apron?
A crown?
Yep.
Oh no!
Yep, that's like a really distinct Hylian feature. No ears, and like I even like paid for a shoot. Okay. Yep. Yep. That wouldn't have been as painful if that hadn't happened. So, but I was just that was it for me. That was in 2021. I was like, that's it. Forget this. I'm gonna start making comprehensive lists like of all my costumes of like what goes with that costume. I'm gonna put them in bags together and put them with the costume, whether it's like in a box or in its garment bag, and I'm gonna have lists and I'm gonna do better. Cause I was like, if I'm gonna like compete in a really big thing one day, I don't wanna mess this up. So make lists if you're like me and you have trouble forgetting things like at home hundreds of miles away. Yeah, make lists, do yourself the favor, and now I feel much better about things. But I used to like literally it was just like something I always did. I forgot stuff all the time.
I forgot my pants on Friday.
Oh no!
I was Serana, and then I had to go to the closest store and buy some leggings because I legitimately had no pants.
Okay, to be fair, I still like I may not forget parts of my costume now, but I always forget like wig caps or like some other thing that is just such a simple thing to not forget. So
I
no,
forgot
I'm
hair
still
ties
bad,
this
but
time. No hair ties. No way to pull
oh
my hair out
no!
of the way.
If I don't have a hair tie, I will riot.
I really have. I've been struggling.
I have to have a hair tie and my chapstick.
There you go.
Oh, okay, thank you. I have some friends that are 2 doors down from us, and like I just kind of like came to the door and I was like,
yeah,
no.
do you need a hair tie?
Yeah. All right. This was my. Oh, right. Abby, your petty crime.
One of my petty crimes is bringing cosplay to work with me. And,
Oh,
like,
to work
my
on it?
downtime at work,
Oh,
you
no,
know,
that's
when nothing's
kinda-
busy.
that's
I'm
kinda
doing hand sewing something and gluing something. Yeah.
The
I could,
ultimate
As
friend.
often as I can.
Yeah.
Anything that's hand sewing, I'm like, I would rather do that on the clock than waste my time at home doing that.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, now we're going to talk about things that should send us just straight to jail. Unrecoverable mistakes, horrible ideas, just bad choices everywhere. All right, okay, cool. So I'll start this one off. This is my 02 cosplay, and I made it while that show was still airing. I was so excited about that character, and I was getting ready to go to a convention, and I had not worked with EVA foam before. And so this was 2018, so you could get EVA foam, but you would have to like order it online and wait like weeks for it to come in. And again, the con was coming up soon, the show was still airing. So I bought just like craft foam sheets at Michael's, and I put it together so like little like 2mm craft foam sheets. And so I think there's like 6 sheets stacked together for all of this, which was annoying. But what's more annoying is that her armor is really like slick and glossy, and it's really, really hard to do that, especially on foam that's cheap. So again, new to foam smithing, so I had decided I was going to just do red Plasti Dip to save time. And I didn't think about the fact that like Plasti Dip kind of has a texture to it, and it's by definition matte. It's one of its qualities. They do actually have like a glossifier top coat now, but I don't know that they did back then.
It peels.
Oh no. So I got it on there. I really, really wanted it to be perfectly smooth. Couldn't get it to be smooth, and so I started going on the internet, and I was like, oh wow, you can use like naphtha or like mineral spirits, like really, really intensely strong chemicals to smooth it out. And and so I'm sitting here and I was like, oh, I could use this to like maybe like wet sand it and get it shiny and get it smooth. That's a good idea. That should totally happen. And it turns out that stuff will actually eat through nitrile gloves. So I melted gloves to my hands, decided to just keep going because I was at that point where I was like, if we're in this, we've got like 4 days, let's go. It was a disaster. And on top of that, like I wasn't wearing appropriate PPE. I was doing it in a place with bad ventilation, and in my husband's words, yeah, dude, crimes everywhere, so unsafe. In my husband's words, Plasti Dip smells like chemical blue cheese.
Ew.
So please wear a respirator, even if it's just for the fact that it's really unpleasant. And also the other thing about this that makes it a crime is, do you see these little like spine things?
Mm-hmm.
So those articulate. They look really cool when I'm like walking around and moving, but they also cover up the zipper of that suit. And
good design.
oh yeah,
Did you
totally.
glue yourself shut?
No, it's so much worse than that. It's so much worse than that. And this hood is very back heavy. And I didn't really know much about attachments, didn't really know what to do there, so I had put little like elastic straps in the front of the hood, cut holes in the front of my suit, and ran those straps through inside of my suit to hook it into my bra to hold it and keep it from like falling back. But that means that going to the bathroom was like a whole production. And that wig was massive, and so to go to the bathroom I would have to take off all the little spines, have somebody unzip me, shimmy my shoulders out because the hood's still on at this point, and then unhook my bra, shift my bra forward, take off my wig so I could lift the hood up over my head to put it there, and then continue to shimmy out so that I could sit down and go to the bathroom, and then shimmy back in backwards that whole way. I couldn't get in and out of it without help. This is not a big enough armor set for that to be, there's no excuse for that. There's really no excuse. So just crimes all around.
Crime here, crime there.
Crimes everywhere.
Okay, so this is my Katarina cosplay that I made a couple of years back, and this one is straight to jail. For this particular one, obviously I did not have a fancy tattoo thing, so this is just eyeliner that I just put straight on myself there. It's not straight, but I'm kind of hiding it in the photo here. But my other big crime here is that I did not test any of this for movement. So I have these really cool like daggers on my legs, on sheaths on both sides. Those are attached with fishing wire. They're just like fishing wire looped around the pants there. So literally nothing about this one is done well. It's just kind of being held on with wishes, maybe a little bit of glue, some fishing wire.
Hot glue and hoe dreams.
Hot glue and hoe dreams, and we were going for it. And I am to this day scared to actually wear this to a convention. The only time I ever wore it was to a photo shoot, and the pictures came out great, but I would not make this again, and I would definitely actually movement test my items before I go.
But how will they know?
They won't know.
How will they know?
Not in the pictures. Instagram hides many crimes.
Instagram is not real life.
It is not.
So you got some pictures. So here's your pretty version. Here's your final product.
Yes. Okay, yeah, so I have worn this costume more than any costume I own. It is falling apart. It's been across the world. It's from Star Wars. I made it in 2015. Here, let's set the stage here. But by the way, this was like my retirement shoot, so this was like last year. That's how long I've been wearing it. But okay, 2015.
It was a different time.
It was a different time. I had never used many things before, like Warbler or foam or anything thermoplastic whatsoever, so I knew the basics, but I didn't know. So I bit off a bigger bite than I could chew. I entered this into Phoenix Comic Con. It was like May, and if you've ever been to Arizona, it's already blazingly hot. Just things go horribly wrong. Okay. So that's not my house. That is a hotel room.
Wow.
Oh no, you're zooming in. What is not pictured here are melted curtains, melted carpet. No, don't tell anyone. Okay, at least this is like almost a decade ago, so I'm not gonna get in trouble now.
Straight to
but-
jail. A statute of limitations.
Straight to jail.
Yeah.
I did get away with it, but like not really, like barely. It was a bad time. Bad decisions were made. I have a rule, at least with sewing. Like, if it's not done, don't take it to the con. Okay, we'll touch more on that later.
So you laid all of that hair in the hotel room?
I did,
That takes
yeah.
forever. I'm impressed.
Oh,
How long did you sleep at all?
I did not sleep.
Okay.
Okay, that's a bad mistake. You feel like junk the next day. You look bad. No, I did pull it off, but I pulled an all-nighter. I was running panels the day of the competition, so I was running back to the room, and like I hot glued those wefts down, and they held up, but it's not not great. I did get away with it, but I burned myself. I set stuff on fire. Well, okay, so the carpet. Okay, I was using something. I clipped something to the curtain to hold something so I could use a heat gun. Literally caught the curtain on fire. So I set the heat gun down on the floor, and then the carpet melted. Like this was so like, and then just like if you've worked with Warbler, it can burn you. So I did have like burnt fingertips. It was so painful, and I was running on 0 sleep.
Poor thing.
So just that was like the worst thing I've ever done. Do not do that.
Don't do that to
Just-
yourself.
Yeah, don't. It's bad, and it makes you not want to cosplay anymore, and you don't want that either. So, yeah, that's my tale of woe and warning. And don't destroy your hotel rooms either. That's not a good look. That's why some hotels don't like cosplayers. So that day I was not a good person. So, but it was 9 years ago. So.
I don't know if I have this picture.
I just texted you a picture.
Oh, shoot. All right, I'm going to throw it up here.
I'm gonna say my straight to jail is my first version of my Wonder Woman costume that I threw together in like the 3-ish weeks between seeing the 2017 Wonder Woman movie and then like Wizard World Chicago Con, and it was my first real project with the EVA foam, and I didn't know anything about proper glues also, and so we spent that whole convention like repairing my costume as we went. So one thing was that I made like boot cover kind of things myself out of EVA foam, like painted and covered them in Mod Podge, and then like strapping it around my leg, like I think I used hot glue maybe, and they just kept popping off all day because it was like shiny smooth stuff, and we were just duct taping them down over and over again. My poor spouse there was just on his knees. So that's the costume.
It's lovely.
It looks nice.
It
Thank
does.
you. Yeah, I am proud of like kind of the armor part of it. The top and bottom was very low on detail. I've remade it since then. But that skirt there also was like, I bought this like really thick kind of vinyl stuff that I was like, that's the exact right look. And then I found out it was too thick to sew. And I cut like all the layer pieces, like just like hers, all these cool layers, and they kind of overlapped a lot. And then I just hot glued them together. And
Question. Where did you get your crown and fan braces?
on
Did you
an
make those?
eBay site from in 2017.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I do still use those actually,
Nice.
the same exact ones. But the skirt of smooth vinyl held together by hot glue was not a strong enough glue, but luckily, the corset that I built it on held the skirt onto my body all day long until I then, like, when I took it off when we got home and undid the corset, like, it just fell, like, all individual pieces. I think
you
maybe
made it.
one of them during the day was kind of slipping out, and we had to duct tape it back in. But at least, like, the strength of the corset on my hips overlapped enough that the entire skirt hadn't fallen off of me during the day.
Almost the perfect trend.
Almost. I mean, except for all the time he was kneeling down fixing my shoes all day long.
All right, let's see. Oh. So now we get into the perfect crime.
Dun dun dun.
If you live a life of crime, eventually you start getting away with it. Learning from your own mistakes, learning from your friends' mistakes, and you do reach a point where sometimes, how will they know? How will they know?
How would they know?
Okay, so this is from the Katsucon Cosplay Met Gala back last year, 2023. I found out I could get to go to this convention like 3 weeks in advance, so I really wanted to participate in the event, and I did not have time to fully execute my vision if I did it right. I did not do it right. So instead of, draping and drafting, maybe building a boned bodice or a corseted base to use on a nice strapless gown and, cover me in the way that I would like to be covered and feel comfortable, I just ended up ripping apart something that I had bought on eBay and applying all of the fabric directly on top of it. Just directly on top of it. And it came off, I think, really nicely, but no part of construction of this gown was done correctly in any sense of the word. I had a friend who was like, hey, what are you doing? Can you tell me about your process? And I was like, yeah, anything you should have done, I did not do. So I just draped and drafted directly onto the bodice underneath that zips up, and then I kind of have a little fold over bit that pins, a little safety pin.
Love that.
And then I don't think anyone would know.
No, not at all.
Oh no.
Is this another Padme hair crime?
It is. I don't know why this keeps happening to me.
It seems like maybe she
Okay,
has
this
a
was
pattern.
from 2 months ago.
From your award-winning costume?
Yes. So, this costume that I made, it's the Queen Amidala red throne room gown that's kind of trumpet shaped. It just, like, I started it in 2018, and I would, like, work on it really hard for a few months, then shelve it, then work on it for a few months, then shelve it, and just, it felt like no matter how hard I pushed to try to finish it, I just couldn't get it done, and I couldn't get it done. And it came up to, like, when I submitted for C2E2, it was like solid 90% done. I was like, this is great, I can do it. Those last few things took me 3 months. It was insane. And up until, like, I'm in my Sailor Venus the day before the competition, and I'm like, why am I here? Why is it to this point? So yeah, I had that one last piece, and it was the whole bun thing that I still needed to wrap the hair around, and I was not gonna hot glue it this time. So I did the tacky glue method, but that has to dry, so I was like doing a side blow dryer. Doing a side. I mean, I spent hours on it between panels, and then I stayed up until like 3 a.m. I did get sleep, so that was an improvement, but like, I swore to myself I wouldn't do that. But I had to do it, and I did get away with it, so.
And then you
It's
just-
my perfect crime.
It
No
is.
one else
It's
knows
first
this
for
except you
nationals,
guys.
So yeah.
Yeah,
definitely
like,
perfect
and
crime.
I literally went into this just being like, this was my dream just to get into this competition. I was just so happy to be there. The win was such a shock because every single costume at that competition is a best in show somewhere. Like that, the stuff there just blew my mind. So it's very intimidating. I'm still very humbled. As I was walking off the stage in my head, I was like, I don't deserve it because I behaved so badly. But I'm really happy with how it turned out. It's finally done. I don't have to work on it anymore. And now I get to wear her, and she's a million degrees on, but
She's
I'm
beautiful.
happy.
Look
Yeah,
at her.
that is my epic, perfect crime.
Yay. Abby,
Yeah.
You got a
get
perfect
my
crime?
photo in there with the lights, maybe?
maybe.
So
I did not.
My perfect crime involves lights, and it's funny that I went to the lighting panel yesterday, and they basically warned me about the mistake I made last 2 years ago. So I made a Dalek Bell costume mashup 2 years ago, and the Daleks have little lights on their head. And I made little hair clips to go on my wig that like were a 3D printed case with little LED button lights, and they're remote controlled. So I was like, cool, I can turn them off and on with a remote, so I don't need actual access to the lights. And then I went ahead and super glued it into the case, and then found out that the batteries died between events. So then when I wore that costume like 5 more times over the next year, I proceeded to break open the case to replace the batteries, and then glued it back together. I never made a solution that was openable, even though I was going to be wearing them again. So like, yeah, five times in the last year, I perfected it to like, if I hot glued it and then just used a heat gun to slice through it,
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
it wasn't as painful.
It's better than the super glue.
Yeah, better than the super glue.
Yeah, sorry I don't have that picture up.
That's all right.
It's a beautiful gown. The whole thing is awesome.
Uh-huh.
All right, so I took these pictures here at Cosplay America last year. This is my Kamui Senketsu from Kill la Kill. This was like a dream build for me. This character, it takes a lot of body confidence to wear it, and but she's really intense. She's really unhinged. If you guys saw me running around like as Tinkaton, like I love bringing that energy to a character. It's so fun. Perfect. So at the time, I was working at a professional molding and casting company, making stuff for films. And so I worked in a shop where I had access to like every piece of equipment known to man. I had gotten really used to not having to think very much about my process because everything was just kind of automatic, right? So, you know, whatever power tool I needed, I had it, et cetera, et cetera. And so these little hair clip things are kind of hard to see. They're like pretty like glossy. They're really neat looking. They're not like, there's not a lot of detail to them in the show design. And so I wanted to make them really nice, and I was like, well, you know, like I don't have any other molding and casting in this, and I feel weird not having anything in here if that's the thing that I'm really focusing on right now. So I decided, okay, I'm gonna sculpt these, and I'm going to, you know, make a mold of them, and then cast them in resin, make them really, really cool, and let them be something that I can be proud of. That's like for me, almost like a little Easter egg. Like these little things on my head took longer than all the rest of the costume, right? And so I didn't consider the fact that I didn't have like a vacuum chamber or a pressure pot at my house, and I was doing these at my house, not at work. And so I tried to make a silicone mold and didn't think about that at all. And so my first attempt at making the mold was like a total fail. This is actually the finished one. It was absolutely terrible. There were bubbles all over the surface. It had like a minor like curing inhibition on the surface. And so I had to start over, which was fine. So when I started over, I thought about, you know, silicone, it's really thick, right? And so the problem is it gets a lot of bubbles in it when you mix it in, and the bubbles were what was causing that like bad surface. So I get it there, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try and like pour from like a really high like angle. I'm gonna just do everything I can, just get it as smooth as possible, and I'm just gonna pray. And then of course there were still bubbles, and this thing takes like 12 hours to cure, right? And so I'm sitting there and I'm like tapping the side of it, and I'm like, come on bubbles, come on, just rise to the top, just come on out, just rise to the top. And I really like didn't know what I was gonna do, and it's, you know, maybe like 30 minutes after I poured it at this point, and so I start like frantically going through the internet, right? Like Googling like how to get bubbles out of silicone without a vacuum chamber, how to get bubbles out of silicone without a pressure pot. And what I came across was that a lot of agitation, right, like a whole lot of movement will eventually, over several hours, get the bubbles out. And I didn't have like a professional vibrating table or anything, but I did have a bedroom assistant, a personal massager that plugged into the wall. So I took some duct tape and I duct taped the mold box to a table, and I took the massager and I duct taped it to the table, and I plugged it into the wall, and I hit the on switch, and I closed my eyes and I gritted my teeth and I walked out of the room. And for 12 hours my entire house just and it came out great. Like, this surface is lovely. Like, look at it. It came out, it worked great. Because I care about my safety, I lost a friend that day. I did a murder because that is now a permanent shop tool. It does not get, yeah.
Ingenious.
Thank you. Honestly, really proud of myself. A vibrating table is thousands of dollars, but an IKEA table and an assistant is under 200. So that is my perfect crime, and we also have a little bonus moment.
This is again me reminding you that you should test your costume for motion. This is a Zelda, and honestly, it's not that complicated. I thought I'd make the little armored so I could put my arms up and down. No, I could not. And this amazing shot is because my photographer caught me mid-shoot when it actually broke. That is a live reaction shot that I loved so much. I was like, can that be one of the final ones? And I'm obsessed with it. It's one of my favorite cosplay photos of all time. But do remember to see if you can lift your arms up and down. And
Mobility is important.
mobility is so important.
And so that's our crimes. And now one of my favorite parts of this little panel is that I know that you guys all have a story. You've all got something that you've harmed yourself with. So if anybody's got a crime they've committed, it's time to come share.
I can be your little micro.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
I'm gonna need someone in the audience though.
Who's got a crime?
I do have more if we have silent.
All right.
Full petty crimes.
Oh, I have more. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
and actual crimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of them.
I've never admitted this to pretty much anyone, but I like make little cute crochet anime dolls, and sometimes if they have like really complicated parts, I'll like hot glue them. And I had a hot glue gun. I did not have like one of those silicone mats. I had it on my plastic table, and I was letting it heat up. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get a snack because you know it takes forever. So I leave for like 5 minutes, and when I come back, I smell like plastic, and I'm like, well, what's going on? And I look at my table, and the hot glue gun's like on its side, and there's like a scorched mark around the hot glue gun, and it's like watery and smells like disgusting. So I like air out my room. I ended up cleaning it up. You can't tell where it happened, but just unplug your glue gun. I don't care if you're gone for 5 seconds or 5 hours. Unplug the glue gun. Don't be like me. I ended up getting away with it, but you know, don't burn your house down.
I forgot to unplug my glue gun last night actually, and I came back from the gala and just straight up panicked when I saw it. Yeah.
See, sometimes even
Didn't
if
tell you.
You've been doing this a while, you still just forget.
Sometimes it just
But,
happens.
man, some of those hot glue guns are like high heat, and they can be actually very dangerous. So.
Yeah.
All right, so I was a teenager back in the 90s. I'm old, it's okay. And we didn't have a lot of the wonderful materials we do now. And I was cosplaying a vampire. And I made little clay teeth. And I Elmer glued them into my mouth.
You said clay teeth?
Don't ever, this is my child. Learn from my mistakes. And we were at the dentist after that weekend.
But did you look good in your costume?
Officer Jenny's here for you. Yes.
She's like, I'm doing it. You made it.
Alright, here we go. For the crimes of self-harm, wildly inappropriate use of adhesive, or what kind of clay was that? It can't have tasted good.
Was this just for a test, or did you actually wear it with a costume?
Did you actually wear it with the costume?
I did, and they stayed on.
Well,
Straight to jail. Alright.
So I have a cosplay crime I'd like to admit to, and it's really more just embarrassing than anything else. So, pre-judging the Crown Championships of Cosplay 2022, I have my Dawnbringer early. I have these beautiful big wings, and they light up. Except I had not thoroughly inspected it after it had traveled from North Carolina to Chicago. And when I turned on my lights for pre-judging, for a little aha oomph moment for the judges, and they're like, wow, it lights up. And then Tris Rex is like, hey, is there a smoke effect? No, they were on fire.
oh my god.
Thankfully, I don't think I got docked points for that, but I did have to go get those fixed, and I was horribly embarrassed. So check that. Don't do that. Straight to jail. Thank you.
Straight to jail. Straight to jail. Here we go. All right, now we're gonna have somebody else pass the mic around because Evie's in jail.
Somebody please come admit to a crime so I can get out of jail.
So I have a small thing that I used to, it's not really a big deal, but it's just kind of like a I've improved situation. I used to make a lot of Sailor Moon fuku or like anime school uniforms, and I would just get lazy and hot glue the bows on to the front or whatever. And I mean, it worked, but I live in Arizona, and literally, if you go outside to do a photo shoot, if it's over 100 degrees, it does melt off. So anything that I ended up hot gluing earlier, if I decide to wear it again, I would have to, you can remove hot glue. I like to do like a paper towel or like a cotton, and you can iron it with, like press it with an iron from the other side, and the hot glue will come off onto your scrap, and you can replace it with a snap or a pin or something more proper than something as temporary as hot glue. So, fun tip.
Okay, I have a kind of scary one. Like, at least it was scary for me. So when I was getting really into this show called Hunter x Hunter, me and my friends really wanted to cosplay the two main characters, Kilo and Gon. And I had a separate friend offer to make me a cosplay for Gon, which is like, oh, that's so nice of you. And when it came in, the weird skirt pants situation, because we couldn't find any shorts, but we did find this like skirt thing that she was gonna like try and alter. It was too small, so I ripped it. I ripped it down so I didn't tell her because I felt bad. So I ripped it down where the zipper was, and then I added some more panels in, and this is before I was at all good at sewing. So I panicked and I went to I asked my mom to go take me to Michael's to get me some fabric tape. So it was just a bunch of fabric tape and this really off-green color, and it still didn't stay. So I had to go off and rip a zipper off of an already working skirt and sew it on.
No.
It somehow stayed together, but the scary part was that because I had made it too big at this point, I had to safety pin it to basically, I'm not gonna say it, an undergarment. So when I took it off, I had blood kind of around my waist area because some of the safety pins had stuck into my skin. Oh. Yeah.
Straight to jail.
Yes. Straight to them.
Straight to the hospital.
Yeah.
That thing stays in my closet. I'm never touching it again.
I'm so glad we have so many criminals. This makes me happy.
We're in good company today.
All right, so a much more minor crime. So in 2016, we were going to go to our first convention, decided that we wanted to cosplay. Knew very, very little about making cosplay, but Sword Art Online was popular, so I started working on a Klein cosplay for my husband. Even in 2016, I'm sure everyone knows that there were EVA foam tutorials online. There was, instructions on how you should actually use this.
I am nothing if not stubborn to do the wrong thing.
So you're not an accessory to the crime?
Oh, he was an accessory.
I think he was a victim. He might have been a victim.
But instead of looking up these tutorials and trying to figure out how to do stuff, we're like, okay, craft foam can be used to make armor. I understand that. But we need to shape it. How do we shape it?
Chicken wire.
And he insists it has to be chicken wire. So we go to Lowe's, and we start looking at the various chicken wire that's available, and I'm like, okay, so that really light stuff, we could shape that. And he's like, no, that wouldn't hold well enough. We need to get the half-inch square mesh, you can barely bend it, chicken wire. And that's really hard to cut, so we need to go get some real good metal shears to cut the chicken wire.
I still use those occasionally.
I mean, I'm sure they're very durable. I'm sure
Yeah.
they look great.
This costume never got finished, but we do go back to our apartment. I start trying to trim chicken wire into the shape of a breastplate.
Oh, man.
And I don't know what glue to use, so I'm trying to school glue EVA foam onto chicken wire. And I do know you have to seal it, so I'm trying to use my hair dryer to like seal the foam with heat sealing. None of this is working. The school glue is peeling off because now it's hot. So yeah, that we did not cosplay at that convention.
Oh man, yeah.
Well, you made it.
Sounds
You
like
made
a
it.
good time.
If we're gonna tell stories about each other.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, a criminal mastermind duo. It's Bonnie and Clyde.
I mean, it's fairly minor, mostly funny. Is at an end of this past year, she forgot to bring any shoes besides her heeled thigh-high boots for one of her costumes.
Oh.
And apparently, in downtown Raleigh, nowhere actually has shoes. We went through multiple Targets and dollar stores before we eventually found somewhere that sold flip-flops.
Oh,
Yeah,
too
that's
extreme,
awful.
right?
I'm telling you,
Flip-flops
forgetting
and
stuff
high
is
highs.
really bad.
It really is. Make lists.
Yeah, make lists.
My wife and I were doing a Hook and Smee cosplay, but kind of mashed with the underwater aesthetic from like anyway, regardless, so we built a big chin prosthetic for Hook. We were doing a big old plumed hat. We had the mustache and everything was great. We hadn't tested the makeup well enough to know that the adhesive we had for the mustache that we'd made didn't take. But because we've been cosplaying for a while, we always have super glue on us. So I super glued a mustache to my face.
Did it look good?
Oh, it photographed beautifully. I mean, I could
Perfect
smell
crime. How
things
will they
from
know?
2 miles away. Like, it cleared my sinuses. But do not do it.
Did it remove skin?
Okay, so next allergy season.
Luckily, at that point,
got
this
it.
was Dragon Con in Atlanta. We were at the aquarium, so like I sweated enough that by the time it was time to come off, it kind of helped release. But no, it was not a pleasant removal experience.
So back in 2010, I did X-Men Emma Frost.
So cool.
So along the lines of using not appropriate adhesives to skin, I used rubber cement to affix the gemstones to my face, and particularly to my eye and around my eye socket. And
I'm so stressed right now.
I can see now, so I didn't permanently damage anything, but I was just like, my eyes got very puffy, and I toughed it out for the con. This was AWA 2010, so it was warm, and I got a headache because the glue fumes were so close to my sinuses and everything. And it wasn't just like a few here and there. It was from like this part of my face was the only part of my face that didn't have rhinestones. And I also made prosthetics that had rhinestones all over it too. So I had a good chunk of rhinestone prosthetics on the back of my hand, my arm, all over. So I was like still proud of those prosthetics.
I'm so upset for you.
But
honestly.
I kind of broke out also from the rubber cement being all over my skin. So,
I want to tell you guys that this is Gigabyte Cosplay, and she's won like a lot of awards, and she's made literally hundreds of cosplays.
I mean, only
So
400.
we all make
Plus.
mistakes clearly, and it turns out that the more cosplays you do, the more crimes you commit. Gosh, I've never heard.
Oh no, I have a lot. There's another crime back in 2009. I made a mask, and I was, well, it's more like a helmet. I made a helmet for a friend that it was like a bear helmet from Soul Eater, like the friend of Justin Law in it, if anybody still remembers Soul Eater. So I made because in the manga, he has this big, massive teddy bear masky head thing. So I was just like, oh yeah, I can totally found the perfect fabric and everything to make it. But my friend was like, I want it to be durable. And I'm like, all right, I can make it durable. So, yeah, I know you're cringing already. So I take a bike helmet, and then I build a wireframe around the bike helmet, and then I paper mache over the wireframe, and then I put Bondo on it. And then I put the fabric, I sand down the Bondo to make it nice and smooth, because he wanted it durable. And then it ended up weighing 15 pounds, and my friend wore it for 10 minutes and decided to yeet it into the trash.
I was gonna ask, like, how much did he pay his chiropractor, but it sounds like he made a good decision.
I mean, yeah, he was just like, this is really cool, I love it. And then he's like, I can't wear it because it's too heavy, and then cussed me out for it because it was too heavy. I was like, you wanted it durable, but he tried it on before I added the fabric and said it was fine, but yeah.
So, me and my friends have committed a lot of cosplay crimes. I will start with my friends. You don't know about this, don't look at me like that.
Guilt by association.
So one of my old friends really liked Steven Universe, and she really wanted to cosplay one of the gems. I forgot which gem, but it was one of the gems that had the gem in their forehead. So she Elmer's glued. No, it didn't stay. But she used Elmer's glue to glue a gem from Amazon to her forehead, and it was one of the gems that had like the silver backing, like silver paint backing. So she had a silver mark on her forehead. She did this before I knew her. And she just like showed my group a photo of it. It's like, I had this silver mark on my forehead for like a month. So that was my friend's crime. And then for me, the first crime I can think of is that stop looking at that, please. For the Renaissance Fair, I wanted to cosplay, like, I wanted to do a steampunk-esque cosplay. So we bought this, like, red jacket dress thing from Amazon, but the fabric was, like, plastic, so I could not wear it. And I tried to wear it outside, and it felt like it was melting. It wasn't, but it felt like it, so I didn't wear it. So don't buy that from Amazon.
Natural fibers are great, they breathe. We got a crime up in the front.
We do.
We've got 2 crimes up in the front.
2 crimes up in the front. I think after these 2, we're gonna have to cut it off because we do have like just some little closing notes for you guys. Please share your crimes.
I just want to do a real quick hand raise of a small petty crime. Do any of you steal little things from work for cosplay, like paper clips or gloves or pens or markers? You print stuff at work instead of using your own printer. Yeah, it's a benefit of the job.
Oh, wow, that's really loud. So I did a cosplay of a character from Hell of a Boss, which they have like red face, and I didn't know anything about makeup, so I used eyeshadow to paint my whole face and my neck red, which looked interesting at best. But I had a white button-up shirt because that's how the character looked. And it was like my actual button-up shirt that I had for everything. And when I took it off, after I took all of the makeup off, which by the way took so long because I used like makeup wipes with eyeshadow on my, it was horrible, horrible stuff. I took the shirt off and it looked like someone was murdered. No. Like the whole shirt, the whole neck was like red and till now, I managed to take all of it, most of it off, but till now there's still like a bit of red on it, so I can't really wear it anymore except for this cosplay.
I was neon pink yesterday, and then for the gala, I transitioned to like red on the front of my face, and I sealed my makeup a little too well, so it took like 4 washcloths to get it all off. And there's like an actual crime scene in my bathroom upstairs right now. It's so bad. Yeah, totally. I'm definitely not feeling really raw and sore and painful right now. It's fine.
Extra red.
All right, these are crimes I committed when I was in college. So these are both related to Soul Eater. Yeah. So, you know, I cosplayed Medusa because I like villains, right? And she has those tattoos, those snake tattoos that go up her arm. What is makeup? Why not use acrylic paint?
I literally used to do my queen on my doll and makeup. Why did you do this?
Yeah, so I used acrylic paint to paint those, so like, you know, you scrubbing that off and get hair coming out and all that good stuff because it's like stuck to your hair and it's not good for your skin. Thankfully it didn't break out or anything, but yeah, don't use acrylic paint for your fake tattoos. And then the other one, I did Dr. Frankenstein, and he has that friggin' chair that he rolls around in, right? So I found like a really cheap chair online, but it wasn't black, it wasn't silver, it was black, right? So, but I hadn't painted it yet, so at the hotel, I was sitting outside with spray paint this stupid chair.
Everybody walking past is like, what?
It's like, it's dark outside in the middle of Atlanta.
Can't even see what she's doing.
This is like, okay, so everybody knows MomoCon. This is like when MomoCon was at a college, because when I was in college, it was at a college, okay?
The Georgia Tech Momo.
Yeah, I was Dr. Frankenstein, and I was rolling around in the chair, right? But the chair I painted the day before at the hotel in the dark outside with spray paint on the side.
So bad.
Oh yeah, and then I had to touch it up, so I didn't want to bring it back outside, so I went outside, spray paint into a cup, and then brought it back when they were painted it on the chair.
That's ingenuity, though.
Honestly.
Hey man, at least I didn't spray it in the room, okay?
I was about to say.
All right, so we're just about finished here, but I do want to make some closing remarks because, like I said before, you do also learn from your mistakes. Crimes were committed, mistakes were made, so just like, does everybody have like maybe like one little word of wisdom, something you've learned from your life of crime?
Lynn, do you want to start?
I should say, I feel like I've already touched on some of my personal rules, and I do break them, and I really, really try not to. Extenuating circumstances, but generally, if you have to bring your sewing machine to a hotel room, save it for another con.
What if you bring your sewing machine just in case?
No,
different.
no, bring it. No. If you have to do that much sewing, like I'm quite often sewing snaps in a hotel room. Like that's always.
I didn't have my gallery.
Or have friends sew my snaps for me. But if you have to bring out your literal sewing machine, just save it for another con. There will always be another con. That is miserable. You don't want to spend your convention time in your hotel room sewing feverishly. Like that will burn you out. I've been there. Just do yourself a favor and don't do it. That's like one of my #1 rules. And then like really seriously make lists. I'm a list maker. It really like of your costume supplies so you don't forget anything, because that's also not fun when you've worked really hard on something and you forgot some big part of it. Everyone does it, but I live by my lists now. I run panels on safety, and there's a lot of stuff going on in this room that I'm like, ooh. But yes, read the labels of the materials you're using and check that if they're toxic or non-toxic. And even if it's, like I use a lot of E6000, it's very toxic. I stay away from Bondo. I use a lot of rubber or contact cement, even things that just put off the lightest of fumes, like even sealing EVA foam. If you're using a heat gun on plastics, that puts off toxic fumes. And don't just wear like a dust mask. You need to invest in an actual respirator. They're not that expensive. You change the filters out, depending on what kind of filters you have, every few months, or if you use it for a certain number of hours. Just do yourself a favor. You have one set of lungs, one set of eyes, one pair of hands, and you need to take care of yourself. So please use proper safety.
Absolutely.
My advice would be test things before you use them. Any like new materials, test what glue you're gonna use. Any makeup, paint, anything going on your body, test that ahead of time. Just take the extra time to find out if your costume is gonna fall apart before you actually spend all the time making it.
I will add on to that one. That was going to be my tip because I was thinking of it just now. But I, at this point, wear my costumes to do chores around my house before I start, before I actually wear it to a convention. So I will be unloading the dishwasher dressed as whatever. So that this doesn't happen to you. At this point,
doing my finishing touches of my cosplay while I'm wearing around the shoes I'm supposed to wear in that cosplay.
that's a good tip as well.
Yeah.
But wear your costume. Try to finish it a couple weeks in advance, wear it around, walk around, do normal things. Maybe don't go to the grocery store. But that way, when you do actually go to the convention, things will hopefully not be falling off of you because that is going to degrade your convention experience, and it kind of sucks.
Yeah. So my advice is actually what my New Year's resolution was this year, and it's something that has made my life a lot easier, and I've done like a pretty good job of sticking to it. I made 2 New Year's resolutions. And it was kind of like the all-encompassing one was like stop burning myself out with cosplay.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
So step number 1 was get comfortable with pre-made costumes. Yep. If it's not a competition piece, I don't have to make it. And I really only need to make it if it's something I want to wear that doesn't exist yet.
I totally still buy costumes.
Yeah,
for
this was
like,
gifted to me. Like this officer
Yeah.
Jenny was literally like a friend of mine. Like
It's
bought it
legit
at
cosplay.
like
Yeah.
Cosplay FM
It's
or
so fun.
something, and it's so cute. I am so comfy right now. Like it's the perfect Sunday outfit.
Yep.
And so the second part of that New Year's resolution was to not crunch out a competition piece to participate in a certain competition, right? Not say, I'm going to compete in that, so I'm going to make and finish a costume for that, and instead to wait to submit to a competition after something is finished and I'm happy with it.
That's way too smart.
Honestly,
Honestly, so smart.
I actually, the thing I competed in this time around was not actually something that I was planning on competing in. The thing I wanted to compete in, I wasn't happy with it. I wasn't finished with it. And like 2 days before the con, I was like, oh wait, didn't I promise myself I was not going to compete in something that I wasn't done and finished with? So I ended up changing last minute, and it made for a much better convention
I did the same
experience.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I had so much more fun.
We
that
weren't
way.
the only ones either. It was like a bunch of us.
Yeah,
I heard it was
it was like half the
This is a
competitors
bunch of
ended
us,
up
yeah.
changing their mind.
It's okay. Mental health is important.
Mental health is important.
And physical health.
Just say no to Con Crunch.
Yeah.
Just say no.
Yeah, just say no. So
Thanks
you
for
guys
coming,
so
guys.
much for coming. Yeah. If you want to check out Sheepdog, you can literally just look it up on Facebook. It's a Facebook group. Click to join. There's a couple questions that you answer, and just don't be a jerk. It's a really fun place to be. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was so fun.
I saw you guys at C2 in your suits, and I was like freaking out. And then we were seeing each other, but I'm like, is it I have a workshop at 1, but are you going to be around? Or are you going to be well, I follow you online, so where do you guys live? Chicago. Oh, Chicago. Okay. How about you? Arizona. But I come out here all the time, so I'm around.
Yeah, we'll definitely try to.
You guys are
talk
Star
about
Wars
it. Yeah, we kind of do a little of every fandom.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've done Rey and Kylo Ren and Leia and Han Solo. And also we have these like Star Wars mashup ball gowns that we wore at C2.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
awesome. You have your both. Yeah.
So yeah.
Alright.
Oh, right up.
You guys got your presents already, right?
Like, no, your
Or what?
Yeah.
The rulers? Yeah. I love it. I love mine.
Alright, hey guys. Got our normal 10-minute delay while we set things up. Oh yeah? What? Alright.
picture. I've saved it to my Firefox, so I'm gonna pull it up on my website my computer when I get home. Thank you. Is there power up here by chance? Can y'all hear me also? Like, okay, because like I can just like dispense with the microphone. I'm just like a really loud individual. Briefly a theater kid, so I know how to project. And I have some like caveats to this presentation. I don't really need it, but just in case. I had a different idea of what this presentation was going to be like than what it ended up being. Oh, it's right here. Thank you so much. It said it was a demo, but like I'm on a sewing machine. So I can't actually demo, and that's okay. Like I was planning to pre-bake some stuff to just show you, but I feel like without seeing me actually do it, some things are gonna be hard to really demo without a sewing machine. So hopefully I can just talk you through it. I'm pretty descriptive. We'll even see how much we can accomplish in the hour. But I'm gonna talk first about general advice on reading patterns that I have found over time. Typically when I make a costume, and actually let me introduce myself first, I'm just talking. View. How do I do it? Here we go. My name is Emily. I go by So Angry online. On Instagram it's so.angry. On Twitter it's so_angry. X, whatever. And this is my hasty guide on how to interpret sewing patterns that you buy from commercial. We're talking like Simplicity, McCall's, Berta. I'm not talking about things that you get on Etsy that somebody made. That's a whole other ball game. I can't help you with that. They can help you with that though. So message them. So I'm talking about McCall's. I prepared a lot for this panel I bought a pattern, I looked at it, I looked at some of my old patterns that I've used. Talked to a lot of professionals and seasoned hobbyists about using commercial patterns, and you know what they all said, and I was like, hey, what's your advice for reading a pattern? And they were just like, man, I don't fucking know. Like, I just do it a lot. A lot of them, you know, once the seasoned sewists, you know, respond to, I don't even read the instructions because they're worthless. I'm like, very helpful, guys, thank you. What I do typically when I'm making a cosplay, and here are some cosplays that I've made. If you don't know me, that's my credentials, I guess. I start with a pattern that is pretty close to what I want to make. Maybe the seams are in the right spot, maybe it's got the right sleeve style that I'm looking for, but I know I'm going to modify it, so it doesn't super matter. But I need to know how the pattern works to use it. I'm going to use it straight up the first time, so I need to know how to put it together. And then sometimes you can actually buy patterns, like Yaya Khan has a great line of costume patterns. Her bodysuit pattern is pretty good. I didn't pick a good pattern because like I needed it to be a little frustrating. But sometimes, like I made a Sea of Thieves costume. I wish I put a picture up. Actually, I have the pattern. I bought this pattern from Simplicity to make two things. I made Cassandra here, painted from this bodice. And then I made a Sea of Thieves costume, and it just had like a chemise, and I used the pattern for this undershirt to make it. And the reason my username is So Angry is because I was making that chemise, and I was so frustrated. I'm like screaming at the pattern from my craft room. My partner down the hall hears me just like, why would you do it that way? This doesn't make any sense. What do you mean? And it literally made me so angry. There's 3 layers to that sentence. I want y'all to appreciate that real quick. But anyway, I want to talk to you a little bit about my experience using a commercial pattern in case you have never used one and you just want a leg up, you want to get started. If you have used one and you were like, that was just like needlessly confusing and I didn't like it, that's pretty much the general universal experience though, so don't feel bad about that. Maybe you're using them and you just like feel a little unsure about the terminology. You know, you can Google some things, but there's like only so much. And I find that if you are reading a sentence and you have to Google 3 words in that 7-word sentence, you feel very discouraged. So I'm gonna try to help you out with that. Maybe you are okay on all that, but you're just like looking for some best practices for in-pattern modification. I'm hoping we can get to that. I don't know if we can, since this isn't the kind of demo I thought it was gonna be, but we can talk about it anyway. Maybe you just wanna make sure there isn't a better way. Maybe you're like, man, this experience really sucked, and I'm here to tell you, I'm validating your experience. Yes, it sucks. That is. Also, I'm very entertaining, so you can just like be along for the ride. So this is a pattern, I already told you about that. If you want to sew angry, use a commercial pattern. I bought this pattern as the demo. This is a hoodie. I bought it because I kind of want to make a hoodie. And I thought that it would be a good demonstration, because when I opened it up to check the instructions to see if it would be sufficiently confusing, there was a typo in the first set of directions. There's like 3 P's in the word upper, and I didn't get that far. I was like, perfect, let's do it. We're going. All right, so let's talk about some of the words that we're going to encounter in a pattern that are not in the normal. Yes? Oh, absolutely, yeah. I would share these slides publicly, but I don't know that they're going to be helpful on their own without me like yammering on in front of them. But if you feel like it's helpful to take a picture and then like make notes or something on your phone, go for it. So, because I didn't define these because I thought that would be a really boring slide. I'm just going to talk about it. So, interfacing. I've talked about this a lot of my panels. If you've been to them before, you heard me say interfacing is a notion. It is something that you buy that goes in your pattern. It goes in between your outer visible fabric, called the facing fabric, and the lining, the interior fabric. Some interfacings are nice, and you can just interface and not line it. Most of them, you're going to want to line it. You don't want that interfacing up against your body. There are a lot of kinds of interfacing. So you're actually going to go to the fabric store, and there's going to be a section for it. And it's kind of outside the scope of this to tell you what to use, but when you get a commercial pattern, it's going to tell you to get interfacing, and I'm going to show you all that here in a minute, and you're going to be like, which one? So I would talk to the people at the fabric store about that. They can probably help guide you, but generally you're going to pick your interfacing based on 2 things: the kind of fabric that you're working with and the kind of fabric you want it to be in the end. What kind of drape is it going to have? What kind of thickness? Is it going to be stretchy, non-stretchy? So just a couple things to think about. Nap is not what we're going to do instead of working on a pattern. Nap is when there is direction to fibers that come out of the fabric. Velvet has a nap. A nap is basically like it's going to go in one direction and not the other. Like, think about petting a cat. You know, you have a pet from the back up. It's going to move their fur and they're going to hate you. You pet from the top down and it makes it smooth. Corduroy has a nap. And so when you sew things with nap, it's important to know which direction the nap goes in, because it's going to affect how you lay your pattern out. So you want to know that nap is essentially the direction that you want your smoothness to be. So when it says with nap, it's in the direction you're petting the cat. All right? So pile is similar to nap. You can have pile without nap though. Carpet has a pile. Fur has a pile. Fur has a pile and a nap. Because fur is going to lay in a direction. There are some furs that are really short that just stick out and it doesn't matter. Looped fabric like carpet fibers are going to have a pile without a nap. And pile is just the height of how much that fiber sticks off its backing. See, some fur. Bolt, you see the word bolt, that is basically what the fabric comes on. It comes in multiple lengths, and that's going to be important for your pattern. So pay attention when you're picking your fabric out. How long is the bolt? Yardage is essentially how much fabric is coming off that bolt in yards. So fabric is just for whatever reason we do it in yards, and that's essentially 3 feet. Selvage are the ends of the fabric. They finish them in a special way to keep it from unraveling. And so the selvage is at the end and the yardage goes along the length, right? Hem and seam allowance. So that's going to be the distance between the cut edge and the stitch line. It is a hem when it's the end of the fabric, and it is a seam when it is in between pieces. I'll take a picture of that if you want to. But essentially, most commercial patterns are going to have a 5/8 inch seam allowance and hem allowance. The hem allowances will vary though, because like if you're making a pair of pants, they might give you a 1.5 inch hem allowance because they want that hem stitch to be real high up to make it look nice, like how hems do. So we'll be looking at that on the pieces, and it will tell you on every piece that you have what your hem allowance and what your seam allowance is. It should anyway. So we want to pay, that's going to be something you're going to pay attention to. And you're going to need to know what it means when you get there. Baste. What is basting? I got a whole screen for basting. It is a temporary joining of your material. It is not food. We want to take a nap and have some food, but we can't. We are basting. And basting is important. You can't skip it. If it tells you to baste, you need to baste. I would be impatient and not do it, but it's just one of those unskippable steps that you find out after you've skipped it enough times, and you're like, why does it look like shit? Pinning is technically basting, but you can also do a machine baste. A machine basting is done with the longest stitch your machine has. Machine basting is great when you have a straight seam, and your fabric is just like a little fiddly. You're gonna baste it, and sometimes you can like baste your zippers in a little bit. I hand baste. You're gonna hand baste it. You're gonna clip baste if it's a fabric you can't pin or is too thick, like leather or vinyl. Do you have another question, or are you just scratching your head? There is a kind of thread that you can use for basting, but honestly, you can use any thread that you want to that's gonna not make your fabric lay funny. So if you're using a really thin, lightweight fabric, you're just gonna use regular universal thread. You want it to be a bright, non-matching, high contrast color to what you're working with, because you're gonna remove it later. It is temporary. You wanna be able to get that bad boy back out. You need to be able to see it. But typically, I would say that basting thread is gonna be like a heavier weight, just to like hold it down. And your stitches are gonna be, especially by hand, they're gonna be pretty wide, and you're just gonna go in and out. I always hand baste my zippers. That is the only way to make them come out, because if you try to pin it, the pins make the fabric go like this, and that's just not gonna fly with a zipper. So that's what basting means. When it says baste, you're gonna be doing one of these. Some more things, there's ease and also ease. That's not confusing at all. In the context of the garment fit, we're talking about how much extra room you have. So if you have a jacket that you're making and it has 4 inches of ease, that means there's going to be 4 inches extra dimension of the circumference of your jacket than your body measurement is. If you want a looser fitting garment, you're going to have more ease. If you want a tighter fitting garment, you're going to have less or none. But then there's also an ease when you want to ease a piece of fabric in stitching in the context of the sewing directions. That is when you see this piece right here. There's more fabric here than there is on the lower one, right? But we need the notches to match. Like there's a notch here, there's a notch over there, and those are going to match, but there's way too much fabric over one. So we're going to ease this piece into that. And it's Google that, because you're going to want to watch somebody do it. But you're essentially going to make 2 basting stitches in the seam allowance of that piece, and then you're it's going to be like a mild gathering. These people here did a crappy job. I didn't want to use this picture, but it was the clearest picture I could find in the process. I would have smoothed that out a little bit more. I would get in there with my fingers and like make it like, because you essentially don't want it to be a gather or a pucker. You're just going to take a fabric that's going to have more fullness and join it to a less one. When would you do this? You're going to do it for shoulders, to get that good shoulder cap. You're going to do it for a back piece here, for a yoke. We can talk about a yoke right now. That piece back, that lower, the plaid gingham fabric, the yoke is that top piece. And so sometimes you're going to ease the yoke and the shirt piece together so that you have more fullness at your shoulder blades. We're going like this, but it's not real full of fabric up here at your shoulders where you want it to lay smooth. It just creates structure to your garment to allow for more movement and also looks nice. Does that make sense? Okay. Easing is like one of those things where it's like, it kind of like changes your life a little bit. A lot of times you'll see them at shoulder seams where this is gonna be a longer seam with the back piece than the front piece, and you just wanna ease it slightly. Easing to set in a sleeve, in a structured sleeve, is like the only way to go. So definitely watch some YouTube videos about how to ease. Facing, now I did just say that the fabric that faces out that you see is called the facing fabric, and that is how it is referred to in your patterns. But also facing is a piece that you sew into a garment that allows you to have a finished edge without a visible seam. It's this piece in the shirt you see at the top. Why didn't they just come up with different words for these things? I don't know. I wasn't there when they started. They didn't ask me. But a facing is also a piece that you sew into something like a collar or a cuff to turn it so that it lays smooth without a top stitch. A dart is that thing that you put in a body curve to bring in fabric so that you make like a little mountain out of your fabric that fits over body curves. A placket. I don't have a picture of a placket, I wish I did. I couldn't find a good high quality one. But it's basically if you have a button. Anybody have a button-up shirt on? Not a single person, that's crazy. If you have a button-up shirt, the placket is the thing that the buttons go on. You make like extra folds to make that. There's also plackets for buttons in your, like when you have sleeves here. So sometimes you'll see, like to make the placket, they're talking about the thing where the buttons and stuff go. Yeah. You could call that a placket, yeah. Kind of like a weird flap opening. I don't know that they would generally call that a placket, but some of them could. You know, that just be aware that placket is kind of where an extra fold of fabric is going to go for an opening. Button placket is the most common one, though. All right. So here we have some more terminology here. Grain and cross grain. Do y'all know what grain and cross grain is? That's a pretty basic standard one. Just like you have a warp and a weft. You made a face. Yeah, so grain is essentially, so you have the selvages here. The bolt is going this way. There's more fabric that way and that way, add and then some. Selvages are here. The grain is parallel to the selvage. The cross grain is perpendicular to the selvage. And generally when you lay out a pattern, you want to know what grain means because it's going to tell you to cut along the grain line. You're like, what? The what line? You want that line to match the direction of the grain. Okay? Cross grain is just the other way. Yes, sir? Uh-huh. Okay, it doesn't though. That is just the way it's like a twill. Yeah, it's got an angle, but the weave is still the same. It's just the way they're crossing each other makes a diagonal pattern. But no, it is not. The diagonal is on the diagonal. That's the next one. It's on the bias. You're going to essentially be 45 to that. Pattern. That is a weave pattern, and that's not the visible grain. Flip it over and look at the back, and you'll see. Probably should see. Oh, yes, it's still the same pattern, but you know, it is a little deceptive, but it's still going to be. You're going to get the selvages, and you're going to go parallel to the selvage, and cross grain is perpendicular. If you cut it on the bias is at the 45 degree. That is a very special cut that makes non-stretchy fabrics stretchy. If you've ever, I got some fabric here, let me see. It's not non-stretch fabric though, it's stretchy. We're just gonna pretend. So like, if you can't stretch it this way, and you can't stretch it this way, and you go along the bias, it'll let you stretch it. Because just of how the fibers come together. I can't explain it very well, but basically when you cut along the bias, it just allows for more stretch. If you have ever bought bias tape, that is basically strips of fabric that are cut on the bias, and you can turn it on a curve and it'll lay smoothly, because it just has a lot more give to it. It's not stretchy necessarily, it's just more wiggly, is the best way I can describe it, but it will take a curve and movement a lot better than a grain. If you're on the grain, it's basically, it is what it is. It is the length that it is. So pay attention to when it tells you to cut on the bias or on the grain, because that is going to affect how the fabric stretches and behaves once it's in the garment. If you are in a hurry or you don't have much fabric and you're like, all right, I'm going to cut, this shirt front this way, slightly on the bias, what you're going to find and hang differently. So then it's not going to come out well and you're going to be upset that you spend all this time making sure that is skewed. Stay Stitch. Stay Stitch is one of my unsung heroes. When it says to stay stitch, that is, and I wish we had time to do this in my seams practice panel, but I cut it for time. When you stay stitch something, it's essentially a pre-stitching. It is not basting. It's not going to be removed. It is a stabilizing stitch. And you're going to do it when you have curves. So if you're sewing on a curve, and that curve's going to be stressed out especially, or you're going to need to snip it, or it's like a sleeve and it's going to be a lot of stress on that particular one, you're going to stitch just inside the seam allowance, like I would say, and it's actually going to describe it, it's going to be 1/8 inch towards the edge. So if you have your edge of the fabric here and your stitch line is here, your stay stitch is going to be like right there. And it's going to be a shorter stitch. And it's basically just going to give extra support to the fabric at that moment, at that part, so that when you're pulling it around the curve, it doesn't deform and become a totally different shape. If we were doing the princess seams earlier, I wanted us to stay stitch, right? And then you would clip up to that stay stitch line, and then you know the clipping's not going to go through. And then as you're pulling it apart, you know that that curve is going to stay the shape it is, and you can deform the edge of it all you want. It's just extra support. And if you're doing a princess seam or a shoulder cap with a really aggressive curve, stay stitching is going to help keep the integrity of the shape. It's also, I think I have a picture. Oh, look at the pictures I didn't show you guys. I'm so sorry. Guys, here's some grain. I forgot I did this. I made this like 4 days ago. So that's the grain line. Stay stitching is really great for a neckline also because it is on the bias. You know, this is up and down, and now this is on the bias as it's coming this way before it gets back on the cross grain. And so it's going to be deformed at some point if you're trying to sew it. So we're going to stabilize it with some stay stitching first before we put it together. And when you have a, let's say, a shirt piece, you could actually stay stitch around that whole thing, and you want to do it in the same direction on both sides. So you're not going to start on one end and sew to the other side. You're going to start at the top and go to the middle, and then you're going to start over at the top and go to the middle. You want it to go in the same direction because the pull of the fabric through the machine is adjusting fibers, and you want it to adjust it in the same direction. If you just go one way, it's going to kind of shift it and warp it. You want it, it's going to warp. You want it to do it in the same direction, uniformly, symmetrically, I should say. All right. Here's understitching. So you can see here's the facing. That's going to be folded back under. And this stitch right here, this stitch right here is going to be on the inside of the garment. If you have a really nice shirt, you probably have a facing with understitching, like look at it. And this is what it looks like. You're essentially stitching your seam allowance to your facing. And so that when it folds over, it takes all of that with it, and the top edge is just a nice smooth piece of fabric. That's an excellent way to finish a hem off without a visible stitch, should you want to do that. And then grading seams. We did some of this earlier if you were in my workshop. When it tells you to grade seams, there's actually, I'm going to show you a little bit more about that later, so I'm not going to belabor the point too much, but you're essentially reducing bulk. You have a lot of things going on in the seam allowance. We want to get some of that material out so it's not just a big chunky cliff of fabric inside your garment. Did you have a question? Yeah. And you don't have a selvage? So I'm going to say, for cosplay purposes, none. Right? If you don't have a selvage and you don't know which is grain and which is cross grain, you know, unless there's a really, like for a fabric like this, I don't know. I think if you pulled some of it apart and you could tell which is the warp and which is the weft, like if you take some of the threads, if you can pull the threads, I wish I had some woven fabric. I could show you how the threads pull off. Will show you which is the warp and which is the weft. The warp goes along the direction of the cross grain, I believe. Yeah, so if you can figure out which is the warp and the weft by the way it pulls apart, if it matters to you, you could do it that way, but I think for cosplay purposes, grain and cross grain are pretty much interchangeable for most woven fabrics, like 99% of woven fabrics. So I wouldn't sweat that if it were me. If I just have scrap and I'm like, as long as it's not the bias, you know. All right, moving right along. What is it? It says 30 minutes. We're not gonna have a lot of time to do a pattern read through. That's okay though. I might do that later just because I think it'll be funny. I want y'all to see me angry about it. So let's look at the pattern that you have picked up. It's gonna have some features on it. It is very information dense. And I think a lot of the frustrations actually come from not reading all of it because it's so overwhelming. You're like, I don't really know what to put my eyes on. So let's go through it one by one. So on the face of the pattern, usually where the pretty picture of a lady wearing the garment is, you're going to have the pattern number, which is going to be on all pieces that you have, and you're going to have your sizes so that you can choose the right packet, because sometimes the packets have the smaller sizes and the other packets have the larger sizes. It is not your ready-to-wear size. Don't go in there thinking you wear a size 5 at Target and you're going to buy the 5. You need to look at the back. And you'll see a chart on the back of the envelope so that you can see it before you buy it. Find your body measurements and see where your body measurements line up with what their size means. They came up with these sizes in the 40s and nothing has really changed. So just find a number. It's an arbitrary number and it doesn't matter what it is as long as it matches the pattern that you bought and your body measurements. If you are across different sizes, let's say your hips are size 8 and your top is size 4, that's okay. As long as both those sizes are in the package, go ahead and buy it. There's ways to merge those two things if you need to, which we may not have time to talk to, but there are definitely tutorials out there that I can point you at. It's going to have a list of recommended fabrics. These are recommended fabrics. You don't have to buy them, but they're going to be the ones that the pattern was designed for, so it is ideal to use a fabric that they recommend. This one is just like, make it out whatever you want to, man. Suede, cotton, crepe, like, a little rooster on this pattern. Anybody have any questions? I heard it now. Okay. It's also going to have some orthographics on the side. Orthographics are basically line drawings, front and back. The handy thing about the orthographics is that it shows you where all the seams are. Because maybe you're looking in cosplay, like I said, for something with a seam in a specific place to get you a shortcut to that particular shape of pattern. And you need to know where they are. And also the views are labeled. If you want to make A or B or C or some combination, you'll know which pieces to cut out because all the pattern pieces are going to be labeled with that alpha label. Whew, man, there's so much on here. Okay, I just wanted you to see the whole thing. But let's look at the pieces. So there's the thing at the top. There's your suggested fabrics. There's your body size measurements for their sizes, so you know where's your measurement, which size am I going to pick. I'm going to pick size small. And you can see where all the materials required lists are below that. It's going to tell you which item you want, if you want to make option B, and your, size. I think the sizes are off the top of this chart. Maybe see, let's see, where is it? Yeah, the sizes are going to be up at the top. You're just going to follow it down, and that's how much fabric you're going to buy. You see down here at the bottom underneath that chart how much fabric to buy without nap. That's saying that the pattern layout does not include nap, and that the pattern fabric options does not account for anything that is directional. So if you have a fabric that has a pattern on it that's directional or nap, you need to buy more. And if it doesn't tell you how much to buy, because it's like we were lazy and it's without nap, 30%. Just buy 30% more. Because you're gonna not be able to be economical. You're gonna have to lay the pattern pieces in the direction they need to go, regardless of how it all fits together. So you just need more. Then you're gonna have a list of notions here. You need some thread. Weird how much you forget that. A zipper and a hook and eye. Maybe you need some trims. Maybe you need some stabilizer. My pattern that I bought told me to buy some twill tape, so I got some twill tape because we're going to use it to stabilize the neckline. It's also going to say you need some interfacing. Look up there at the top, it says interfacing. You need this many inches, 3/8 of a yard. What kind of interfacing? We don't know. What fabric did you pick? What kind of hand and drape do you want it to have? So you have to figure that out. So inside of the envelope, you have your instruction sheet. The instruction sheet is also very dense. There's a lot here. You're going to have the pieces numbered. You'll see here on this first sheet, you know, that one big piece is 1, the other one is 2. Those are going to be referenced in the instructions, so you definitely want to know which ones they are. Sometimes I get a little sticker and I write what number, like after I've cut the fabric out, and I'm like, this is piece 1, because I'm not sitting here trying to join piece 1 to piece 10 on accident when the instructions are telling me to do it. Also, I label my sleeves now left and right. After the 8th time of putting the left on the right side. It's real stupid how often that happens. There's also a glossary. The glossary can sometimes be confusing as well, but it's worth reading to know what they mean when they say to do something. When it says edge finish, it's not going to say it in the instructions. It's going to expect you to come over here and say, oh, neaten one of the raw edges. Neaten raw edges of the seam, hems, and facing using one of these methods. Use a zigzag or overlock, or stitch out from the edge and turn it under and stitch. What does that mean? Okay, what it means actually is, let's say you have a seam allowance. Here's your seam allowance right here. You're going to stitch here, out into it, and then you're going to kind of use that stitch line as a fold, and then you're going to turn it and stitch again. And that's what that means. Look up here at the top at the sewing directions. Fabric key, you have right side, wrong side, interfacing lining. So that is going to be important for like the layout. These don't go together, so that's not it. So but like, if you are looking at, let me see if I have a picture of my pattern on here. I thought I was going to have a top-down camera, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not prepared for this. Here's my pattern piece. There's my layout. You see how some of them have dots on them on jacket B? Is that clear? That key says I need to lay that pattern face down, or I need to be cutting it out on the wrong side of the fabric. All the others are right side of the fabric. So pay attention to that when if you're going to use the layouts. Which question?
This sort of answers my question.
Yeah.
Is there any like standard notation in like the pattern?
Yeah, there's going to be some standards. There may be some small differences, but some things are going to be basically universal across all commercial patterns, and we're going to get to some of those. Like if you see these notches up here, those little triangles, notches and symbols, they're going to define them here for you just in case they're not standard, but most commercial patterns are going to use this notation. Most of them are going to use this notation. This is a grain line arrow. That's going to be the same across all of them. This is not a standard, but they will be marked and basically labeled in some way. And even if you don't look at this pattern marking for this, generally it's labeled on the pattern piece if it's a bust line or a hip line or something. But these notches are pretty universal. Buttonhole marking is pretty universal. So yeah, I would say so. Okay. Here's the first piece of my pattern that I got. Upper front. I just laughed when I saw that and put it back in and bought it. So the construction steps are arranged by item. Usually it starts with item A, and you'll see here at the top here, it's actually A, B, and C. This is where most of the frustration is located because they're going for brevity, and I think they just like use a few extra words, guys. What I wanted to do, and I don't think we have time to do this, I really wanted to read through, like do a live reading. I should have asked for 2 hours for this panel, but just like to read some of the stuff and be like, why doesn't this make any sense, and what are they actually trying to say? So I'm just going to give you some general advice since we don't have time to do that. I have a tip sheet. I'm going to wait to the end because I have a whole tip sheet. Let's keep talking about what's in your pattern. On the pattern sheets themselves, that's like the thin tissuey papery stuff. Those are very large pieces. You're going to need a lot of room to work with them, like a floor where a cat is not hanging out, or a big table. all the pieces you need to make all of the views should be there, and they're going to be all together in no particular order, and you're going to need to cut them out. We'll talk about that in a second. Each piece is going to be numbered in reference to this guide here, where it says this is, you know, number 1 is like your front pant piece. So pay attention to what the number is. It's going to tell you how many to cut. It's going to tell you if you need to cut it on the fold. Definitely pay attention to that. Because if you need to cut it on the fold and you don't, then your final pattern piece is going to be 2 halves of something, and it's just not even going to have enough to seam it together, because that's going to take up material out of the piece. Anyway, pay attention to the cut on fold. These lines are distinctive for the sizes, and so whichever size you've selected, I recommend highlighting it in some way or circling it, so that you remember which one you're going to cut to and use. You're also going to see other markings, as we've discussed. There is a cut on fold line, so you're going to choose your pattern size, you're going to cut it off, and you're going to put that on a fold. You're going to see the direction of the grain, if it's important to cut it on a grain. You see that arrow there? If there are 2 arrows, I think that you could lay it this way or that way. If there's only 1 arrow, it needs to be up. It'd be like with nap, like it needs to be in the direction of the nap that you're cutting the cat. The dots are typically going to indicate where seams align. So like if you have a sleeve with seam here, there's going to be a dot on the shoulder that's going to indicate this place on the shoulder needs to touch that seam, right? But it's going to tell you that in the directions. The directions are going to say, line up, dot, you know, this dot with the seam. And those numbers by them indicate the size. So you're going to pick the dot based on the size, because it's going to move if it's a larger piece, right? Over here we have the label. All the pieces are going to be labeled. So if you like set it aside and you forget what it was, you can put it back with its family again. See, this one says cut on the fold, and you're going to cut 1. Right? So then you know what to do with that piece. Here's your waistline marking. You're also going to see some buttonholes here, so you're also going to have the markings for trims, center points. So like if you're doing a shirt, you want to know where the center of it is. There's going to be shortened and lengthened lines. Do I have a picture of that? I sure don't. I wish I did, but I can describe it. It's okay. So if you have, it'll actually be labeled on the pattern piece as well. They're going to be 2 horizontal lines, and they're typically going to be somewhere in this area or here, and then in the pants it's going to be in this area. I'm a real shorty. Everything is too long for me, so I'm typically shortening it. If you got a really bizarrely long torso and you need to lengthen it, you're going to do it at that spot. And I would definitely Google some YouTube videos to see that process. But that is the best place to do it, because doing it anywhere else is going to cause like weird shapes to the fabric. I almost always shorten mine, and then you smooth out the lines of the edges using a variform ruler or French curve or a real steady hand. So here's my general advice. Make notes on your pattern. It's your pattern. You bought it. Highlight what size you're using at the different sections and circle it. We saw that on the earlier slide. That person was going shopping and they like circled the things that they needed to make sure they didn't forget anything. On the pattern pieces, locate all the trims that you're going to need and mark those so that you know where to put them. If you need to transfer a mark to the fabric, highlight that, because it's a real pain to cut it out and then to take it off and then be like, dang it, I didn't mark the buttonholes, and I put it back on. So highlight those first. If you're reading the instructions and you had to look up a word, write down what it means on the instruction. Just writing it down is going to help you remember, but then also you have that reference there. If something doesn't make sense and you ask your friend, hey, what does this mean, and y'all figured it out, or maybe you just did it wrong and realized when you got done, oh, that's what it means, write that down so when you do it again, you remember, because you're going to do it again next week. You know, you don't have time today. You're going to do it next week, so write it down so future you knows what you meant. Highlight important steps, and then let's say you're only making view A and you're not making view B, and if the instructions are stupid enough to do something like, for view A, do this, for view B, do this, mark view B out. or cover it up in some way so you don't accidentally, you're just going along and you accidentally do that step. Or if you're doing something for cosplay and you know you're not going to put buttons there, mark that out. Don't make buttons if you don't want buttons. And then what I usually do is I just make the garment as is, exactly how it says, without any modifications at all, just to see what it looks like. And then that way you can kind of see, okay, this is what the pattern piece is supposed to be, but it's baggy here, so I know I need to take it in this spot. I don't like this seam here, I'm gonna move it, it's way too long or too short in the back. Here are the places where I'm actually gonna adjust it. I'm not gonna use this piece at all, so we're gonna skip that step. This is how you're gonna find out if you can skip steps, is like basically what are you gonna use it for the end. If there's gonna be a zipper here and you're gonna delete the zipper, there's a whole section you can skip. If it's talking about aligning, you'll see what you need to change to just like not do aligning, to just hem instead of doing that. Here's some more advice about cutting the pattern out. Iron your paper. If you've already been to my panels, you know that I'm gonna tell you how important ironing is. Low, no heat, or no seam, low heat. Iron that paper flat so it lays flat on your fabric. And then the first time you cut it out, so like you have this big sheet. I'm gonna pull it out and show you. Make a big mess. What I'm gonna do when I get this pattern is I'm gonna take this piece and I'm gonna cut around all of it. I mean, like it's pretty tight here, so I'm gonna get as close as I can, but I'm just gonna cut on the outside of it, and then I'm gonna lay it down, and I'm gonna, like, if I know I'm gonna make some changes, like I'm gonna be doing size, like 8 over here and 6 over here, that's gonna give me the space to make that new line before I cut it. Or if I am not sure yet, I will use pattern paper, or you can get pattern marking paper, right? Do you guys know what pattern marking paper is? It's a paper that you can get, you can lay under the pattern, between the pattern paper and your fabric, and you use a tracing wheel, and it basically makes a chalk line along that line. That way you don't have to cut it apart if you're thinking you're gonna make adjustments later. So use tracing paper, that's a pattern tracing paper, and a tracing wheel. And then that way later on, if you need to make adjustments. And then also what I do, there's like a lot of extra tissue, keep it. Don't throw it away, don't crumple it up. Lay it to the side. If you need to make another adjustment later and add more material, you can just tape it on, and then you have more stuff, right? And then before you start cutting, don't just have read the directions. Like definitely read the directions all the way through twice, and make sure you understand that you've made all your notes that you want to make. Read the pattern pieces themselves before you cut. I mean, even if you get it on the paper, before you get those scissors on there, before you touch that rotary cutter, look at all the pieces, make sure you know what all those little symbols mean, because you want to make sure you're going to be transferring what you want to transfer, that you haven't placed something in the wrong place. Oh, this was supposed to be with nap, this was supposed to be wrong side up. Get all those notes first before you cut, and highlight them, make a little diary of what you're supposed to do with it. And I think that's pretty much it, and we are almost out of time. So we definitely can't read through the directions in 10 minutes, but we can look at them real quick. So here's the pattern I got, and we're just going to identify all the things I talked about. Here's the glossary. Here's the shorten and lengthen directions. When it's going to tell you how to do it. To shorten, crease along the adjustment line, make a fold half the amount needed, tape in place. I just feel like that's needlessly complicated. Was that clear to everybody? Does everybody know what that means? Like, do I need to explain that? Because I feel like that actually was pretty clear. Let's find something more confusing. When alteration lines are not on the tissue, shorten or lengthen at the lower edge. Oh, thanks for that tip, buddy. Is that how you do that? Okay, so, yeah. Okay, great. So, we have this upper back piece. Maybe I want it to be a little longer, but there's no length adjustment line. You're just going to make this, you're just going to add inches to the bottom of the piece. So that's what it means. So you're just going to make it at the bottom. That's this kind of fold. So if it matters to the pattern fabric that you're using, you want to make sure that lays where it lays, but this is just like where a piece is going to ultimately go folded. So you want to mark that so that you fold it in the right spot and it ends up where it needs to be on the other side, right? Let's see here. What else can we do? Shrink fabric if not labeled pre-shrink. It didn't say pre-wash. It just said pre-shrink. I don't ever pre-wash because my cosplays are never seeing a washing machine. But I'm definitely pressing. Here it's telling you to circle the layout. Let me see here. For single thickness, place fabric right side up. For fur pile fabrics, place the pile down. Oh, that's useful. Pile side down. We know what pile is now, right? So we're going to take the part that's sticking out and we're going to put it on the table. And the weave is going to be up. Look at this little star. Cut this piece first, allowing enough fabric to cut other pieces first, sorry. Cut all the other pieces first and allow enough for this piece to be cut extra. So if you look at the layout, number 16 down there at the bottom, it's basically saying you're going to cut everything else first, you're going to leave a little spot down there at the bottom, then you're going to unfold the fabric and cut out number 16 last. That's what that means. Does that make sense? Yep. Okay. Yep, see it's telling you to transfer markings. That's good, that's good. Broken line boxes, A, B, C, in layouts represent pieces cut by measurements provided. Broken line boxes, A, B, C. Do you see those? What on earth does that mean? See, and this is why I was like, this is going to be a funny panel, because I consider myself to be exceedingly literate. I have an English degree, and a French degree, and a doctorate. And I'm like, my God, what does this mean? There's an actual instruction sheet. Broken line boxes in layouts represent. That's what I'm thinking, but they're lowercase, but there's an exclamation point. And I don't see it. So here's the thing though, these are general instructions. They may not apply. Because I don't see any broken line boxes. And that's part of the problems. I'm gonna copy paste it from some other like glossary on a pattern. And I don't think it applies here. Because I don't see any broken line boxes. So I think we can safely skip that. And so that's another tip. Sometimes it doesn't apply. Like, ask a friend, someone else, and be like, you're not seeing a broken line box, are you? Get a room full of people and ask them if they see it. And they don't. I'm going to keep going. So here's your directions. Actually, I really like the orthographics they have here. Here's the glossary on this pattern. So when it says make a narrow hem, this is what it actually means. Ease stitch. Stitch along the seam line using a long machine stitch. Pull threads when adjusting to fit. I don't feel like that's super clear. But I already talked to you about E-stitching, so you know what that means now, so you don't have to worry about that. Stay stitch. Stitch 1/8 of an inch from the seam line in the seam allowance. Yeah, that's okay. I would say use a shorter stitch, but that's still the idea. Okay. We got a few minutes. We can look at some of these things. Here's my fabric key. Here it's telling you how to grade it. You see that's clipping corners. When it tells you to clip the corners, that's what it means. I don't know why I'm making y'all look at it like this. But yeah, so we're going to reduce bulk. It's going to tell you to trim the corners. This is what it means. It's going to tell you to notch the outer curve. This is what it means. I don't recommend skipping these steps. You should definitely do it. All right. Sewing direction. What's that? Like small snips. I think there are notching things that you can get where like it'll make the little V clip, but like you have to sharpen them a lot. Like they will get dull, and I don't think they work for every fabric. I don't know that. I think you just got to get in some like little good sharp titanium handled snips with a spring. The spring-loaded handles, so you're not like wearing your grip out and just. I think a spring-loaded grip is probably going to be the spring-loaded grip snip is going to be the easiest thing to do. Oh yeah. Buy some fabric scissors. Keep them sharp. Don't let anybody cut paper with them. Don't let anybody cut anything with sticky things on them. I have some like titanium Teflon coated scissors that I use for everything else, and then like 8 specialty scissors for fabric. Okay, let's see here. We're gonna stay stitch the upper front. Oh, it wants you to stay stitch the upper front. Okay, but like just where the line is or the whole thing? I'm gonna do the whole thing to be safe, but it's probably just where the line is, and I'm saying that because I know as a person who sews a lot, that's a princess seam. We like to stay stitch our princess seams. So I'm gonna say in this reference, it just means where it's showing you, not the whole thing. Pin the upper side front to the upper front, clip the upper front where necessary, and stitch. Yeah, so you have pattern piece 2, and it says pin upper side front to the upper front, clipping front where necessary. All right. We're going to take piece number 2 and pin it to piece number 1, matching those little notches. When y'all cut out your pattern paper, this is also a pro tip, which I didn't mention. You don't have to cut those little notches out. You don't even have to cut them into the fabric. You can just snip where they are, as long as you know where they are, and you're matching them up piece to piece. You don't have to make a little triangle. You could even like draw a line as long as you can see it. Like if you have like a set of gossamer fabric, you just draw a line. You don't have to snip a whole triangle, and you don't have to make it come out of the fabric. That's just extra god-bothering. Anyway, so you're going to match those 2 things up. And then you're going to stitch. I'm going to say what is unclear about this. Clipping where necessary. Like, what does that mean? Like, well, how do you know what's necessary? Yeah, do you know? Yeah, it says 2 upper front. It should have labeled upper front 1. It means, yeah. So in the previous, oh yeah. So then we're gonna look at the key here. Here's your fabric key. If something is shaded, that's the right side of the fabric. That's the fabric you want coming out. If it is not shaded, if it's white, that's the wrong side of the fabric. So you can see in this view, we're looking at the right side of the fabric. And then this is the wrong side of the fabric, so they want you to put them right sides together. Yeah, they didn't say that in the step. They didn't say pin right sides together and stitch. They just illustrated it. So now we know we need to pay attention to the picture, right? And so here, when you flip it over, this is the right side, and we're going to top stitch that seam. So yeah, good call out. That's how you know, right? Press seam towards upper front. So they're skipping the number again. The upper front is this piece number 1. That's why they really emphasized it with that extra P. Remember what the upper front is. These patterns are so stupid. I wish we could get through more of this, but mainly this panel was to help give you kind of like a heads up about where to find all the information was, and to just validate your feelings that it is frustrating. It really, really is. And the only way to really relieve it is to read it and read it again, and then kind of like, if you didn't quite understand it, put a question mark, move on, and see if maybe some of the later steps elucidate what it means or where it's going. Or reread the step before it that you did understand and see if it informs the next step a little bit more with the mindset of like, I'm trying to figure this out. All right? We know what top stitch means since we looked at the glossary, right? So we're going to top stitch the seam. Then we're going to stitch the upper front sections to the upper back at the shoulders. So it's still not labeling upper front, but we know that upper front is this one because it was in uppercase letters here. So I guess it's going to stop numbering them after it's like This is its official name in uppercase. We're going to stop calling it that from now on. So stitch at the shoulders and sides. So here and here are going to get stitches. We're going to match those notches. I guess this notch here is going to go that. It is white, which means we're going to do it right, like the wrong side is out, the right sides are together. It doesn't show you the back. Let's assume. All right. Pin the lower front to the lower middle, matching notches. Stitch. Press seam towards lower front. That's pretty clear. Where does it get confusing here? So you use your iron to press it. So iron is when you have wrinkles in a garment and you want to iron them out, you're going to make this motion here. Pressing is literally push down, come up, push down, come up. When you want to press a seam, you're gonna do it a specific way to get it to look nice, but it's gonna depend on what fabric you have. But typically you're gonna press it flat, and then you're gonna press it to one side, then the other, and then if you're gonna press it open, you press it open, but if you're gonna press it to one side, then you just take it to the one side and like really smush it down. I got a whole slide on pressing in my other presentation, and I'm gonna post those at some point. So if you wanna follow me online, I'll be posting those soon. But yeah, pressing is basically making it lay flat. And I highly recommend when it says to press it, and also in other places where it doesn't say to press and you just get the urge, you should press it. Because if you don't press it, it's not going to be laying correctly, and the next step is going to be harder if you're not managing it in its sort of like semi-final state, right? You also don't know how good your stitch turned out. So maybe you press it and it's like real wibbly and bulky and you're like, you can't get it to press out. You know you need to undo it at that point and redo it rather than trying to, get your whole garment done and then press it and then realize, I gotta fix it over here, but I've already finished it, I'm not gonna do it, put it in the trash. Well, I think we're out of time. I think people are probably gonna come into the next panel. So that wasn't as thorough as I was hoping it would be. I think this whole con just overestimated my ability to get through material this whole time, but I'm always available for talking to you. Hey. Yes. Yeah. When you're putting interfacing on and it's fusible, you do press it on. You don't move it around. You do press, and you're going to use a press cloth so you don't make an iron shape in your fabric. Yeah. All right. I'm going to wrap it up because I think I'm cutting into Kyle's time. Sorry, man. Somebody was cutting into my time, so I got to pass that down the line. But thank you guys for coming. I hope you learned things. And again, you can always send me a message on Instagram. I'm happy to talk about stuff. That's why I'm here. So I think this is the HDMI cable. You just want to plug that bad boy in. And I'm going to get out your way. Here's your microphone if you want it. I turned it off. You turn it on with this little flag.
Hello. 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 Oh. Hey there. Yeah, we got, goodness gracious me. We'll get started in just a moment. All right, it is 2:05. Oh. And we're going to get started with location and what to consider when working with a location for photo shoots, whether it be on location or whether it be at a convention. So, just a primer, just to get us started here. So a location, end of the day, will make or break your story. It is a setting. So in an ideal world, you have the power to have your powerful elf character stand in the middle of this beautiful, expansive forest or this majestic castle. You might have your mighty hero saving the world with the cityscape in a background. Might have a sci-fi character, a Mandalorian on a spaceship, ready to go to battle. But we are in the real world. That is not necessarily something that's available to us. So for on-location photo shoots, you can still make it work. Photography is a lie, right? So working with our location, working with what we have, we can make the shoot feel more authentic. For convention settings, though, you do have to work with what you have. You might have something a heck of a lot more limited. Like around here, we have trees. That's about it. So how do we make that work? So I'm going to break this up, talk about on-location photography as well as convention photography, and some of the things that you want to look for, some of the things that will help you out, and some of the things that you want to consider logistically to actually work with your locations. So when it comes to on-location photography, there's some pros and some cons there. More so pros and things to watch out for when you're on location. So pros, of course, you have the ability to choose the best location to match your theme. Depending on where you live, however, your options might be a little bit more limited. You might have to get a little bit more inventive with your locations. But you do have a lot more of a broad option for your backdrops, what you have to work with. You also have had the better ability to scout a location, especially if you're in the area, you need to pop down to a location you've never been to, maybe a nearby botanical garden, nearby like museum or something like that. You can scout that out. Cons, you have foot traffic. The normies, if you will. They might be around, they might give you weird looks. They might get overly excited. They might be, little angry. They can all happen. So there are those issues. Permits might be required. I know in Atlanta that's become more and more of a thing. Other cities don't really care. But there might be some places where the background is copyrighted. No, it's weird to say, but that does happen where a location is copyrighted. I don't know the logistics, but they do it. You also have to consider location accessibility. How easy is it for you and especially the cosplayer to get to that location, to get to that particular spot? Safety, is it safe? And is the location still there? With Atlanta, there's been a lot of construction. Locations that I used 5 years ago are no longer there. And that happens surprisingly regularly. Where it's just like, oh, I had this cool abandoned greenhouse. Oh wait, it's closed off. Oh, there was this cool graffitied wall. Oh wait, it's been torn down and now it's a luxury high rise. So everything is changing. So finding locations for me, there are a lot of ways that I've done that. Back when Instagram hashtags were actually a thing, I would use Instagram. Do a location search like based off of what other photographers are doing. Maybe like ATL fashion photographers, ATL engagement photographers, wedding photographers, so on and so forth. That's going to give you, and then that's why I say photographers, because that's going to give you a lot of what the photographers in the area are doing. Of course, the pitfall is that also might be a popular space for, engagement photographers, portrait photographers, fashion photographers, so on. But that's how I found one particular location in Atlanta before any of the other cosplay photographers even knew what it was. Other things, learn about what the other photographers are doing, where they're shooting. But I will say, don't get upset if they gatekeep the location. I know gatekeeping is a taboo word, but when it comes to locations, I kind of understand why people are protective of locations. If only for once a location becomes popular on Instagram, everybody is there. And you're like, well, I guess that's it. So there have been a couple of locations that's happened in Atlanta that were very, very best kept secrets, blew up on Instagram, and now it is kind of a madhouse. So you might run into that case where a local photographer may not tell you the location because they've kept it, and to a degree, it's not fair. That said, Google Maps and Street View, that's also good. That's better for scouting. So if you know of an area, general area to look at Google Maps, look at Google Street View. Just be careful if it's out of date. But that does give you a good frame of reference. And just Google Atlanta engagement photography locations. Google your city name, engagement photography, fashion photography locations, so on and so forth. Or if you're visiting a city, like let's say you're going out to Southern California, Los Angeles, or somewhere like that. Google Los Angeles engagement photography. That can give you locations to work with that are picturesque, that have good light, and something to work with. Other things, local parks and trails are good. If you have any local green space, local trails, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. Trail websites like alltrails.net. That's something that I use pretty frequently, especially if I'm going to a new city. It's like if I'm going to, say, Boise, Idaho, I might look at Idaho trails. Of course, be careful with that. Make sure the trail is accessible and not like bears everywhere. And also pre-scout. That's better if it's local. Of course, if you're traveling to a new place, if you have time to set aside to scout, sure, but chances are you really don't. So breaking this down to like fantasy locations versus urban locations. First of all, if there are any ruins in your area, one popular spot in Atlanta is called Soap Creek. It's a paper mill ruin from like the Civil War. Very popular with photographers out there. So like ruins, old cathedrals, that sort of thing might be good. Of course, check for the accessibility, check for if you're allowed to shoot there, all that good stuff. Hiking trails I find are pretty good, especially if you live in an area with a lot of nature. Hiking trails I like because other photographers aren't typically doing photo shoots at a hiking trail or hiking park sort of thing. They're more so at those picturesque parks, botanical gardens. I should have added botanical gardens in this list. If there are local botanical gardens, check that out, but also check out the rules. If there is a permit that's required at a garden, it used to be a lot of gardens in Atlanta, it was like, whatever. But kind of the pitfall again of the more photographers there are, the more bad behavior there can be, especially if, let's say, you have like a senior portrait session and they're like leaving chairs, leaving things everywhere, just making a mess of the place, or people are making a mess of the place. then the location will start cracking down and say, you know what, you have to pay us $200 to be able to shoot here, or just you're not allowed to shoot here at all. But still, botanical gardens are an option. Parks, local green space, that's pretty neutral. I also like to look at rivers, creeks, and beaches. There's a nearby river by my apartment that I use quite extensively. It also has like a random bamboo forest, which is great. Not sure why there's a bamboo forest in Atlanta, but it's right there. Kind of a hike. But yeah, when in doubt, stick a cosplayer in some bushes. Nice, neutral, green backdrop. But also watch for bugs. And if you're out there in nature, watch for ticks, watch for all that not so fun stuff. The random mosquito bite that just hits somebody in the face and you're like, oh, RIP. Urban locations. Urban parks and urban trails. There are a few parks and trails, like we have the Atlanta Beltline, which is this urban trail that's been converted out of like old railway, and it's now just a walking trail that goes around the city. I don't actually shoot on the Beltline, but I shoot around it. Industrial areas open to the public, e.g. like Sloss Furnace. I heard that there was like a abandoned prison in like outside in Missouri that's been open to the public that people are able to shoot in and they don't really care. They're like, oh, go right ahead. But again, one of those things is locations tend to be available until they're not. So don't be surprised if one day you're at this one location that has been fantastic, it's been great, and then one day security's like, hey, you can't be here. Then the next day, security's like, I don't care. Have at it. It's like what do y'all want? I don't. Downtown districts, but of course keep safety in mind. If you're shooting in like a downtown, depending on the safety of that downtown. If you're going to be shooting downtown of your city, look for those public spaces, or at least where people are around, not super isolated. That's safe. So pay attention to that. Parking decks are also good. I mean, especially for cosplay, and not many people are going to be shooting in parking decks. You're not going to see a lot of engagement photographers doing photo shoots in a parking deck. So, I mean, you might have some. I mean, there are some spots, especially if it's a deck that's overlooking the city, then that's a little bit different. But more than likely, they're not. But of course, keep your safety in mind. So on location safety, so if you are going into a place that's a little more rough, safety in numbers, I mean, there is that, having folks there. So it's not just you and the cosplayer going to like, not an unsafe spot, but a spot that might be a little bit rough around the edges. If you do feel like you're in an unsafe situation, be ready to get out. Be ready to leave. Walk away. My head is, if I am in the city, my head is on the swivel. And if I start to see something in the distance, I'm going to slowly or very quickly redirect. It's like, I'm not going to let the cosplayer know unless it's like, we need to go. I'm going to be like, oh, hey, let's go over here. And then just like walk away. Try to be head on the swivel. Be ready to get out. And if things do turn, it's okay to flee. Which, oh God, that just reminded me, Dragon Con last year. So story time, impromptu story time. Dragon Con, which was a crazy con, and it is a peak Atlanta experience. Don't let this deter you from Dragon Con. So it was Sunday, and there were a bunch of photographers and cosplayers hanging out at this church, like a little bit away, not too far away from the hotel. And we're like, just having a good time. Again, Sunday, everything's like winding down and all that good stuff. So I'm photographing a cosplayer friend. There's a few other photographers there. People like, if you know Mineral Blue and his cosplay videos, DT Jam, and a few other folks. So we're shooting. Next thing you know, we hear a pop in the background. We're like, what is that? Then we hear another pop. Of course, the Atlantans are like, wait, is that a gunshot? Yes, it was a gunshot. It was multiple gunshots. And we hear somebody yell, get on the ground. We see the police chasing some guy across the street. Of course, all the cosplayers and the photographers are like, we gotta go. And we start running. So we're running this way. Of course, the perpetrator was also running towards us in the same direction. Pure chaos, pure pandemonium, but I swear out of Looney Tunes, the person being chased tripped, gun goes flying out into the street, cops like gets on him, and we're like, what just happened? Of course, there was some other dude that's like just nonchalantly like, oh yeah, y'all are right now, you're good. And we're just like, what? Did that seriously just happen? But we all had a fun enough time at Dragon Con that I was like, you know what? We are now trauma bonded by whatever just happened just now. Yeah, we survived. But I joke, but it's like, that could have turned sideways very, very quickly. And we would not have known that until, well, something could have happened. So it is important to be mindful. And now I'm like, I don't want to go back to that location because something could happen. So, like I said, it's all fun and games, kind of funny now looking back, and we'll all like never forget. But just be mindful of the safety of your location. Avoid meeting in isolated locations, and be mindful of the accessibility. Also, let people know where you're going. So, in case if you don't go home on time, cosplayer doesn't come home on time, then it's like, okay, something might have happened. We need to retrace. So, 4 locations, 4 stories. The one on the left, that's by the Atlanta Beltline, that location I was talking about. That kind of also goes into this idea of locations changing. 3 years ago, that building wasn't there. Those buildings to the right weren't there. That used to be like a open or like a huge parking lot with the Georgia Power building. Now they're luxury high-rises. So the locations are going to keep changing, especially if it's an up-and-coming area. But the benefit is, when a location sort of changes like that, you might lose the old, but you might gain something new. And that might keep changing until the duration of the actual construction. So it does sort of like cycle itself through. The second one right there, my friend Riddle wanted to do something European sort of look for the Spy Family. And she had this idea of like, there's this little ritzy part of town. I'd never even heard of it. But she recommended that for that shoot. And what I did was, because I'd never been there, I got there early, scouted it, tried to figure out, okay, what's going to work for this shoot. That way, when they arrived, we can actually quickly get the shoot done, especially if it's one of those things where security's like, hey, you all need to go. So for me, it's also being able to get photos quickly in case somebody's like, hey, you can't be here. But most of the times it's pretty chill, so we're able to like sort of hang out. Be respectful though. I'm not going to linger for like 3 hours and just like, oh, it's our place now, because there are businesses around, and they are foot traffic coming through and out, in and out. The other one, Sloss Furnace, which is in Birmingham, that's this huge industrial furnace that's been converted to like a park. I have to pay like $20 or something to that extent. I can't remember exactly how much you have to pay. But really it's like, you can go ahead and shoot there. You just have to call ahead, get permission. But if you have a location like that, it is important to like just figure out what the rules are. And the one on the right, we'll come back to that one. So, another thing we have to be mindful of is the costume and its interaction with the location. Not only do we have to worry about, does this cosplay fit with that location? Can that cosplay actually get to that location? So how well can the cosplayer walk? If it's a hiking trail, can they maneuver through the trail, through hills, down hills, uphill, so on and so forth? Or are they just sort of waddling? Or is something going to break because the knee joints aren't exactly very movable? What is their range of motion? Again, if they can't really walk very well, or let's say there was one shoot that I did where it was like weird little boot coverings. So it was one of those things where we actually had to take the coverings off for them to be able to get up the hill. And then once we got to that location, put the coverings back on. So that also goes into bringing a comfortable pair of shoes if you're a cosplayer. Like, unless the shoes are somehow connected to the rest of the costume and you can't take them off, always have a comfortable pair of shoes, something you don't mind getting scuffed. How hot or cold is the cosplayer? That's going to come with the weather. Summer right now, it's hot. Of course, right now I'm not too interested in trying to do a shoot, unless it's like early morning or really late evening. But if it's summer and the cosplayer is in full armor, all of a sudden we're going to have to really take in consideration how hot are they going to get. That's going to impact the time. Is the location just nothing but bare sun? Or is there going to be open shade? If they have to walk a lot, that's a timer, right? And what I mean by a timer is if we're having to walk in full armor in the summer heat, that's going to exhaust them. That's going to be less energy for them to expend during the shoot. So instead of like an hour-long shoot, you might have 10 minutes to shoot before they tap out. So that's when I am treating a location, I'm thinking if their armor, we need to shoot somewhere close to the parking lot. So suit up, go over here in this like wide little area, shoot, then we can get back to the car. Are there problematic parts of the cosplay? And what I mean by problematic are there finicky parts? If they turn at an angle, something's going to snap. If they try to walk, something's going to snap. So if the costume's very mobile, then that gives me a lot more options. That gives you a lot more options as to where to go. If it's not very mobile, then we got to really focus on location options that are going to be close to where we have parked. And are there any details you want to capture? Also, are we operating on the 6-foot rule or the 6-inch rule? If you're familiar with the 6-foot rule, it's like, don't get in closer to 6 feet, look at this thing. It looks fine on a distance. Versus the 6-inch where it's like, oh yeah, I spent 1,000 hours on this leg alone. Take pictures of all these details, please. So, general logistics, pre-scout when you can. Have comfortable shoes on hand if you can have comfortable shoes, especially if you're going to a location with platforms. Have those comfortable shoes on hand so you can actually get from point A to point B. Mindful of the rules, permits required, are there any areas off limits? And be mindful of the weather. Is it raining? Is it hot? Is it cold? So on. Pre-scouting the location. Determine if the location is viable in the first place. There are certain locations in Atlanta, again, back to that river example. On a good day, there are a lot of rocks in the river that pop out, and you can actually walk into the river on those rocks. However, if there's a good rainstorm that comes through, that river is a lot higher. And all of a sudden, the trail is a lot muddier. So you don't want to take a nice cosplay through that mud. Or, back to the example, you might have used the location 15 different times in the past, and now it's gone because they have torn something down and there's construction. So when possible, I mean, you don't have to do this all the time. Sometimes you're just winging it. A lot of times I'm just sort of winging it. But if you're going to somewhere new, do that pre-scout, whether it be like a day before, a week before, or even if it's an hour before the shoot. Get there early, start getting a feel for the location, get a feel for what spots are good, get a feel for the light. That way, when the cosplayer gets there, you're able to get to work. You already have some options selected, and you can knock things out. You also determine how much walking is involved, if there are any issues with the location, and you'll be able to find good backdrops. So, let's talk about this. This was an adventure. So, as you can see, there's a lot going on with this cosplay. Very detailed, very beautiful, but hard to see. Notice the shoes. Those are hooves. That cosplayer can't walk, or can barely walk. And they cannot stand that long. It's a lot of this like. Also, that 6 foot tall wolf. So we're looking for a location. There aren't many botanical gardens that we can shoot in, let alone bring a 6 foot tall wolf. But there are a bunch of trails. One idea I had was a bamboo forest. But before we did that, me and the cosplayer did a scout of that forest to see what that hike would be like. And almost immediately it was like, this is not gonna work because it's a winding trail up and downhill. That wolf, we needed at least 3 people to carry it. So we went to another location that was a lot easier to access, a lot more straight, a lot more chill, if you will, but still a little bit effort because 3 people needed to carry that wolf to the spot we needed to shoot. So we found the spot. We had pretty much a team of people trying to help with this. Like 5 people were trying to get this shoot pulled together. And the bow is also very fragile. So we were living on dreams, man, just hoping. But the other thing that I did, knowing full well she was on hooves, I got a lawn chair so that when we were not shooting, she could sit down. Then when it was time to shoot, or first I'll be able to like set the wolf back up, get it in position, then be like, okay, let me have you stand here, because she did not have a lot of range of motion. So that location scouting was helpful because it helped us choose a location, but it also helped us understand what are the issues with this location, what are going to be the issues with the costume, and then how can we mitigate it? Because again, we're going to be on a timer, especially with a very taxing costume. A cosplayer only is going to have so much energy to work with, so we want to maximize that time and maximize their energy. Have comfy shoes on hand. Again, I said this before, and this is that bamboo forest we were talking about. It was like a 45-minute walk to that forest. And we had 2 cosplayers in very nice cosplays, but it was one of those things that, hey, we want to do this shoot at this forest. The cosplayer's like, we want to do this shoot here. I would have been fine going somewhere else, but you know what? It's adventure time. We're going to do it. So me as a photographer, I had to start thinking about what do we need to do to get there safely. The cosplayers had to think about what do they need to do to protect their costume to get there safely. So first, Yaya had comfortable shoes, didn't mind getting dirty. Melinda basically walked to the location, her costume in a garment bag, and then put the costume on when we got to the forest. That way, the costumes did not get dirty. There were a couple of hairy spots, but we made it work. And we were able to get a lot of really amazing shots at this forest. Now, convention photography is a whole different beast because we are real limited with our locations. So the pros about convention photography, the reason why I keep coming back, is the sheer number of cosplayers there that you can work with. On a given day, I can work with a Zelda, then a Iron Man, then a Knight, then a Mandalorian, then some anime character, Chainsaw Man, whoever, somebody from League of Legends. So there you go, there's no lack of options. And there's a wide variety of those cosplays and concepts that you can tackle. But of course, you have limited areas to shoot, limited options to shoot. Backgrounds may not match the theme. Like, where am I going to get a nice sci-fi background here? There are also large crowds. Like, this con is chill, but Dragon Con, Katsu Con, MomoCon are not. So you really have to start thinking, how do we work with these locations? What do we need to do? And challenging lighting. Convention lighting, convention in space, like an exhibit hall is terrible. We're not going to do a shoot there. But where else can we go that is going to have that good lighting? Is there spots that we can find? So, tips, again, if you're going to the con for the first time, scout ahead of time. Remember, if the camera doesn't see it, it doesn't exist. So there can be crowds everywhere. There's crowds to the right, to the left of me. I mean, it was Thursday, so it wasn't as many people. But the camera doesn't know that. It's out of frame. Schedule early when you can, but be mindful, cosplayers, if they have to get up early or shoot early, they're gonna have to get up earlier. But early shoots, they tend to have less crowds because, let's be honest, a lot of folks probably have partied hard the night before, so they're not gonna get up until like 12 p.m. at the earliest. Sounds silly, to avoid crowds, go to where there aren't crowds. I follow that pretty much to a T. So I don't want to deal with people. So I'm not going to be around people on a photo shoot. But look for neutral backgrounds if that doesn't work. Crop tight if you're in a crowded space. Going back to if the camera can't see it, it doesn't exist. Respect the location. We do not own that space. I said in my last panel, if we're annoying enough, the hotel venue can be like, y'all are done. We're not renewing the contract. So respect the location. Don't climb on the rocks. They say don't climb on the rocks. I mean, I see some laughs. You're like, But if you are climbing the rocks, at least be subtle about it. This is me. But if you are going to go off-site, because there are photographers who do go off-site and do shoots, communicate that ahead of time, establish that rapport with the cosplayer. So, hey, let's go off-site. Is it okay if we go here to knock out some photos? So this is my first time at a con. How do I scout? Again, before you get to the con, Google Maps, look around the convention space. That's sort of what I did here. Try to get a feel for what the light was, or not the light, what was around, which were trees. It's like, okay, not much else to do, but all right. Look at the hotel and convention website. More importantly, past convention hashtags. Start to see what's been shot here before. And if photos have been taken at the con by other photographers who have attended, take a look to see what they've done. That way, at least you have a mental library of like, okay, there's this location, this location. So when you walk around, you arrive at the con, do that walkthrough, you can see, oh, this was taken here. This is sort of like the framing. That gives you at least some perspective as to what's there. Again, camera doesn't see it, doesn't exist. So again, framing people out. For me, it's also about using a shadow depth of field. So that makes it easier to frame people out, make everything blurry in the background. And also, if I need to Photoshop, it's a lot easier to Photoshop a shiny or like a blur than it is a whole person that's in frame. If you have to utilize close portraits to capture the cosplayer, do that. Frame low to high. There's a running joke that I like to lay down on the ground for photos to get the shot. It's like how it's dedicated. Honestly, there's more practicality. One, I'm tall. If I am shooting somebody, the normal person, I would always be like this. And I'm also old, not that old, but my back hurts. Laying down is very comfortable. But the other thing is it's much easier to frame people out when I am on the ground because I'm shooting low to high. Of course, you do have to be mindful, watch out for the double chins and all of that. But when I do frame low to high, it's much easier to frame people out. So there is that practical reason why I am on the ground for a photo shoot. So, avoid crowds. Go where the people aren't. So this is MomoCon over at the Georgia World Congress Center. And there's this deck called the Red Deck, which is a massive, massive, massive parking deck. And what I'll do is, of course, ask, hey, are you cool with going away from the crowds? And usually people are, unless they're in like a costume and they're exhausted and like, oh man, I don't want to walk that far. And it's like, oh, you know what, fair. I wouldn't want to walk that far either. But being able to find good spots away from like the con center itself, that is an option. Also, if the cosplayer does want to bring somebody around with them, that's cool. You have a handler, somebody who can do a cape flip or carry stuff. But yeah, sometimes, especially with Katsucon's very crowded. So I've shot at that parking deck, not too far for those like really urban sort of looks. And that's not super far away from like the main area. Another thing is backdrop neutrality. When all else fails, look for a neutral backdrop. Blank wall that has good light. Windows. Look for stairs. Building corners, for instance. Especially if it has good light. Again, like at Katsucon, across from the Gaylord, there's that like one weird little building, like gray, silver. I think they use it for like meeting space, but there's a lot of good angles that are very neutral, a lot of gray walls, a lot of windows. So if you do have a sci-fi shoot, you can utilize that. If you do have a KDA shoot, I did an arcane like sort of shoot there. It's there, and because those corners are very neutral, more timeless, that we are able to grab some good photos and still feel somewhat authentic to the cosplay. Fantasy cosplays, trees, shrubbery or bushes, green space, flowers, again, neutral walls. I mean, let's be honest, a lot of convention centers are in the middle of the city. There might not be a lot of forest around there. So you do want to look for, if it is that one single tree out there, Dragon Con, they have that like giant like columns right by the city or right by the hotels that everybody shoots at. But at that point, it's just framing people out. Nearby locations that better match the theme of the cosplay, look for those. But of course, again, keep safety in mind. So, we have 15 minutes. So what I am going to do, maybe for the next like 10 minutes, I'm going to break down how I approached a bunch of these locations. So it's one thing for me to lecture, another thing for me to actually walk through my shooting process. And then after that, if you have some time for questions, we can knock out some questions. So this shoot, the KDA shoot that I have, a group of 4 and an Acura NSX. They wanted to shoot with that NSX, have that group. So I needed a space or location with the city in the background. The original plan was to do this at Dragon Con. Things fell through. So we did this like later in the year. So we did do it by the Dragon Con hotels. So at that point, we needed a spot for that car. So we looked at one of the nearby parking decks. Parked at that parking deck, had the cosplayers stand around the car, and just did a bunch of shots around the car, on the deck to get the city in the background. Then we went down to this plaza here. When the sun went down, I knew from previous experience that the lights would come on, give us this purple hue, very cool. And then we were able to just grab shots at that parking, or that plaza. Now, idea of locations changing, rules changing. So this was early the next year, not even that long. We wanted to do a Belle shoot. So that one scene, if you've seen Belle with the parade, you have those buildings, and we knew, okay, these buildings right here would perfectly match the aesthetic. Then we had that same little plaza. So no problem, right? I did see on the website that they did want people to call ahead to get permission, to get a permit, but it was free. So I was like, you know what? This is a big deal. We want to make sure we're squared away and not have any surprises. So I called, got the permit, the unofficial permit for that one. But when we got to the shoots, apparently word didn't filter through to security, and security came and kicked us out. Like, you can't shoot here. Shot there many times before, no issue, but that day, security was like, you can't shoot here because the background's copyrighted. And if you don't know, that plaza is where they filmed this finale of Falcon and the Winter Soldier. So that's where that was like the UN building of Falcon and Winter Soldier. So we have to call the people who gave us the permit. It's a Sunday. They have to call their boss, the people, the security. It's a whole ordeal. And at this point, we're just like, we're going back to to one of the other decks nearby, because at least we can get the shots there. But realizing the same could very well happen, where we can get kicked out, and all of a sudden our plans are out the window. But things did get settled, but it was a hassle. Things don't go right all the time. Okay. This shoot, I mentioned it earlier. This is a shoot where we did not start off strong. And this also kind of goes back to the part about gatekeeping locations to a degree. We wanted to try the bamboo forest for this shoot. Years ago, no one really knew about the bamboo forest. You could park there fairly easily and get there. I mean, it's a hike, but it was like one of Atlanta's gems. But I think it was during 2020 where people were obviously looking for outdoor things to do. Somehow that secret gym got shared on a popular Instagram page. All of a sudden everybody knew about the bamboo forest and everybody's trying to park there. The location has to lock down parking because everybody's parking weird spots on this one-lane road, which is treacherous. And also the parking lot's redesigned. So a lot of the parking was taken out. So we get to the location, there's no parking at all. And it doesn't look like anybody's going to be leaving anytime soon. So instead of panicking, we're like, all right, we need another location. So we go to the other side of the river, which is still just as picturesque, doesn't have the bamboo forest. So we improvise. The hike to the river is a lot less painful, but we got some amazing shots, like some of the prettiest color that I've ever seen, especially for a shoot like that. So be flexible. Your initial plan might fall through. That's okay. Have a backup, or if you have to go on the fly. It's like, okay, we have another location, let's try this instead. Star Wars shoot here. This is what's called Arabia Mountain. This is a very popular spot. in Atlanta, but it also gives us a good science fiction sort of look of desolate, rocky landscape. Not much to report here other than there are spots that you can try to look for that does give you a little bit more of a sci-fi look. All else fails, you can pretend your sci-fi story is in a forest. Plenty of that going around. But yeah, this really what this shoot does is just give you an idea of Arabian Mountain. Now, weather. This is a trail outside of Asheville, North Carolina. I think close to Black Mountain, I want to say. Me and the cosplayers, they're my friends. I'm staying with them for the week or weekend. We're like, hey, let's grab some shots. So we go to this nice little trail. Notice it's cloudy and overcast. There's a threat of rain, but we're not really worried about it. But I had to hike like 20 minutes to get to this like little waterfall. And as we're shooting, we get some good shots. We start to feel the rain, little sprinkles. I was like, okay, this is time for us to walk back because it took us 20 minutes. Not 5 minutes into the walk, the sky just lets up or opens up, and we were getting soaked. It got to the point where the lightning cloud mashup cosplayer is using the Buster Sword to cover my camera so it does not get soaked. So be like, if you have a hike, be mindful of the weather. Have umbrellas, don't be like us. And if it is sketchy, like maybe reconsider your initial plans. But of course, sometimes you might be visiting out of town, or they might be visiting out of town, so this is the only chance it's going to work. If that's the only chance to make it work, have some protections in place, umbrellas, escape plans, something like that. All right. This is the one and only time I went to Colossal Con. Realized that con was not for me. But this is one of those things where you, like, just because we're at a con doesn't mean we can't make things work, especially if the cosplay fits that vibe. In this case, the cosplay fits that vibe. This is a raven, a beach raven. We're at a water park. At that point, it's kind of easy mode, right? So for me, it was, okay, let's find the best light that we're under this like cabana, light coming in. You notice how soft it is around the cosplayer's face. Just having the cosplayer pose in a very relaxed manner, playing with the glasses, so they're going into that idea of posing, like giving their hands something to do that makes it look like a real scene. And then framing things in a way, I mean, yeah, you can sort of see some anime craziness in the background, but I shot with a shallow depth of field. So you can't really tell what's going on in the background. That's what I mean by shoot with a shallow depth of field, because it's easier to blur things out. So with that, all of a sudden, we're not at a con. This is Raven actually at a beach resort, just, I guess, relaxing, if Raven can even relax. You get the idea. So, this shoot, the Spider Joker mashup, very crazed, very deranged, very much like the Joker. So for me, the main thing I wanted to do was shoot at what's called Krog Street Market, or not Krog Street Market, Krog Street Tunnel, which is this graffiti tunnel that goes by the Beltline, the Atlanta Beltline. So the other thing was, you know what? I also wanted to get some good natural light shots because Krog Street is not the most well lit, but there is a parking garage not too far from the location. So what I did was we started off with the parking garage, perfect time of day because you can see the light. Notice how it was golden hour, so the light was low, the shadows were very dramatic. And we were just able to really get some shots within that urban parking garage sort of setting. Just absolutely crazy looking. And then end things at that tunnel, with all the graffiti. So we used 2 locations, and one sort of dictated the other. And Katsucon. And let's see what else we have. Okay, we'll end on the Katsucon one because it's 2:55, and I do want to give you some time, at least a couple of questions. Katsucon is very busy. We all know this. Yesterday's panel, I mentioned about the Katsucon gazebo and how everybody wants to shoot at the gazebo, and how, personally, I don't shoot at the gazebo because of light. You're backlighting people to shoot at the gazebo. But if you turn around, you have the gold doors, right? And you're able to get shots with the gold doors. But of course, you still have crowds, right? So in this case, we did this early, and it's like the earlier you do, like grab photos at the Katsucon gazebo or the Katsucon, the less crowds there are. And it's very easy to very quickly get a shot with everybody framed out with those gold doors. And it was just a matter of, instead of looking at the gazebo, turn around where the light's good, and boom, you have this gold, beautiful shot. So you can make a location work even if it is busy, but it is sometimes just based off of opportunity. And having your head on a swivel, being like, oh, that location's open right now, let's go over there real quick. At that point, I don't own this spot either. If somebody walked behind me, it's like, what am I supposed to do? Like, they have to get from point A to point B. So we just have to be very careful with that. And that's it. We're about 2:55. Any questions? Yes. Worst mistake. I think I'll speak generally. Worst mistake is choosing a location that isn't accessible to the cosplayer. So going to a location, realizing that there was something very fragile about that suit, about that cosplay, and realizing, oh wait, we can't actually get there. Or no, the worst mistake, bad light. Getting to a location and the light at a time where the light was really bad and there was nothing you can do about it. Like there wasn't any open shade, you could barely backlight, the wind was blowing. Basically there's like, you can get shots, but something about the cosplay did not photograph well at that location and the light was bad. So that's why it's like, timing is also important to location photo shoots. Because a location could look good at 9 a.m., but it looks terrible at 7 p.m. at golden hour, ironically enough. So, yes. Oh yeah, it would be, but I'm lazy. I don't care lighting. Like that. So that's the pain that I have chosen for myself. But by all means, if you do have lighting, if you are a strobe photographer, that can help. But then you have to watch out for, is the location going to be feisty if you have lighting? Or if you start breaking out like bigger lights, is security all of a sudden thinking that this is going to be a professional shoot or a commercial shoot and demand $500? So that's kind of also why I don't utilize a lot of lights or any lights, because I do like being able to get in, not linger, because they're pretty chill if you're not lingering too long. But the moment you start setting things up, somebody can be like, wait a second, y'all need to go. So, but it all depends on the location too. Yeah. Yeah. So with on-camera lighting, like strobes and all that, like I also don't particularly care for the look, but you can have like handheld lighting on the camera. My style is very natural light, very cinematic. I need to have things look authentic. That's why, like, if I am not super bothered by like weird, like not weird shadows, but harsh shadows, like on the face, because that does give a level of like authenticity. But I recognize that other photographers might like to have those lights, and that's okay. They might want to have like that little handheld light or a strobe because that's their style. But for me, because my style is that way, that's why I have to start considering, okay, these are my constraints. Let me work around those constraints. But other folks might have their own constraints. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Part of it's timing. Like obviously beaches don't have a lot of open shade, so golden hour, early, mid-morning would be more ideal. Shoes, I mean, my first beach shoe was a nightmare because I didn't have the shoes and I was getting trapped in the sand and all that. And I guess it also depends, like, if it's East Coast, what time of day, sun rises in the east, sets in the west. So if it's rising in the east, they're going to get hit by direct sun, if they're but facing towards the shore. But if they are facing away from the water, the sun's going to be behind them, so they're going to get backlit. West Coast is very different. It's the opposite problem. So then it's like, all right, I need to reposition based off of where the sun is. So one, keep in mind where the sunlight is, and if you do have any ability to have comfy shoes, have a towel. Maybe it is going to be one of those things you need a reflector to fill. Go ahead and have the reflector. So, one more question. I see. Are y'all waiting for your panel? All right, quick question.
Do you have any tips for cosplayers with photographers, things that you would want them to know on the other side of the
Okay, show up early. And that's not to be like condescending. You have to factor in get ready time. You have to factor in travel time, whether or not you have to get ready at the location. If you're wearing armor, you didn't drive in it. So the meet time is at 7, but it's going to take another hour to get suited up at the location. You have to figure that out. So that's going to be a big thing for the cosplayers. Like recognize that, hey, just because the call time is X time, let me figure out how much time it's going to take to get there, how much time it's going to take for me to get ready if I'm getting ready there, or if I'm good to go, that's very different. And the other thing I'm going to say is, again, have those comfy shoes, have a bottle of water, have a comb if you have like a long wig that needs to be straightened every once in a while. So, all right. I'll let y'all, I know I ate into your time, but y'all, thank you very much.
these live? This hot?
I don't think these are live. My guess they got it.
That might be. Could we, like, do you think we could do the video one in here? I don't know. The video performance? Do we have time? We might have sound. Is that okay? I don't know if we have time. We'll see if we have time.
We're gonna make time.
The closing ceremony is just this, even longer though. Surprise. Surprise, surprise. All caps. Love green.
This mic is so close to my face now. Just like, my eyeballs. No, they're red enough.
See, you don't get red. The red's like.
Rewinding about putting contacts last
You did,
night.
yeah.
But
Oh,
you don't have red eyes.
They do pop. They do make it.
Yeah.
Huh? They make a huge difference. There's two versions of your downloads. Is that bad? Yeah. I think I've downloaded this one twice. I'm 100%.
But it's going down.
I do like that. Oh. Do you like this?
Yeah.
You like the cake?
No. I bought it from the original designer. She designs all of these.
I thought you said you bought the fabric from
No,
her.
no. The fabric is actually just from a waxing press. I heard a couple people be like, I saw that on waxing press. I'm like, oh, did it turn out? I just bought it off of the front.
Are we ready to start?
Sure. Are these? Yes. Yes. Okay, we should stop making jokes that are inappropriate.
We were saying.
Can you guys hear us? Is that actually coming out?
Is this coming? Ooh.
That one is.
Here, let's try this one. This is hot.
If I push it, oh, if I
That one's hot
push,
too.
if I follow
Yay.
the directions of pushing it,
It's magic.
Or our lovely, oh no, our lovely sound guy turned it on. Thank
We
you.
do.
Qualified people handling stuff.
And we too can have sound. Oh God. Okay. There's a lot of mic bursting here. It's fine. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the panel. How are we feeling?
Last day. Woo!
Last day. Woo! Last panel on the last day. Yeah, I'm going to choose to believe you, even though that sounded incredibly unenthused. But that's all right. Welcome to Contest Track. This is horrendous. Okay, welcome to Contest Track, the full experience. So if you were at any of the other cosplay contest, like support series events throughout the weekend, this is kind of where we culminate all of the information that we've learned throughout in all the sessions, / cover anything that we did not get to cover in the other sessions, or Yay! Oh, even better.
Qualified, competent people.
Thank you.
Yay!
Yes. Additionally, this is an opportunity for us to learn from each other, talk through all the things. If you were at any of the sessions, Tiffany and I and Tekka talked through our credentials. We run cosplay contests. We compete, and we judge cosplay contests and have been doing so for years and consult for other shows. So we have a wealth of experience. Tekka is similarly situated where she's just done every single thing that there is to do. Also awesome that Ibiel Cosplay could join us today because she was one of the judges at the cosplay contest. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
If you want to, yeah. And so she can also offer some great insight on cosplay contests and competing. We won't cover anything kind of related specific to this contest here. We're just talking about contests in general, and then we're going to do some exercises today to just kind of talk through all that good stuff. So, yay. All right, before we jump in, how many of you all have competed before? The tentative hands. Okay, 2 people. How many of you all are, or 3? Okay, see you over there. How many folks are thinking about competing? Okay, great. Yay! Yay! Okay, yes, I see a tentative hand. Your hand will come up.
Fresh meat.
Your hand will come up before we before we end. Thank you. And so that's great. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Since there's so few of you all, we'll just do it together. Huh? Go ahead. Okay. What did you do? I think we should divide people in groups. Okay, yeah. Well, there's not that many people. Okay, sorry, this is participatory. I see you leaving because you don't want to participate. It's okay. All right, so if you'd like to participate, basically we're going to do an exercise where we work through a cosplay contest with a competitor. So we're going to have 3 different groups of people. We'll have a contestant group, so you'll work through the problems as a contestant, a judging group where you'll work through the problems as a judge, and then a showrunner group where you'll work through things as a showrunner. So we're going to number you off, well, we'll number you. We'll make it so it's random. Okay. So if you'd like to participate, please come to the front of the room. We promise it's not that bad. Won't be bad. It's not hard. It's not hard. Yes. There's not going to be a quiz. Thank you for volunteering.
Thank you.
Come to the front. Come to the front. Come to the front. Come to the front.
You can sit. That's fine. You
You
don't
don't
have
have
to
to
stand.
stand. We're not gonna. It's not that kind of panel.
There's no right negative.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
My dear,
Okay.
if you're in the front, if you don't want to participate, you don't have to.
Yeah.
Since you're already sitting here, we're not going to make you move.
Okay. Yeah, you're fine. No. Okay. All right. So if you'd like to participate, again, this is all just Q&A and thought processes. So we're going to number you off from 1 to 3, and we're going to sort of make 3 vague groups. So we'll start with you. 1. 1. You're 1. 1. You're 3. Okay. So, yay, we did it. That was easy. That was the first test. So, yay! Thank you.
So you are now 2.
Yes. So we want all the 1s like sit over here, since there's like 2, 3 of you on this side. The middle will be the 2s,
And the
and the 3s will be on the other side. Right there. Yeah. Perfect. Yay! Hopefully more participants. Are you all participating? Okay. We'll do.
You're
this
number
is 3, so you'll
so
sit
sit
there.
right there.
You'll be number 1, and then you'll be number 2. So number 1.
We'll explain in a moment.
Yes. So number 1 in the dark black hoodie, right? You'll be right here, and then you in the purple mauve hoodie. Do you want to participate? Oh no. Okay. You're just here. That's okay. No worries. All good. Okay. So we have our groups. All right.
Cool.
So as we talked about, we're going to have a little scenario, and you're going to think through it like a showrunner, a contestant, or a judge. For those of you who weren't in the other sessions, kind of a general way of thinking about it is as a competitor, right? So you're the contestant in the costume who's entering a cosplay contest, and you encounter this person, so you're going to help do some problem solving. If you're in the judge group, you're the judge of this cosplay contest. So you're assessing the costumes, you're kind of making determinations of who's going to win, and then the showrunner, you're the god, basically, of the cosplay contest. So yes, put the crown on, it's fine. And you're in charge of kind of operations. You've hired the judge, you kind of run work with the contestants, so you're going to think about the problem from that perspective. It's okay, frankly, if you've never occupied those roles in your life either, because this is just about thinking through how folks might do that. So we'll present the scenario and discussion to you, and then once we're done, we'll talk about how you problem solved, and then we'll offer some feedback on how that went. Sound good? Yeah. Great. Okay. I guess it doesn't matter if it didn't sound good, because we're doing it anyway, but
We'll tell you.
we're going to do it anyway.
You're here now. The doors are locked.
Right.
They're not.
Okay.
It's open.
That's right. Well, we'd lock them theoretically. There's an invisible barrier made out of mana that you can't get through. All right. Okay, so let's meet our cosplayer, Sue.
Oh,
So we're gonna look at this in 3 kinds of stages. So this is a longish narrative, so I'm gonna leave it up for us to read, and I will read it out loud. So pre-contest, right? So Sue is our first-time cosplay contestant preparing to enter StarCon's cosplay contest. Yay, StarCon!
Yay, Sue!
She heard about the event from a friend. Sue's friend didn't enjoy it when they competed, but since it's local, Sue decided to give it a try. Sue goes to the website to learn more about the contest and realizes there's a lot of information and is immediately overwhelmed. She sees information about craftsmanship and performance judging, something about a build book, and selecting a class. Anything about sewing is new. Sue is an experienced welder and foamsmith, but doesn't know anything about sewing and is new to competing. She's not sure what to do. So here's your information about Sue. So you're going to think about how you're going to help Sue out as a fellow competitor in the contest. So you're meeting her, let's say, in like an online forum or something, as Sue's trying to figure this out. As a judge, this is who Sue is coming in before she's gotten into the contest. So how might you help Sue kind of figure some of this out? And then as the showrunner, how might you communicate information to Sue? You can think about this as like before the contest even starts, and even, again, like some of those online forums or through email. So we're going to give you a couple minutes to work amongst yourselves to discuss. Make sense?
Chat with each other.
Yeah.
And be like,
Work together to solve the problems.
group work, group work.
Okay,
Is that real 5 minutes? Or is that even 1 minute?
It's really 6 minutes. That's right, it's 20.
Because your 1 minute's 40 minutes, and we only have.
It's true. 1 minute is 40 minutes. 2 minutes is actually 15 minutes.
30 minutes, 45.
30 minutes is 30 minutes.
You have to do that math if you do math, and people go insane.
Thank you for letting me hijack you from the audience too. That's fine.
Yay!
I'll sit through y'all.
Yay!
I mean, you lead most of this anyways with your slides, so.
Well, I'll do it, but with the discussion, I'm not going to talk at all. I think I'll just defer to you three to do.
I sat through this last year while you guys.
Yeah,
did.
it's the same content.
Yes. I was like, oh yeah, it's the city thing.
Like, I've done this.
My favorite is like people that have never done either role and they're like, oh.
They're like,
This is
what the fuck? Yeah.
First of all, why would you want to be a cosplay artist? That's your first mistake.
Step 1, I came here to find out why.
Do you like being sweaty and running around carrying water? Do you enjoy being screamed at for things that aren't your fault?
Do you enjoy only having negative emails accusing you of being a horde of stupid things?
Why should go get in and tell me everything that she was looking for?
I messaged her. I said I was in main event. But I mean, you can message her too.
Okay. Because she's like, I'm looking for.
Yeah, I was like, she's like, I can do someday. I'm like, okay. And then we sat down with our schedules. I'm like, we're never going to see each other. Sure, I'll steal one. I happen to smart.
But
Thank
allergies
you.
and
Well,
killing
you've also been talking and judging them for how many hours on end. We literally had these backstage every day when we had Sailor Moon because we'd be talking to so many people we'd lose our voice by day 3.
I mean, we had feedback went an hour longer than we scheduled, so. Seems like candy, they're so good.
Very right. It reminded me of exhaustion and sweat.
Actually, I really looked at it. I thought you were just I saw this.
Wait, how long are we giving them?
We have 3 more minutes.
Like the order for you?
and literal.
It will never, I will never let that bone die.
That's fair.
No.
Oh, shit. What's our ETA? 3 minutes. 3? It's only been 1. Really? We started at
We probably give them 2 minutes to like finish or wrap up your ideas. If no one's gotten to mention their idea, now's a good time.
We're at 2 minutes. We're at 3 minutes, like almost. Maybe like probably 30 seconds of that.
Okay, guys, you have like, we're gonna give you 2 more minutes, so if someone in your group hasn't had a chance to give their opinion or give ideas or whatever, just FYI.
It's 2 minutes now.
See, by the time I ended, my statement was correct.
It was 11.
No, I just hadn't finished. Does it have to be true at the beginning of the sentence or the end?
It's like, is the straw 1 hole or 2? Moral conundrum. I don't like that question. It makes me mad, actually. What? Is the straw 1 or 2 holes?
Neither. Straw is a 3D object, a hole is a 2D concept.
It sounds philosophical.
No, it's actually geometrical.
I'm mad that you said that.
I'm mad that you said that. It's like, is a dot a point or a line?
A dot?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a point. Flat line.
Because if you turn it, it might go on forever.
A dot?
Mm-hmm.
But I think that inherently a dot is a quick.
What if I just shift it?
Yeah, right. Because all sides, the dot is 2-dimensional.
Mm-hmm. So it could be this. It could be long. It could just be going this way. As soon as you add a 3rd dimension, it could turn into something different entirely.
I don't think it's a dot anymore.
It's the same coordinates. You just add another one, and then suddenly it goes.
I disagree with that wholeheartedly and don't like that.
You're like,
I reject this.
mm.
Make it serious C. That's what I'm trying to think about. Make it serious no.
The answer is, I don't care.
Maybe they started with it. Huh? I think they started talking. Anyway. All right, y'all, time is up. So we're going to have you all share out what it is that you talked about. We'll go ahead and start with our contest runner group.
Wow, that was a fake out.
I got to keep it fun for me. I love that. That was a great answer. He made a little experience on this. Did you all talk at all about what the showrunner, like the convention, or sorry, the cosplay contest director might do in these situations? Did you talk about that at all? That's great. That's great. Any feedback from the panel on that?
Yeah, no, I think inherent in it that is Sue might not know what classes are. So you might have to explain the concept of classes in a costume contest, beginner, intermediate, master, and how that goes. But yeah, I think that's how you agree.
No, it was a great answer. The paying attention to the detail about her friend didn't have a good time last year is really important. Yes.
Or else you signed a waiver. You have to have fun.
It says it in what you signed when you watch back.
Must have fun. No, and I think that's really great too, to just kind of examine what the problems were, because it could be just a misunderstanding between Sue's friend and not necessarily an issue with the show itself. Maybe someone misunderstood something. Maybe someone didn't get what was going on. Maybe there was like a communication breakdown. So I think that's great, doing that assessment of what's happened and then addressing it and going forward. So lovely. Excellent. Okay, let's ask our judging group. What would you do? Yay!
Yes.
That's good. Oh, I love that answer. I love it. Like, I love that you're like encouraging Sue to, like, you might be nervous, it might be your first time, but please don't forget the play part of cosplay. That's really good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you all nailed it. Most of this is not going to be your problem until day of. So.
I will say though, as a judge, I feel it's important that we do know the roles. That's one thing that I would disagree with you on, is that as a judge, you should be very familiar with the rule set that you're judging based on, and what not just you but the coordinators expect of your contestants. So having that knowledge should be like important for you.
Yeah. But I think too, I think there's a caveat to that, and this is the nitty gritty, is that as a judge, if you think someone is breaking the rules, that's not your call, that is the cosplay coordinator's
Absolutely,
call.
yes.
So I think it's right, and yes. But yeah, definitely familiarize yourself as your judge so you can do your job, but yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, you're
That's
right.
the coordinator's
That is definitely
responsibility,
the coordinator, for sure.
absolutely.
Yep,
But
yep.
at the end of the day, you should still.
Yeah.
Familiarity is good, but you don't have to be the expert.
Yeah, you're got the judgment caller.
Despite being a judge, yes. Okay, how about from our contestant group?
So the first thing I said was I would ask Sue what information she didn't understand, maybe try to break the rules down into more simple guidelines for her so she can understand the basics.
And another thing that we like I bet them to do is
Awesome. That's great. Yeah.
Those are incredible answers.
Yeah. Y'all are best friends. Yeah, you're the support squad too, and I love that you mentioned sharing crafting knowledge. And like, if Sue doesn't know how to sew, and you do, you might like have a sewing party or arrange like a live Discord chat window pop up Google Meet, and like do a crafting workshop. I think that'd be really great.
We love contestants that like to share.
Yeah, and on a similar vein, being willing to share your own work, like with the build book. Like sometimes you're like, I don't even have a context of what this word means. Just be like, oh, this is my example. Yours can just be these pictures, but this is kind of what they look like. That's a great way to just give them context to something they've never been exposed to.
Another thing that I really love that you all said is that like sometimes the rules can just be like this big nebulous pile of words with no context. And while the director kind of has the overall, say of what is and isn't a rule, being there for Sue to be, look, I'm going to control F the information that you're going to need to have, ignore all the rest of it, and if you have questions, email, but like here's like the highlights, what your class is, like this is the time you need to show up, all that good stuff. I think is really, really good. Sometimes rules become word salad. As a person who loves rules, and long rules at that, I recognize I'm a very small group of people who likes that. So it's yeah, that's great. Okay. All right, shall we move on to the next scenario? You all are doing great. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. I saw lots of new folks walking in too. You're welcome to either join a group or hang out and participate as your desired participation. So we have, again, we're addressing problems in perspectives of different folks in the contest. So we have the group over here is addressing problems as a contestant. This group is addressing problems as judges. And this group is judging contests or problems as the contest coordinator and or director of the show. So.
I think we clarify that you guys aren't necessarily the con director, you are the contest. But I understand the confusion.
Yes, I did not clarify that, so that's great. Okay, I'll let you all filter as you desire and will not put anyone on the spot. Okay. All right, let's move on to the next scenario. Good. Okay, great. Craftsmanship judging. So Sue has spent years behind a welding helmet, but this is her first time getting her work assessed by a panel of judges. She's not sure what time she's supposed to be where, but she understands that she's supposed to wear her costume and have it be assessed by a group of big-time professional cosplayers. She's nervous about the experience and doesn't know what to expect. So take a couple minutes in your groups and talk about how you might assist Sue in your specific role, and then we will come back and share. I tell her to stop. Don't do it.
I laugh at the phrase professional cosplayer
Big time.
gloriously.
One power range. Never been hurt. Never sun sticking out. You don't even know where you live. Where do I find you?
Yes. Yeah, it's like an actor. They're like, oh, my costume's always given to me. I like wearing them. You're like,
It's a voice actor. Did you make
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really cool. You should win something. You're like, fuck off.
You're directly in charge of that. Amazing.
You can make that happen.
You could help me.
Yeah.
Does either of you guys want one for your throat?
Ricola, like lemon and mint.
Yeah, something in the air.
Yeah.
I was fine. I went back in my room.
Yeah, it'll help soothe. I've been talking all weekend, so.
Yeah, between the hotel and talking.
This goes till 5.
Yes. We are literally back to back closing ceremonies.
Yeah, 5 o'clock. No.
No, but we could open it up to around 2.
All right, y'all have 2 minutes. Well, you know, you're by the time now.
Your flight is at 7 tomorrow? I'm sorry.
We'll be home early and I can lay in my bed.
That's very true.
That's very true. Oh, I think I just saw Carlin walk by. I just saw a gold thing go by. He was like,
I'm gonna send her a message and tell her to come to the events.
We should have brought like a game to play while like a street chat. For me.
I feel like anyone with ADHD in the group would immediately get distracted.
Well, not me.
Let's be real. That's just what you want to do. Overstand the waiting. I have solitaire on my phone for that, but I just get anxious. I just play a quick game of solitaire. Always.
All right, 1 minute left.
It hit midnight. I was like to die. I'm going to bed now.
I want some more cheese. I didn't have enough fresh earlier.
Wait, didn't you say it betrayed you already?
It did, but like, this is a good try.
Oh, let's go. There she is. She's so dead.
She's so dead.
She's very dead.
All right, that is time. Hopefully you all have solved all of the world's problems in this 5 minutes we've had. Okay, we are going to start with the judges. You like that fake out? That was pretty good. All right, go ahead. All right, how would you solve this problem?
Encouraging.
That's a good point. Yeah. It's good. Yeah, as a judge, sometimes you gotta do a little prompting and prodding to like get them to open up, and you can do that by being really encouraging and having an upbeat and positive attitude. That was a great answer. Okay, that was great.
Yeah.
The contestant group. Let's start with you all. Or go next. Yes.
Before prejudging, like the day before, or like did she just get the email saying she got accepted in?
This is like just before judging, but like it's kind of like the judging experience. So it's kind of yes to all of it. Yeah. That's valid.
Yeah,
That's
you can do both.
So as someone who I've done 10 contests in over the years.
Oh, look at this nice gentleman.
Hello? Okay.
Yay!
Okay, so as someone who's competed in like 10 contests over the years, I would have been like, you need to focus on like your favorite parts of your costume. Just instantly talk about what was your favorite thing to make, and just go up from there. And as you're talking, the judges might ask you a question, and then you just answer those questions. And another thing is pick a time slot for your prejudging that you feel comfortable with. Either early in the morning because you don't want anything to mess up your costume, or if you like evening because you don't want to put your costume on until like right at the contest.
You're not done with it yet.
Or you're uncomfortable.
Another thing, so number one, like again, if we're going by the literal sense that like right at this very second we are entering whatever Sue's entering, then you could like tell her like, hey, this is also, so for example, like for me, I could tell her like, hey, this is my first time doing a contest too. Like you are not alone in it being the first time. And then also I'm putting down the microphone because microphones make me anxious. Anyway,
Okay, that's
so,
fine.
you could also like advise, you could also like advise her like when she's super nervous about things like, hey, don't confront everything the night before. That's not very wise. Like let's see, I stayed up till like midnight making these. It's not very wise. Just stay up late in the middle of the night. It just stresses you out way more.
And also, if she's not sure what time she's supposed to be where, find that out, like, before you have to be there, or preferably the day before or the day of, and just be in that area. Don't, like, go out somewhere, go with your friends, or be in a panel. Be in that area.
As someone who is Sue, the things that I would be thinking of are like if we have an email with information, I would have that saved somewhere so I could be referring to it constantly. If someone else has questions or if I have questions, I could just pull it up and be like, this is what we know. If we have questions that aren't answered, who can I text in order to get those answers? If we're arranging, like, if we can choose what time we can answer or whatever, I would tell Sue, pick whatever time you feel the most comfortable. Some people like going first, I do. Some people like going last. Just make sure you know that ahead of time. Yeah.
I love that. Great. This is going to be the most supportive green room. I just, they're so great. It's so good. Okay.
Contest runners.
Contest runners.
Now that I know my job. So we did talk heavily about making sure that there's an initial email once she has been accepted. Make sure she understands what category she's in, what time she needs to be. I just found out that apparently the new thing is you get to pick your times. I'm old school enough that we assigned times. So weird. Make sure that she understands what she needs to bring, where she needs to park, how she can get to that space. Then closer to her actual scheduled time, get a reminder probably the day before. Hey Sue, this is what time you're coming in. This is what we need from you. This is how long you're gonna have to talk to those judges. This is where you're going to be waiting because you're probably gonna get there and someone's probably gonna run long or the judges get distracted. So make sure that Sue has all the information she needs and that she has the ability to question if something comes up. If we have assigned the time, she has the ability to follow up and be like, yeah, I don't get up before 4, good luck. Or be like, hey, I'm bright and early at 8 in the morning, I wanna come in earlier, can I do that? So make sure that she has that person that she can reach out to so that we can then communicate to the judges what time to expect her.
Love that. That's great. That's
I
great.
feel like you can also reassure her about what she should expect from the contest. Like telling her what might happen or what she might need to do and reassuring her about the experience.
Yeah, that's a great thing.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would be nice. It would be nice if you had a contact person. One or two persons that they can contact to double check. Is this where I have to be at this time?
Yep.
What do I bring? Am I forgetting something?
Yep.
Did something change? Because for this weekend, we found out that there were a few cancellations on things. So is there any changes in time, places, things, whatever? You know.
Yeah.
That would be good.
It's a great point. Checklist for what you need to bring. Yeah. Yeah.
So, I've had some experiences where certain conventions they'll give you a name of the room, but they don't tell you where it's at. So you will spend
Maps.
like 10 minutes.
Include a map.
Include a map. It just helps, especially if you're wearing a costume that blocks your eyesight and you're like running around for 10 minutes trying to find that one room.
Yeah. Yeah, especially since the judging room is usually shoved in a corner far out of the way, and you're like, even if you have the map, you're like, where in God's green earth? I know it's on this level. I know it's on this map. Where is it?
I've run almost late to a few prejudging because I just could not find the room.
Yeah.
And to add to that, I feel like hotels are complicated. Like me
Yeah.
and my friend, we took a good few minutes trying to get here. Even after getting directions, we could not figure out where this room was. Hotels are complicated, especially when it's your first time here.
Yep. And I'll also add, though, as a contestant, it's a good idea to do a dry run before the day of, definitely before your judging slot. The onus is a little bit on you as a contestant to figure out your life, right? There's a million things going on. So doing a dry run of where to get from your room to the judging spot and then to the stage, if you can, even bringing parts of your costume that you know are going to be bulky or kind of weird to maneuver in, is a good idea. So that way you'll be ready to go during the day of the contest. Sometimes your brain just shuts off, but if you've got some muscle memory going, you can just figure it out.
Well, yeah, and if you do it well before your time, you can ask a staff member or someone, or find. You're like, okay, well, I can't find the room, so now I have to find the information desk.
Yep.
And they might not know, so then they're gonna have to call someone. I agree. I think do it before. And if you're an extrovert and you're a contestant, you could be like, hey guys, day before the con, we're gonna meet in the lobby at this time, then we're gonna walk to the judging room so we can all find where the heck it is.
That's
Like,
nice.
I just know some people, like, planes run late.
yeah,
Yeah.
and you might
Sure,
not be able to make
sure,
that, but
sure.
it might help for some people.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is sort of tangentially related, but again, as a newcomer, I think my strategy, as someone who's also not very competitive, I would be entering this contest with a friend. That in itself would bring a sort of calmness and comfort to where if something did go wrong, I would have someone there that I knew who was in it with me. We could talk and figure it out without freaking out.
I love that. That's a good idea.
I mean, even if you can't compete, like, or like your friend can't compete, just having a buddy, like a handler, somebody with you as a support group is like almost necessary for a contest, and we recommend it.
An emotional support person.
Exactly.
Like double the time you think it's going to take you to get there. You're going to be in costume, you're going to see other people in costume, they're going to want something to take you. Vice versa. So always double the time that way. Even if you're sitting for a while, you're early on time.
Yes, because walking from one place to another is great when there's no one else in there, but it's an entirely different experience once like the convention fills up and you've got lots of human bodies.
I have a poncho for that. No.
That's true. You do a poncho. Yeah. Man, he has these amazing ponchos that like say, "Don't take pictures of me."
We were having a hard time getting from one end of the convention to the other because we kept getting stopped. So I literally had ponchos printed that said cosplayer on cosplayer on break, and it had a bunch of photos of like a no camera sign all over it. They're very handy. But think about that. Like, if you have to get somewhere, do not stop for that photo. Like, be like, hey, I'm sorry, I have to go to judging. Tell that person, no, it's more important that you get to your judging than you stop for that photo.
Great, cool. All right, we're gonna go to the next scenario. Green room. Somehow Sue makes it through craftsmanship judging and has spoken to the contest director about getting ready for green room. Sue's not really sure what she's supposed to do in green room, but she notices that there are varying levels of energy from enthusiastic to quiet to some clear conflict happening in the corner. Sue isn't sure what she's supposed to use this time for, but wonders if her attitude in green room will impact her score. Discuss. Oh, sorry. Should I clarify what green room is for folks? Y'all got it? Okay, go ahead.
No, I think you should. So a green room.
Yes, go ahead.
A green room is like, oh God, I can't say holding pen, but I don't know. But the green room is where you wait. Like if you're a contestant, they gather you there early, so A, they know you're still alive. B, they know you're going to walk across the stage and you haven't broken your costume irreparably. And it's just kind of a place to gather you, get you organized, and wait until it's your turn to go on stage.
It's usually about an hour to a half an hour before showtime.
Yeah.
Yay. Okay, go for it.
Okay, go for it and discuss. Step 2, find a microwave. Pop said popcorn. The vocal evisceration. was bad because one of the girls has.
You have 1 minute left, friends. All right, friends, we are at time.
Sorry, we didn't give you a warning. Whatever.
Yes, you
You're cool.
Okay, we're gonna start with.
We haven't started with the contestants first.
We'll start with contestants first. Yay!
Yay, contestants! Fellow contestants.
I already went first. Here, yes.
I forgot everything I was going to say.
So my first thought would be getting everything that I need ready, of course, but if there is a moment with downtime, I would be doing something to help me relax. Or if I see someone who's kind of freaking out by themselves, I would go over and kind of gently be like, hey, do you need some water? Is there something I can do to calm you down? Just to make sure. I know that there's a level of freak out to where you're not going to be able to do anything, and I wouldn't want to compete against someone who's not doing the best they can. So I would want to calm them down so that they can perform the way they want to.
First of all, I'd reassure that your attitude in the green room won't impact your score unless you're being like a total not nice person.
Yes.
Oh yeah, if you're anxious, go through things that calm you down, or try to channel the character that you're playing or cosplaying as. So then you won't think of yourself as, I'm going on stage, I'm gonna like freak out and not be able to do anything. You'll just be like, oh, Goku would never be afraid of this. Like, I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna go Super Saiyan. Like, yeah, just do it that way.
I love that idea. Goku.
Okay, so I'm one of those cosplayers who just likes to torture myself. I have stage fright. And I've been in 10 contests, and I keep doing this to myself. So I have extreme anxiety being on stage, but I like to perform on the ground. So usually when I'm in the green room, I will start practicing the poses. Like, I will listen to find out how many poses we're allowed to do on stage, and then I'll start just going through them until the point that if I do have a moment where I go on autopilot on the stage, my brain already knows what to do. And I usually do poses that my character would do.
That's great. That's great advice. Yes, it is. I love that, like, your brain will just shut off sometimes when you, even if it's the most seasoned person, even if you have stage fright. So the idea of giving your brain another connection point for what it is you're supposed to do, building up some muscle memory is great. Love it. Okay.
Oh, I think there was one thing they might have missed, though. So if you are a competitor, because there's more of you than anyone else in that green room probably, if you see something weird happening, go tell one of the staff members. Like if Sue says, something is going on in that corner, like someone is screaming, someone is crying, someone is throwing up, all of those have happened in green rooms. Yeah, no, and it might be, but even if they're just like having catty fight, you might get up and just be like, something's going on over there. Like just tell a staff member, there should be a staff member in the green room with you. Just let them know. It might be nothing, it might be none of your business, but if you just let them know and then, mind your own business from there. Yeah, no, that's fine, that's why we're here. Yeah. But if,
No, always. After we're on drink, with drinks.
yeah, so if you see something kind of weird happening and you're just like, oh, that person, because it might be none of your business, but if you tell the staff member, they are at least aware of it, and if it's something that needs to be handled, they can be handled. Staff, it drives staff up the wall. And not that it's to blame you, but if they're like, if I had known, I could have addressed it, but people were they didn't want to cause a scene about it, so they didn't let anyone else know, and staff just didn't see it because they're trying to keep track of all of you. So if you see something, let staff know, and then, let it go. Don't be a nosy Nancy, you've done your part, you've alerted the appropriate people, and then they can handle it.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Memorize who's going on stage before you and who's going on stage after you.
Yes.
So if you do kind of split up and hang out in the green room with different people,
Yeah.
you still know where to go when you
Or if you have to pee, if you have to leave to pee, so you know where to get back in line.
Good advice. That's
Yeah.
great. Okay. Let's do the judges next.
I mean, we'll be honest, we're not in the green room. So there's really not a lot that we can do about it. And again, your attitude in the green room isn't going to impact your score because we don't see it. We don't know about it. Pretty much if you're fist fighting somebody back there, we might say something about that and be like, maybe no.
Yeah.
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 But
That was an excellent answer. That was an intentionally trick question because we sometimes get judges who are really overzealous of want to get involved in all the stuff, but truly that's not the judge's role. It's the directors and preferably the contestants who can see something, say something, but you're not going to be there to see what's going on. And even if you are, kind of the golden rule, right? Default to the director to go help and de-escalate. So
You passed the trick question. Well done.
You well past the trick question.
Yeah, all that's our job. Let's do our job.
Yeah. All right,
We have a lot of
directors.
things now. This is the culmination of everything we've been doing. So we have very set times. We expect you in that green room. Sue's already there. That's great. Sue is on time. We love her. We are going to have very clear rules about what you can and cannot do in the green room. We're going to make sure that you have hydration, that you have maybe a repair kit and a lovely large mirror. We're going to have den moms. We're going to have a couple of those running around to help you in case you don't have a
Do
handler.
people know what den moms are?
Den moms, assistants, ninjas. There's so many words. Yes, minion.
Staffers, volunteers.
We're going to have staff in there. Their job is going to be help you. You may have a handler, but we're going to handle the stuff that you can't. Maybe those fistfights in the corner, the person having a panic attack. One of my favorite things for a green room is to have a quiet corner. So if you don't want to talk to anyone, go sit in the quiet corner. It's going to be clearly labeled. You can sit there and you can do whatever makes you happy in that quiet corner. We're going to make sure that the bathrooms are easily accessible for you. We're going to go over what's expected from you on the stage, how to get on the stage, how to get off the stage, where the MC is going to be, if you have music that cues up, if you have audio that cues up, so that you understand what you're looking for and listening for, and to remind you that sometimes our tech guys are amazing, but your CD didn't play. So don't panic. Here's a good idea of what to do. If you jump off our stage, we will escort you from the premises. Don't do that.
I don't know your contest.
We're having that conversation again about last year. Last year. No, trust me, I'm still having flashbacks about it. We are also going to make sure that there is someone available with medical knowledge in case something goes horribly wrong and you need to have that medical assistance. We are going to make sure that everyone is prepared to get up and down from that stage safely.
I love that. What are you? Oh, go ahead.
We're not done.
Okay, please keep going. Oh no, you're good. No, I love it. You're good.
We
You're
should
good.
also reassure Sue what she should use the time for, like telling her this is a time for her to relax and fix whatever her cosplay might have, like her costume might have messed up on, or whatever she might have.
Could you bring that little microphone just a little
Whatever
closer?
she accidentally misplaced on her costume. We could also tell her that in the green room her attitude will not impact her score because the judges are not inside the green room with her. Therefore, whatever she does in the green room, the judges will not know about.
Yep, that's great. Good reassurance.
How about the conflict brewing in the corner? What are you as the coordinator going to do? Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
So
That's Officer
that's-
Jennings on the
Hi.
scene. We called the cops.
So I think that having the den mother assigned is really important. Like just having somebody that is their whole role is kind of keeping an eye on that stuff. And like you guys said, having like being in an environment where contestants feel comfortable being able to talk to a volunteer, having volunteers like clearly labeled, wearing a T-shirt that says volunteer or something, so that nobody is in the dark about who that person is. And then also like a little changing area is also, if you've got a place to set that up, having something so that if somebody needs to take their helmet off and that kind of thing and take a breather, they can, so that they don't have to be uncomfortable. Also, this is halfway green room, halfway stage show, but lighting and clearly marked walkways and accessible pathways for people in large armor, people with disabilities, and making sure that it's easy to get in and out of the green room so you can get on and off of the stage safely.
Love that. Excellent. So how might you address the people who are having a minute?
Oh, I totally
backstage?
skipped that part.
Oh no, you're fine. That's okay. That was great. So that's good.
I think honestly, like just having a volunteer like very nicely come up and say, "Hey, is everything okay here, you guys? Like, do we, you know, is there anything I can do to help out?" And if it seems to be something that is an actual real problem and there's not a comfortable way to make it stop, if it's not something that's like, you know, violence, I think that would be a good time to go ahead and just kind of get loud and be like, "All right, everybody, it's time to get in line, get in your order, single file, come on," so that you've by necessity separated those people without making it a spectacle. Just handling it like subtly.
Yes.
Because you don't want to make everybody else stressed about it.
It's true. Cosplay contest directing is truly PR, frankly. So yes, that's
PR
great.
and security.
PR and security. What's that? It is hurting cats. And sometimes the cats are actually raptors. It's fine.
I would also suggest, like, certain conventions I've been to,
Things run late, so don't stress.
Yes.
So you might be sitting in that green room for an extra 30 minutes because something with the technology has gone haywire. So just, people start getting antsy, just chill, just chill.
Story for another later time. Con horror
This
stories.
isn't like one of the earlier prompts, but remind her not to forget that there is the word play in cosplay.
Yeah.
And this is supposed to be fun and not supposed to be like, I mean, it's naturally like distressing at first because you're going up and showing something that you worked hard on. However, there is also supposed to be an aspect of it that's fun and an aspect of it that you enjoy. And if it's solely just stressing and nervousing to you, then there is probably something wrong.
Great point.
Excellent. All right, next one. We're almost done, friends. Well, we have a couple more. So, stage time, yay! The contest is finally underway after a 15-minute delay, as you mentioned, due to some mysterious tech issue. Sue's worried that the music she's prepared to play during her walk will malfunction and whether or not it will impact her score. She's also terrified of being on stage and is worried there will be X's to boo her off. Sue has not seen any evidence of Simon Cowell, but is nonetheless nervous about doing well on stage and how the audience, the judges, and the other contestants will perceive her. What do we do?
I was gonna ask us, like, is that a dated reference now? No. You're the.
I am! I thought he was relevant!
Did someone just ask you Simon Cowell?
It was a reality TV show, Judge.
Do we not watch America's Got Talent? America's Got Talent? Judge on America's Got Talent?
Oh my god.
Okay, no,
Just
that's
like,
okay.
put me in the grave now.
No, we're gonna have to figure out a new one.
Just give me my Metamucil and put me to bed.
Gordon Ramsay? Is Gordon Ramsay still considered like a communal?
Gordon Ramsay?
If we had used Gordon Ramsay, would you have known we mean someone who's gonna yell at you? Okay, Gordon Ramsay. Gordon Ramsay might be the universal. Okay.
Oh my god. Okay. Just kill us now. It's fine. I'm literally gonna change it to Gordon Ramsay, right?
My elder millennial is dying inside.
All right. Okay, go ahead. God. Oh, I was just doing text speak, but it's fine. No, that's all right. You're welcome. No, never apologize. I'm in actual agony. Or whoever you're checking out first, Kids are expensive and the whole process is very painful. Well, unless you're just enjoying it. No one's trying to drift it along. All right, you've got 2 minutes left. Right. I know. She was up in the green room. She's like, is this the one where I was talking about as seriously as? And they're like, she's like, when did you get those pictures of me? I was like, I love that they made her a professional welder. Like, that's one of her favorite things. This is going to live with me for a long time. This is going to live with me for a while. Just ouch, man. I'm glad I don't teach college students anymore because that was brutal. They'd be like, what are you talking about? I'm like, what do you mean? It's not relevant anymore. I don't remember high school. I'm like, I'm in Maine. Well, I stopped because I was I don't know, just do it and get out. I don't know. We have traffic right now. And that was about it. All right, we're ready to go. Who have we not started with yet? Let's start with the directors. Yay! Yes. Sorry. Yes.
The contest.
Sorry, that sounds like judges.
Contest
Oh,
runners.
sorry. We not started with it. It's fine. I've already said it. It's fine. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
started with
Yay.
It's still my show. So obviously we've had some kind of technical issue, so we're going to remind our contestants. You may not hear the right music, it's okay. This is not what you're being judged on. Go on the stage, have fun. No one knows it's the wrong song but you. Go out, have fun, because someone in that audience is going to think you're the best thing that's come up there. We are all excited for you. Everyone's going to cheer for you. If you're freaked out, don't look at people. Just stare into the distance. Do some great poses. We're going to remind you how to get on the stage safely. We're going to remind you how to get off the stage safely. We're going to remind you where you need to go once you are off the stage. That may be back to the green room. That may be somewhere in the audience. That may be that, I don't know, time to go get ice cream and cookies. We got time. Judges got to judge. Would you like it? Oh, wait, she's got it.
I feel like we could also tell her that it doesn't matter how the audience or judges and other contestants perceive her outfit because this is just time for her to show.
Sorry, we can barely hear you.
So,
Yeah, hold it. Yeah, hold it.
Because the judges have already scored her outfit, so it's just really, so it's just really for her to show off the costume just to the audience and the other contestants, and it's mainly just for her to show it off.
Yeah.
So there's actually, I failed to mention this to you guys, there's a show that I do that I really like this about them. They don't require the stage walk. They require you to be there in case you've won an award, but if you don't want to walk, if that is not what you're there for, they tell you that you don't have to. You can come and sit in the green room, let them know, and then you'll get announced if you get an award. And for some people, that's really, really comforting. And I've seen people that at first they're like, not gonna do it, not gonna do it. And then like right before the show starts, they're like, all right, I'm gonna do it. And it's a good moment.
Like a hallway cosplay contest. Yeah, I like that. Awesome, thank y'all. That was great.
Something you can do as a showrunner too is you can build into your time, like build a time with your tech team that you have gone before the event, before you even check in for green room, you've gone over all the music and make sure all the music plays. Yep, so that if something has happened to someone's contestant, it's been corrupted, their CD scratched, something's wrong, you can tell them when they check in the green room, be like, hey, you have green room for the next 2 hours, your music didn't work, can you resend it to us? Or can we find an alternative online with our tech people? Like you can head those off, and if you can assure Sue, be like, we already checked it, it played fine, we should be good, accidents happen, but we've done our due diligence, it should play, you should be good to go.
All right, let's do judges / Gordon Ramsay /
Get out of my kitchen! I just say, people are more attuned to your body language and your facial expressions than we really account for. So as a judge, I think the best thing we could do is just good eye contact, soft smiles, and just, be supportive in a emotional way that they can't, you can't verbalize, but maybe they can really sense.
I love that. That's great.
And of course, clapping for them, because they can definitely see the clapping. They can see that we're excited to see them, and we're rooting for them as well.
And also note too, there are times when, you can, as a judge, you're not scoring them on the technical malfunctions that are beyond the contestant's control. So making sure that you have that in your mind. Okay, well, the music messed up, this wasn't on the contestant. You can judge them on how they, perform, right, when they get on the stage, their actual performance, but very true. You're there to be supportive and smile and be like, it's fine. Give them that encouragement, even like that nonverbals from off stage, and give them their moment to be happy. Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, in theory, that's on the website when you sign up. That's part of the rules. So you will know exactly what they're looking at and what, if you have a scoring rubric, what it is. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
If they read the list.
It's a whole other battle.
I will say if you are, again, this is personal preference, you don't have to do this, but I'm a vibes judge again. So if there's a quiet moment on stage when someone's on it, I'm yelling. I'm like, woo! Because humans are herd animals, and if someone starts cheering and clapping, others will key in and start cheering and clapping. Like they were teasing me, well, not teasing me, but saying thank you. Like last night, I was like dead on my feet. I was literally just like in my chair, in the back like this. I don't remember.
You brought the hype. Yeah.
Yeah, like they were like, it's starting. I'm like, I sat up and went, woo! Like, if you are a judge, and again, if this is not your personality, I'm not saying you have to do this, but it's something you can think about as a judge to do to help do that. Like if someone's having a hard time, you are super close to them, you can see them. If they're nervous, if the audience isn't hyped, you can be hyped. You can get them to interact. You can be there and be like, yes! Like don't stand up and maybe like cheer for them, but like vocalize, clap for them, smile for them for sure, but you can kind of like prompt the audience to do things. And as a judge, assuming you've probably been to a couple of these, you can feel when the crowd starts lulling and it starts getting awkward for the person on the stage, just yell. Just be like, you can be writing and you can be like, I'm writing notes, oh, it's quiet, woo! Don't even look up, just keep writing notes and cheer them on. And the rest of the audience will be like, oh, we're getting woo! So that's something you can do to kind of help support them, especially novices, beginners, especially. Like, the more excited cheering when they're Naruto running across the stage in sheer panic, the better.
Facts. Okay, let's hear from the contestants.
Yay. So I like to plan for things going wrong because they usually do.
Yes.
And
we love
if
Murphy's
my
Law.
cosplay is already done, that's like 70% of my insanity gone because I'm already sitting there. All I have to do is walk on and walk off. Well, I mean, walk on, pose, do whatever, and walk off. But the music, that would like crush me. Like in the beginning days of cosplay, that would crush me if something went wrong. So I would either download it on my phone, send them an email, like get an aux cable, because everything has an aux cable plug-in, and like tell them that, yeah, you can use this from my phone and play that just in case. And also, I would reassure Sue that no one's looking at the hole that you couldn't patch up properly or you as a person. They're looking at the character, and unless you're like an evil villain that everyone hates, they're not going to boo you. And if it is a villain that they boo, it's probably like accepted for you. You'll be like, oh yeah, everyone hates this character. Yeah. Also, what else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, if Sue is nervous, when other people are nervous, more nervous than me, I get less nervous. So I'll be like, I'm gonna cheer for you, Sue. It doesn't matter if no one else is cheering, I will cheer for you, and that'll probably, hopefully, calm Sue down.
This is such a nice green room.
I definitely agree with cheering on other contestants. I would also remind Sue, if something goes wrong, it's not our fault. If they've got the wrong music, just pretend the right thing is playing. All you need to do is do the steps that you've memorized. You've already been practicing, so you can just let your body do what it needs to do. Also, I also don't think anybody would be booing, but I agree with the cheering thing. I just think you got to remember, we're all here to have fun. This is going to be a very short thing in our lives. Once it's over, we can go do other things. Don't freak out in the moment. Just let it happen.
Yes. Yes.
I was gonna, on the booing things that's come up twice. I've never been in a contest where people have booed that haven't been prompted by the skit to boo. Like, unless it's a bit that the skit is prompting you, I feel like the audience would maul someone alive. If they started booing, like, I feel like someone would turn around and be like, I will end you right now.
It's like cosplayers support cosplayers.
Do I want to know why your hand's raised?
No.
Did you? We'll do it after. Let them talk, then you can tell us about your terrible booing. Oh my god.
One thing you can remind her is that they're judging you on your craft, not your character. So, like, they're not judging you based off of you, they're not judging you based off of the character you're doing, they're judging you based on how well you made your costume and stuff. And also, well, this is just like a general thought, I didn't think of when it was the time to say that, is remind her of, like, if, so for example, let's say there's any type of medical thing that she needs to remember or needs to bring, remind her to bring that because it can completely destroy your entire thing, like your entire act. Like inhaler, like take
Water.
Yes, iron supplements.
Yeah. Yes.
You're gonna be missing dinner.
Yeah.
You're gonna be missing dinner.
Maybe.
So bring a snack, take your meds, take your walk. Sit down. And you're also probably gonna be like up and down and up and down and up and down a lot. So like, so remember like your body and its limits, and like let's say your body cannot handle you standing up and down and up and down and up and down a lot. Account for that and like don't do that.
Accurate, yes. Take care of you. You gotta be responsible for your own meat suit, regardless of a contest being there. So.
And if you don't think you can, bring someone back to the friend thing. If you get too hyper focused and don't listen, your mate suit stops sending you signals. Bring someone who a lot of handlers' job is make sure my person doesn't die. So yeah, bring someone with you.
Double down on what my friend on the end said and what I said earlier. It's cosplay, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just here to have fun. Don't take it that serious. It's not your whole life.
Yeah.
How crazy do you look getting into fights with people wearing a cape? I swear. Like, think about the Netflix documentary. Think about the CNN ticker where your picture is fisticuffing someone in a green room while you're wearing a cape. Your insurance isn't going to cover that. Okay, sorry.
Melinda, who are we killing,
Yes,
by
we
the
have to
way?
come after. Yes.
What?
Well, okay, so two instances in my judging career where I've been, as a judge, I'd say I was booed, where the costume was on, but mostly probably on the judges more so than the person who won. I've been booed twice. Once was at a American convention I won't name, but it was a scenario where the best in show went to two House of Kajinkas that were immaculately detailed up close, but the audience couldn't see those details. So they were voting for the audience favorite big group and the big cross.
I want to know this location.
Won best group and not best in show. There was some booing that happened when best in show was announced. And in that scenario, that was something where we even did our best to talk about how like we encourage the audience. These costumes have so many details. Please look at them in person because you're not being able to see these things from a distance. But even then, it still was a thing. Usually judges will try to say why, maybe like some key points of wow factors that the contestant brought. That is why they won. The other scenario was a situation where it was tricky because it was an international competition and everyone in the audience is mostly from the UK, probably cheering for Team UK and Team UK didn't win. But it was another scenario too where also you don't have to worry. I mean, maybe Team UK is a dominant American audience, but I think for the most part, people are just excited to be seeing big costumes.
Yeah.
But this was a scenario where at an international competition, also the winners were costumes that maybe had a simpler design than some of the other entrants, but they were immaculate in making their performance, even though that's 30% of their score. When you have an immaculate costume going against another really immaculate costume, that performance score does make a difference. And the audience doesn't understand that. And it was another scenario where, well, we got booed. So
Oh, wow.
I will say that is such in the minority.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah.
The judges got booed, not the contestants.
Yeah.
Yes, but to an extent, the contestants were like,
Yeah. The contestants who won, it feels shitty for them.
just us at all. The
Yeah.
contestants felt bad because they felt like, was I not good enough?
Yeah.
Right.
If people were mad at the judge for choosing them, then
Yeah, but they but then there's also like it still makes the contestant feel awful.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Time to murder everyone in that room.
I know, literally. Yeah.
Well, that contest no longer exists.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
I'll kind of add a little bit, like something we as like judges or coordinators can do is kind of like premise things before we make award announcements to assist in this issue, and mentioning that, you know, the judges saw all of these really up close. There's a lot of details that you guys probably can't see from the stage, you know, and just kind of like premise before we even give out awards that, hey, like these guys have spent hours in a judging room in front of the judges, making sure that like everything is perfect, and like, and that can help with like craftsmanship in particular, since that's what we grade on mostly.
Yeah, I love that.
So I feel like this would be where someone who's done contests could talk to Sue and be like, hey, these things happen. I've been to a lot of cons where things have run super late. Just know who your partners are in line. Go to the bathroom real quick. Bring your helper if you need to get out of the costume, because we know there's some builds where you need that extra hand to get something off.
Make sure you can pee in your costume.
Yeah.
Or have a plan to pee in your costume.
Yeah, have a plan.
Maybe not in it, but you know what I mean.
It also depends on where the green room is located. Sometimes it's in the room with the stage. Sometimes it's in the back creepy hallway of the hotel room where only the staff go. I've been in a few of those. So there might not be any chairs to sit down, and you're going to be standing for like 10, 15, 45 minutes, maybe an hour.
Oh no.
I've had an hour. And so you're like standing. So either if you have a costume where you can sit on the ground, good, sit on the ground. Don't stand. That's a waste of time.
That's a good thing to bring to the directors.
Yeah.
Why are there no chairs?
And then another thing is, if you do have a big build, but you can kind of sit, bring a portable stool that's small enough that you can kind of just like sit on the edge a little bit, or maybe you can actually sit fully on.
Or just tell the coordinator ahead of time. Be like, I don't sit well, I have a stool, do you have one? And they'll be like, yeah, we'll have one in the green room. We're like, cool.
Yeah, if you guys are on your feet for 45 minutes, it's a failure on the coordinator's part of not having a place for after you do your stage. You know, that's their failure, and you'd want to bring that up to them, and hopefully they can remedy that in the future.
You hear that, group 3? We personally blame each and every one of you.
It's not your fault.
Yeah.
That's a good failure.
That's great.
Okay,
All right, we are the last one, everyone. So we're into award distribution. After a grueling deliberation for almost 20 minutes, the judges, which, God, 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
I know. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice.
You can tell we all have incredulous. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. For almost 20 whole minutes, the judges go through and announce all of the awards. Sue watches her fellow contestants step on the stage to get awards and is nervous about what getting an award will mean. If she wins, does that mean she's the star cosplayer for forever? If she loses, does that mean she should quit cosplay? Go forth and discuss.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes to all of it, even mutually exclusive.
I'm going to give you all 3 minutes for this one because it's not done.
Carlin, come up and take a photo before I yeet this wig off my head, please. Yeah, we're just going separate now.
Y'all have 1 minute left. All right, time's up. Yay! All right. And judges.
So my point would be, which I'm sorry, I didn't know what your name is, but you already made it, was to like describe why you are awarding what you're awarding to the person, because like you said, in every con I've been to, they usually done that. They've done great leather work, or you know, the detail, just so that gives a little background as to why you're awarding what you're awarding. I think that's a good step to make.
It's like we got really distracted in our conversation, actually, just talking about why it takes
Failed
20
the
minutes to deliberate.
assignment.
But ultimately, it's like when you are hyping up these awards too, it's good to make mention, especially like when there is a long deliberation time, to explain like, yeah, this was, I mean, no matter what the deliberation time is, you should be saying how, you know, mentioning how difficult it really was, especially because, you know, sometimes there's only one novice award for 50 novices, and it's really hard to pick. And I mean, that's why judges awards exist. If someone stands out, no matter what the level of craftsmanship is, those are what those awards are for. They can be different circumstantial things, but like, you know, giving that encouragement of like just reassuring all the contestants that we had such a great time seeing everyone's costumes, everyone just did their all, and there's a lot of heart there. You know, like, say honest things. They're not just the same template of stuff. Say things that obviously it's like, yeah, you probably did have a good time looking at their costumes, and you just want to make sure that everyone knows that regardless of the outcome, everyone did an amazing job, and it was a fun show, you know.
Agree. Totally agree. That was really good. Thank you.
One thing I like doing as a judge, this is not the word, confidential is not the word, I mean conflicting, I don't know, this is a hot take, controversial, yeah, not everyone likes this, but I think if you're in the right, it's just because you're not right. Anyway, as a judge, I like staying afterwards, to let people contest, but if I have someone that like they were neck and neck with, like it was a really hard decision, I will go to that person and not tell them, hey, we went back and forth a lot, but I'll be like, you were so incredible. I know you didn't win, but I just want you to know we talked about you a lot. Your entry was really good. I hope you keep competing. Just to kind of give them a verbal boost, even if, you know, hopefully they know there's limited awards, but sometimes that can make a lot of difference to someone if a judge will find them and just be like, hey, I know you didn't win, but I just think you're amazing. I hope you keep competing, and I loved having you in the judging room, and I just wanted you to know that. And that's all you have to say, but that can sometimes help a lot.
Hello. So as directors, it's no longer our show. It's now the judges' show and the contestants' show. Our job at this point is to make sure people are getting on and off that stage safely, that the judges have all the awards, documents, items that are being given out in the correct order, that those awards have the correct name on it, spelled correctly. And then if the contestant does have a question, oh my God, am I going to have to be, you know, journeyman star forever? We can follow that up in emails if they have questions for us. But at this point, it's about the contestants and the judges.
Out of director's point of view, I do think that it shouldn't mean that she should quit cosplaying, since cosplaying should be for her to have fun and choose, like, oh, I thought this was really fun, I should do this again. Not, if she didn't get a prize, oh, I didn't get a prize, I'm just not going to continue doing this. Because she can continue and get better, and then if she tries doing a contest again, she might win. So, yeah, I just think that's great.
I love that.
I think also just something that's like little that makes people happy is if you've got stage photos or if you know somebody in the crowd that's taking them, to go ahead and make sure that they're posted kind of quickly, because that way if you've got people that are a little sad about like not, you know, winning or whatever, just having like a cool like social media shout out online like, oh wow, I looked really cool on stage is a nice little like ego boost. So, and also pictures of the winners, obviously.
Excellent. I will say like the two scariest parts for contest directing, at least, is right when the show starts and then at dinner when the show is over. Because I don't know if you all, but I just wait for my phone to buzz and like somebody's upset about So there's like you just wait for the people to just be in your inbox and angry and upset, and you gotta like mitigate that. So unfortunately, it just is your baby until it grows up and goes off to college, which means the actual convention is shut down, and you've sent all the emails and the photos up to the media team. But truly, yeah, it is the goal is to highlight the contestants and the judges who are doing a great job. But unfortunately, there's still like that nonsense maintenance to do afterward, when you just want to lay in bed with a burrito and pretend the world doesn't exist.
Burrito and a box line.
Yes, a box Franzia in this side, a burrito in this side.
And like honestly, it's okay. As a contestant, it's good to remind her, like especially if you've been going for a while, like, hey, if you don't get a prize in this, there are dozens of other people who've competed in dozens of other competitions before, and they have not gotten a prize, or like they did not specifically get a prize in this one. Just because you didn't doesn't mean that you're bad at cosplay. It just means there was something here above your level, and especially as a beginner, you don't expect to be on the highest level. And then it's also nice to remind her that like even though it's surprising you have right to feel gratified in yourself, it's also not that serious. And like if you lose this time, it is not that big of a deal. If you win this time, I mean, okay, yay, good for you. You are not the star cosplayer forever. Like we love you, Sue, but you are not going to be the best at this forever and ever and ever.
Yes, just keep remembering that your face on CNN for starting a fight in green room in a cape.
Like dramatically whip your cape around and then go back to starting a competition.
Yes, do you want that? No one wants that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we keep saying it, but I think it's the most important part. We are all here to have a good time. So if you don't win an award, that doesn't really mean much. As long as you are proud of the work you did and you had a good time doing it, you had a good time being on stage, that's what matters. If you didn't like doing contests, you don't have to do contests. You can cosplay without doing that. It's about what you enjoy doing.
Personally, I'd ride that high of star cosplayer forever if I won an award. I always think of that one year I won that one award. So she can ride that high forever if she wants. But if she loses, that doesn't mean she should quit. Unless she didn't have a great time. Like if every single process was horrible, if she didn't like waiting, if she was nervous, like so nervous during the green room, if like watching the judges like break down everything, you don't have to go through that again. There's people who walk the con halls, never done anything, and they could be like master class at whatever they do. Yeah, and so if she likes it, she doesn't have to go on the stage ever again if she doesn't want to. She can always she doesn't have to be in the convention hall or on the floor. She can just be like outside posing or whatever. Does she not want to get an award? I can understand being nervous about getting the award. Like, I have to go on there and accept an award in front of all these people, and that means everyone else lost, and now I feel guilty about it. Yeah, I get that. But also, the judges know what they're doing. If you get an award, you deserve the award. If you didn't get an award, that doesn't mean you didn't deserve the award. It just meant that there was a tough fight to get that.
Thank you for letting us pick on you constantly to be on them. Oh God. That's what I take that to my grave as my this was my choice.
You can never close that.
I made this choice. The worst day of my life was when somebody came up to me and was like, "There's a Discord."
If people don't know what they're talking about, there's a Facebook group that's like cosplay competitions, and it's a amazing resource that can be an entertaining diversion at times. there is some strong feelings, and it's a range. So you get true beginners who ask something, and you're just like, I know someone told you that, and I would like to punch them, like type of thing. Like just people come in there who have been told just nonsense garbage, and you just have to be like, no.
Some people that just see their foot and aim a gun right at it. And
Yeah.
That's the other half.
But that's shotting for a joy.
Yes.
Did you have something?
Yeah. I think this is also the time where she'll learn what kind of cosplayer she is.
Yes.
One, like she, this could have been a bad experience. She doesn't want to do contests again, but she still wants to cosplay. So she'll maybe just walk around the con, maybe do photo shoots. Great, that's great. Then there's the person who's like, I'm going to give this 3 more tries or 2 more tries, and I'll see if I want to do contests again in the future. And, they'll give that 3 limit. Hey, after the 3rd one, I'm done. This is too much stress. I don't like this time crunching. Don't like doing the build book. Don't like trying to figure out how to impress judges. I'm done. And then there's people who just want to be on stage and just love the limelight. And then there's the 4th kind of person who just likes a challenge. They like the competition. They like the mindset of competing against others and seeing what they can do to do better, to try to get to that next step.
Yes, I agree with that.
And I'm one of those people who.
I love that. And I think you made a really, really good point, right? Competitions aren't for everyone. They're not even for every judge, and they're not even for every director. I've known several directors who quit right in the middle of the show, which is bad. Please don't do that. But like, if you realize that this is a pressure that I can't deal with, I don't want people to assess my work, or I don't want to assess the work of others, it's difficult. So I think self-awareness is so important in competition. So that's great.
And I think like that can also be, how do I want to phrase this? Like also identifying an aspect of it, like maybe you don't like doing it solo and you like doing it in a group. Maybe you did it in a group, but you're like, that friend is someone I love, but I did not enjoy competing with them. And that's fine. You just kind of have to be, as you said, honest about yourself, self-awareness, and have almost like a decompress with yourself and talk to others too. One thing I like to do, because if like there's kind of 2 ways I think that the competitors, again, know thyself. Like feel your feels, totally okay if you're disappointed you didn't win. Go cry in your shower. That's fine. Everyone gets it. Alternatively, what I do is I go talk to other people around me, and I'm like, yes, social media, get out your phones now. We can talk and we can pull out our phones. Or I'm just like, I cannot wait to yeet this wig off my head and eat a pizza. Like, I will immediately start talking about the positive things I'm looking to do afterwards to kind of just change the narrative so that you don't get stuck in that circular cycle. You can switch to something that you're looking forward to later. That doesn't work for everyone. Sometimes you're just like, nope, I'm not ready to feel something else right now. I need to sit with this for a little while, and that's fine. But I feel like if you can, if you're someone who's okay with it, but you see someone else having a hard time, maybe kind of try and prep them to be like, man, are you ready to be out of these shoes? I am definitely ready to be out of these shoes. Let's go eat something.
I've made reservations for restaurants during deliberation for what I'm going to do afterward. Like,
as a competitor.
As a competitor, not as a judge. Dang it.
Like, canceled.
Hold on, we'll judge in a minute. I got to get my reservation.
I'm putting in my order.
I also have to say, don't be afraid to accept if you're one of those people who want challenges.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of people are always like, oh, this is fun, you know what you're doing. But accept the fact that you might be one of those people who wants the challenge.
Yeah. Oh, there's a lot.
All right. Yes, we're good. We're just going to go ahead because we've got just a little bit of time left. So yay! Soon the MCs get to Best in Show, and she was shocked out of her mind. Sue's the winner! She's so honored to have won, but understands it was in large part to the advice she's gotten so far.
Well done, guys.
So this last chunk we're going to talk through together. I love how you said dinner reservation because that's the After the awards have been distributed, I did not tell her why I asked her for pictures of herself, by the way, and so this is great. Anyway,
Sue's the con organizer.
Sue's the con organizer, and she's another joke. After the awards have been distributed, Sue is elated, but sees that some of her fellow contestants look disappointed. One contestant's wandering around asking to speak to the show organizer, and another wants to find the judges to get feedback right then and there. Sue is unsure how to navigate all of this, but knows that the person crying and immediately pulling up Instagram to complain about losing may not be making the best decision. Sue is unsure of what to say to the judges, the organizer, or fellow contestants. She also wants to go home and enjoy some delicious Kansas City barbecue to commemorate her win. So other than filling ribs with Casey Masterpiece, what is it that Sue should do, and kind of what are your thoughts about this post-show arrangement of feelings? And we'll just do it together as a group.
I feel like Sue should reassure her fellow contestants that even though they didn't win, that doesn't mean that they didn't do a really good job.
I love that. That's great.
So I found a lot of times when people win awards, if you go and you're like congratulating them, they're like, oh wow, thanks, I didn't like this thing, I didn't like this thing. Like, don't, but accept your win gracefully, really be like, wow, thanks, I'm so proud of me. Like, and then also, I just as like a personal rule, try and find something nice to say about everybody's like costume in general, just because like everybody worked hard and there's always something cool to see. So I think especially to be a graceful winner, being able to be like, your blank was also really fantastic, because that makes them feel good, because right now you're the guy that they're like, whoa, they're so cool. So it's a nice thing to do.
I love that.
And then obviously, thank you judges, and maybe like give your organizers some space to breathe.
Yes. Yes.
And maybe sick the den mom on the Instagram loser.
Yeah.
The post-show flask.
Also along those lines that she was saying, if you won and you see somebody that didn't make the cut, go up to them. Hey, you should have won. I like your costume more than I like mine. You look better. You try to make them feel better.
Yeah, and you don't have to downgrade yourself either. You can say
No.
we both look great.
Wait.
Congratulations! Yay! You did it! You did it!
And here comes in the queen.
Any other thoughts? Yeah. She's right there.
I personally, I would want to go home and just eat. Like I'd be out of there, and I probably wouldn't be focused on anyone else because I'm just trying to leave, get out of the big outfit, get out of everything. But if I saw someone crying, I wouldn't be able to leave. Like, I'll be like, hey, what's going on? Are you okay? Well, are you okay? But like, how are you doing? Is there anything I can do to help? I'm not sure about the other stuff though, but yeah.
I think it would depend on how late everything ran. So I usually, when I compete, I kind of mingle for a little bit, but if it ran super late, it's like a 5-minute mingle, and I'm booking it to change and get some food, because 1, my head hurts probably from the wig. 2, if we ran that late, dinner's over, it's probably 9 o'clock at night, and I want to order a pizza and like chow down. So like it depends on how things ran. And of course, if you are one of the winners, that means you also gotta take some time, because they're gonna do photos on stage. So that's gonna take about maybe 10, 15 minutes, depending on how many awards they give out. So it just kind of depends on who you are in that room at that time. Are you the one who won? Are you the person crying? Or are you the person who's just like booking it out of the room? But I usually, depending on the situation, I give myself 5 to 20 minutes, because if you are running late, they want you out of that room as soon as possible, because that rave might be happening in that same room, and they need to set up the DJ.
All right, we have just a couple minutes left, so if
One thing that doesn't have to do with the post-show slide and more of just this show in general, thank you for hosting this, because as someone who wants to participate in contests in the future with this, this is actually really helpful when it comes to learning contests.
That's very nice. Thank you. Yeah. I guess when we get out of here on time, we'll just do a few closing remarks. Yeah, we did. Sue did. Yay! Where's Sue? Did she leave? Yeah, when she comes back in, we'll put the slide back up in the top. Yes, yeah. Okay, so the other thing I will note, this might be controversial, it's not controversial, but I think it is good to take a beat regardless of if you won or lost before you ask the judges for feedback, because you were in the moment. Go have a carbohydrate, a protein, and a nap, and have laughed about something prior to asking the judges for feedback. At some of our shows, you don't want to dump your full feelings onto somebody, right? And we actually have a rule at some of our shows too that you can't ask the judges right after the show. We shuttle them out quickly so that way they can just go. Because there's been contestants that sometimes maybe don't handle the loss as gracefully as you'd like, and we just kind of prevent that from happening. Yes, accurate. Yes.
Save yourself some headache because contest coordinators, we're in this contest support group as the coordinators, judges. We know when that kind of poor sportsmanship happens, and don't be a poor sport. Everybody wants to win, but it all matters. What comes down to is who shows up at the contest that day. And you may make an amazing costume and you might lose, but there are other contests to be able to take it to, and that's okay. And it's okay to be sad about it, but don't go shooting that on the internet and then hurting yourself in your ability to participate in events in the future.
Actually, that's a great point. And I love what you said too about the internet piece, because truly that, while it doesn't necessarily impact your score in green room, there are some contests, international contests in particular, that would judge your behavior, and that impacts your eligibility to be in a contest. So online, they will do a social media scrub, and if you're not going to represent your country well or your host location well, that will impact your ability to win. So, and then it's just not a good look. It's not cute. So
we all talk.
Talk.
And the community is not very large. We know when things like that happen, and we don't want anybody to be a poor sport. We're all in this just to have fun.
Oh yeah. Also, being a loser is a mentality, not to be a gym bro, but like, you didn't win an award. That doesn't mean you lost. You had fun, right? You're supposed to have fun. Okay, so don't be a loser. Okay.
Don't be a loser, even though you lost.
Don't be a loser.
I love that. They're not ranking. Yeah.
No one's at. Here's.
Yeah. You got the middle section that ranks to the bottom.
So I'm going to run through these other points real quickly, and then we'll turn it over for folks to share additional thoughts, or also if you have questions for about 5 minutes. I'm skipping the first one and the second one and the third one. Okay. Making sure that you include DE&I in your work, and I think that's important from all of the areas that we talked about today, right? Something as simple as having chairs in the space is really important. Something as simple as allowing someone to have a panic attack and giving them a quiet corner to be in is important, and not letting that impact their score. Something as important as hey, remember to take your medication if you need that before you get into the showtime. Those are all really, really important. So just always think about how someone who doesn't have the same access that you might have, or others may have, or may not have those privileges, may be in that space, and how we can make that a little bit easier for them. And also having your rules, not to have anything incendiary, no incendiary costumes, right? No blackface, no Nazis. You'd be surprised at some things people try to sneak in. Yes, I see you. I will get to you, I promise. Good question. So DE&I is diversity, equity, and inclusion. I did a poor job explaining. Thank you for asking. Yes. So also some things from the series. Please take those thoughts back and think through how you might make life easier for your fellow contestant, your fellow showrunner, your fellow judges. And then, I think most of those questions, which is inessential, but sorry. Okay, got it. And so, just thinking through things. So thank you all so much for your time today. I'm going to leave it on the Zoom picture because it gives me a lot of joy. So, thank you all so much. Thank you. All right, we have a few minutes. Any questions, lingering thoughts, moments of triumph? Yeah? Yes, exactly. There's a wonderful organization called Nerdterpreter, and their whole point is interpreting for pop culture events, because there's lingo, there's terms, there's they're wonderful. They're wonderful people. Cosplay, I think, something like that. Yeah, they're great. So I totally agree with you. Having interpreters is super important. Yeah.
Well, she made, so for the, I'll clarify that for the contest last night, she actually made the Anastasia that came on the stage. That was her model that she made. I wish we could have had her come up on the stage, and that's maybe something we can talk about in the future, and making sure that we're even more accessible as an event. So I agree with that.
Yeah. And sometimes you're at the mercy of whatever the facility gives you, and so you have to just kind of to make decisions on the fly, but it's about being prepared to make those decisions on the fly. So yeah, that's great. Anyone else? Yeah.
I just wanted to make a point earlier about like when I had explained this terrible scenarios that happened to me. That I just wanted to disclaimer that a lot of that was a long time ago, and I do feel like as cosplayers we become more well known. There's a lot more people who are supportive in the audience and it just happen as often. But when it ever does, it's usually like some big competition, like making noise or not, wearing a sewing costume that people don't understand why. And it's sometimes it happens, and but in most cases. In those cases, a lot of those people also, I've seen, yeah, it's normal. It's not people who know cosplay the same way you do. So don't let that bother you. But also just but in a lot of those scenarios, those people do either they more often than not do handle it gracefully themselves. Like in one of those scenarios, the person we did win that, she was like, she was quick to go on her social and be like, well, I know I deserve this because I also, I mean, she didn't word it that way, but she was like, I know that this isn't like, you may not agree, but just so you know, she kind of just broke down like the rules of how presentation works. It's like presentation is almost just as important because you are judging the mechanism. A lot of these people who are winning best in show are people who think it's not their first rodeo. So usually it's okay. It's usually not affecting novices, the same way that it affects, but it happens, but it's not, I don't want that to ever be discouraging someone from doing it because more often than not, it's never going to come.
Yes, it's
I
true.
think that's part of a larger point is if you have a bad experience, and it might happen, especially the more you compete, you'll run into one or two, or in either it's not a great event as a whole, or it's just an off year. If you don't completely get burned out, and maybe you do, and maybe you never enter again, and that's totally bring yourself joy. Don't do something you don't enjoy. But try it at a different place. Try different contests. The rules are different. The atmosphere is different. The competitive level's different. Like maybe you love being on stage, but you don't like super competitive contests and you want to do more laid back ones. Maybe you only like super competitive contests. Maybe you don't like competing yourself, but you really love being a volunteer in the green room and helping out you like being involved in the event, but you don't like being one of the competitors and you don't have the experience to the judge, so you volunteer to be one of the den moms. There's lots of areas in the contest, as this proves, that you can, whatever your level of experience, whatever your background is, you can help be a part of it. So kind of find your niche that brings you joy with them and go with that.
All right, that's everything. Thank you all again so much. I so appreciate it. Oh, there's Sue. Congratulations again, Sue. Yay!
Yes, Sue! You guys want to stick around? We're about to have the closing ceremonies. So, I'm going to hand this over to this man over here. Uh-oh, here I come. Uh-oh.
Just so everyone knows, we do want you to be at closing ceremonies because after all is said and done, we're going to have a giant picture of everyone who's still here. So please don't leave us. We need the validation.
I can't get this on. Sorry. Computer out of the plug. I'm going to
Yours better.
I know, because we show how much we grow here, right?
Or at least yeah, we might as well. Make our giant
I'm not a
wall
guest, I
of
don't know.
pictures. People.
Ask a Sue question.
Yeah, we're being up here.
I'm going to get off the stage.
Wow. Amanda. Are we supposed to come up here? Oh God, right in front.
You're welcome.
an alarm set, but I'm gonna turn it off because I don't want it to go off. It's gonna keep me and Chihuahua on the phone. Do you like our matching outfits? Oh yeah, let's get more chairs up here.
How many is it? 8 of us?
5 of us. But I think no one's wearing anything big.
Yeah, it used to be. Yeah. Look at these people that look like they're trying to undercover on some
December, move the fuck over.
Jeez.
Get out of here.
Now's your time. Close it.
Right now.
Yes, right now.
During closing ceremonies.
There's still an hour left. Huh? Is it? 9, but Jenny's not here.
Jenny's right there.
Oh, Jenny's here? Oh. Is Emily? No. Okay, never mind. I'm tripping. Didn't somebody leave? So one more.
Just one more.
We can put this one. The last one. Roll over a little bit more. In this space.
No, these are from the I'm sure they're from the 70s. They're wonderful. I need to get them myself.
Who's in it?
Yeah. Well, she's also a so.
Eight. Well, Courtney left. Courtney left. I was on top.
So we need one more? Are there 10 of us?
No, I think there's Courtney left, yeah. So
Courtney left, yeah.
So I think we'll leave that.
So 9 is correct.
So we have one more? 3, 6, 7, 8.
No, I like the idea of just, can I just sit back here alone?
No, you can lay on the table.
Everyone's talking over me, they're like, and so thank you for coming.
You're like, hand me the microphone. And you. And now you. I support this.
Oh, is there like a new type? There's a, so yeah, they just, they're starting to release 1.7 and the standard right now is on 1.6. So that means they're gonna get more powerful and everything. Yeah, so that's cool. Oh, yeah, I need aggressive as well now. Like, the people who just get like multiple classes for fashion, that has never been my life. I have like one pair at a time. No, these are my $800 scene. Yep. Thank you. And like people order them on online. I'm like, I'm not ordering them.
Yep. It's like, all right.
I'm paying
I guess.
crawling in the car and drive for 6 hours. If you count like, if you stop to eat, like stop to eat, like you might probably chicks I mean between 5 and 6. I don't like plastic plates.
Honestly, there are some of the 90s that I wish were here that I like to say goodbye to, like some of the people that gave me my nails and stuff, just so I could be like, hey, you were a great attendee. Specifically, I wouldn't call them out in stage section, but just to see them in passing, to be like, hey, thanks for coming. I enjoyed having you in my class.
You came to all my panels.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I didn't have to talk to myself.
Yeah,
right.
A couple of my first 5 minutes to miss well.
Like, Harrison, like, when he was guessing, he would get kind of sad, like, if he, like, talked to his panel, because he'd be like, I could have literally started a YouTube live stream and then, like, reach more people, but I'm like, there's something different about me. But also, like, they need to have, like, personal access, they can ask questions, so I think this feels different. And also, we're on this small club, it's great, like,
Hello. Hi, thank you for sticking it out with us. As you can see, we have a lot of high-res JPEGs. We do what we can. So, and we have a lot of sources for high-res JPEGs, who we have now squeezed onto a stage, for good or ill. There are times where it's really tempting to just make the stage like 6 inches shorter every year. It feels like it. All right, so yeah, thank you everyone for coming to closing ceremonies. I appreciate it. Thank you for sticking it out with us just a little bit longer. Thank you. We have a number of Cosplay America closing ceremonies traditions, so I'm going to jump into them. First of all, and for all of our guests, I would like to give our guests an opportunity to say anything they would like to say. I have no idea if your microphones are on or not, but we can hand the stick around if needed. Oh, at least that one is. Oof. So I will put you on the spot. You can just say thank you. That's enough. But have at.
Is the microphone on? Hi guys, thank you so much for a wonderful Cosplay America. I think this is my year 6, and every year this is my favorite ever event to go to. I wanted to give a huge shout out to my Silk Squad, if any Silk Squad is left in here. Woo! Silk Squad! We spent 5 hours together this weekend and we made amazing things. So thank you guys so much and I hope to see you next year.
Hi, this is my second Cosplay America, and honestly, being in a space where everybody is just so into it and engaged and jazzed to learn stuff is just like really, really fun. Like I had a really good time at my panels and my workshops, and I hope everybody else did too.
This one scares me, so I'm going to use this microphone. This is our 3rd year, I think, at Cosplay America, and as always, it is just an honor to be here, to be in the same space as you all. The celebration of cosplay and craftsmanship is just something you don't get anywhere else. This community is really something special. Despite having bad barbecue, you all are just amazing people. I feel that in my soul, very strongly.
Hi, this was my first Cosplay America, and I have to say I had a blast. You know, obviously there's a lot of creativity and desire to learn here, and it was really a breath of fresh air for me, whereas I'm seeing, you know, cosplay has been changing a lot, and it's a good reminder to remember that the craft and the people who want to craft are still here, and so thank you so much for coming out, and I hope y'all learned something and or have something you can take home and also spread to other people as well, and bring that passion back into the community.
So this is my first year guesting at Cosplay America, and I learned a lot about helping you guys learn a lot. And so I hope you guys got what you wanted out of it, or, you know, like she said, something you can take home and apply in your crafting lives. And I hope that if I get to come back again, that I can continue to help you develop those skills so that we can all get better together. That's the super fun thing about cosplay and the cosplay community is all of us just getting together and learning to be cooler and cooler. So I really enjoyed it, and you know, see you guys next year maybe.
This was also my first Cosplay America, and I had an absolute blast, and I had a really fun time getting to introduce some younger folks to the wonderful world of cosplay. So I had a lot of fun.
All right, might get a little emotional here. But first of all, thank you. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for a wonderful time. This has been an amazing con. The emotional, my dad made it here. He's out in the back. The emotional part is the World of Madonna was named after my mom. She passed away 10 years ago. Almost 10 years to the day. We found out about her cancer diagnosis. Probably about July, it was early July, when we found out that she had pancreatic cancer and she would not live much longer past that. But 10 years later, here we are. I actually guested my first con last week. My brother and his kids came, guess this con, and my dad was able to make it here. So it's been one heck of a journey. The cosplay community has been so wonderful. Been wonderful at providing my knowledge to you all. The feedback I've gotten was great, and really excited to be a part of this entire community. And thank you, and I would absolutely love to come back again to share more knowledge and provide more.
Kyle squared. We are family. By name. Yeah, this was my first year as well. A lot of us are first years. Hopefully not our last year. I had a blast also, and I hope everybody enjoyed the stuff that I taught, and I look forward to bringing some of it back if I come back, and maybe coming up with some new stuff for you as well. I really love the energy here. It's just really great to see so many creatives out there and potential creatives. So if any of you came here and like you haven't quite dipped your toes in, but you're just looking for that chance, this is a really great place to come and figure that out. So I hope all of you had a great time, and I look forward to seeing you next year, hopefully.
I love this convention. This is year 9 complete, check. But I love teaching, and honestly, I think I say this most years, but y'all should give yourselves a round of applause. If you took a workshop, if you sat in, you tried something new, it is so hard to do something that is out of your comfort zone, that you don't know how to do, and to give yourself the freedom to fail and learn from that. And that is hard. It's hard to do in settings where there's a bunch of people around you who can see you mess up. But y'all are such a great community. Everyone here is supportive and understanding, and in workshops, like helping each other out, like y'all are phenomenal. I love teaching, and I love learning from everything we're doing together here. So thank you for having me and making this a great experience.
Oh God, I have to close out. It's fine. You all have been phenomenal. This is our Kanza, our 3rd year here, and it just gets better and better. Truly, as everyone has said, this is an amazing community. I come here and then I leave inspired to start something new. I've learned something from all of you, from our fellow guests. It's just been really, really beautiful and wonderful. So thank you so much for an amazing 3rd year. For anyone who was in any of our panels or workshops this weekend, thanks for giving Kime Kome and embossing and all the other nonsense we broke and or made messes out of even more fun. So hopefully we've awakened a cosplay god complex into you to where you can do anything if you have enough audacity. And I hope that we get to see you all next year. So thank you all so much. Oh, before I turn it over, I want to also make sure we give a huge round of applause to all of the staff who worked super hard to put this together.
Okay, thank you again, everybody. I would also, while I've still got your attention and we're talking about how much we're looking forward to next year, like to let you know that registration for next year is live on the website now. You can go to the website. We have the early bird, lowest price we're doing. That's available through July 4. And then after that, it'll go to normal pre-reg rating, and then eventually at the door will be a little bit higher. Nature of these things. I recommend going ahead and booking it because that way you know what you're doing, we have a plan, helps us to know that you're coming too, because otherwise we'll be real sad if we're sitting here by ourselves. But we'll have a great time with our guests anyway, so you know, if you want to give us that gift, maybe we'll get to go to workshops and have a good time. So maybe we'll make a crown like Sue did in that picture that we had up a little bit earlier. But yeah, so like that's up online. Again, thank you everyone for coming this year. I would also like to ask before anyone leaves the room, if we can gather the people at the front carefully so that we can take a big group picture. Because I want to compare year 1 through year now through next year, because we're coming up on our 10th one, and I want to look over the pictures at the end of every year and only roll my eyes that one time we all dabbed. We need to understand what nonsense we did each time. I think we've got one where we're making hearts. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, if everyone could, please join us up here. We're going to take a big old picture. I don't think I have a selfie stick long enough, so we will be relying on an actual photography from the back. But yeah, join us up here. We've got a whole backdrop of stuff. Actually, let's do it over here. Let's not make the guests move. This will be more fun. Just try to do it right here. I'm not going to ask you to get off of this stage and ever find your way back up on it. We've made a mess of chairs for you. There you go, Sue. Take the high ground. Get the +2 bonus.
We are not trapped.
We what?
So we are not trapped.
No, we can't go anywhere. This is ours now. This is your bed.
I like how we've been conditioned to identify our heights in relation to the people around us for this.
Yeah. Oh, like a heart?
Oh, there we go.
Where's the camera? Here.
Do one of these and then do the thumbs up.
Build the setting for everything. Okay. I can't see the front. Are people all okay up there? We good? Cool. All right, everyone, let's all look at the person precariously on a chair. Crazy faces. All right, everyone share your reaction in the comment section. Excellent. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming. Travel home safely. I'm sorry the sun is set to hot right now.
I get a sign in thing.
Oh, so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Yeah. 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 Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. 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 I mean, it's not fun, but maybe y'all keep on keeping on and find ways to honor their memory and honor the time that we had with them. So it's definitely a journey. But yeah, I'm so sorry about that. Yeah. 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 Yeah, real close, yeah. But I mean, hey, like you have those memories. The same thing with my mom. We have those memories and we'll take it with us for all the time. Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm definitely happy my dad's here. Yeah. First time at a convention. He is taking it all in for sure.